Should be up in about 20 seconds.
And I can post this in Riverbank as well.
Oh.
I really need to remember to advertise my YouTube streams in Riverbank, but I always forget.
I should actually advertise mine anywhere, but I don't.
Right? It's hard to find places now. It's such a pain.
Like, I'll usually post on, I don't know, Instagram or something. I say usually, but really it's like every once in a while. I did last night. I didn't tonight.
I mean, you could always join Riverbank, Aureolin.
I don't know what that is.
It's a multi-server. So a few streamers and I, back when there was this game called MXM, we decided to combine a lot of our Discord servers together. Although I think now some people are making their own Discord servers again.
Yeah.
But
I keep getting asked if I have one, and I don't want to moderate it and everything. Like all the upkeep that goes into that is so much work.
Yeah, I just don't do it because I have a troll that loves to come. I have a troll that loves to come on my channel and stuff.
Yeah, I had one. I had a couple of those who just came to hate.
See the dangers going.
Well, so fun story, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even know if these streamers stream anymore, but he got in a spat after him, or with him, and then he decided that because I was in their stream one time that I must share the exact same views that they do. So then he started commenting on all my videos, saying how terrible I was and everything. So yeah. And then he kept coming in my Discord with under several different usernames, and I'm like, you know what? Discord wasn't worth it at that point anymore for me.
Yeah. I think everybody kind of experiences that hate person at some point when you run a channel.
Yeah, I have several.
Yeah. But I had some persistent ones back when I first started. I don't know why. I don't know what their deal was. They just constantly showed up purely to dislike and make some sort of hate comment. And it was just like, why? You have no reason.
I mean, at least the beautiful thing about YouTube is if they dislike it, it's engagement, so it's whatever.
Yeah, I just kind of ignored them for the longest time, but it just seems like such a low thing to do. Like, if you really dislike something so much, why in the world would you take so much extra time out of your day to engage with it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the thing I always heard is the people who are your haters are actually your biggest fans.
Which is sad. Toxic relationships. Cat.
What?
I don't know how Trump didn't win the election.
Oh, Cat.
Ew, why are you wet? What is wrong with you?
Look, cat. Look, there's a cat.
Yes, there's this cat. Oh, you want to see the kitty? See the kitty? Look at the kitty. Meow, meow, meow.
Yeah, she ran away.
He said, no,
of the cat.
I don't like those. Get out here.
He's big. He's a big boy.
that was
I've
weird.
Seen those before.
My mouse cursor disappeared for like a split second.
Wait,
all right. I got everyone pulled up on some type of device. Aureolin gets my phone. Hee hee.
What?
He's sending you his phone. It's very generous of him.
There you go.
Like, what do you mean I get your phone?
It's an iPhone 4.
I said everyone is up on some type of device now for me.
Oh, okay, I see.
I just set up tabs for everybody.
Mine keeps freezing. My stupid tablet just has the worst time with this. It hates streaming.
Hey, Danger, do you have my stream pulled up right now?
Mm-hmm.
How does it look so far? Is it fuzzy at all or no?
Nope, looks good.
Sweet. I do like that the upload speed has been increased, so I get to do higher bit rates, which is so nice. This is what streaming like a normal person is like, huh?
I wouldn't know. I'm streaming at like 25.
Oh, are you? So I bumped it up. I bumped it up to. So I did
5, but I think it caps out at like 7 if you're not a partner or something.
Oh, does it? So I was
wrong mouse.
What am I trying to think of? Oh, so I was streaming at 2K because that was a decent bit rate for my internet connection. Yeah, so I streamed at 2K and it was fine. And then I got the internet, like the upload speed is now higher. So then I bumped it up to 25K, not 25K, 2.5K.
Like,
yes,
whoa.
So then I bumped it up to 2.5K, and then on a YouTube test stream, then I bumped it up to 3K, and now I'm testing out 35 or 3.5K.
Yeah, because I think a good rule of thumb is 50% of your upload speed.
Yeah. So that means I would be able to do 5K, but
yeah, but I think there's a cap on it as to which will actually cap like your speed. So no matter how high you set it, it'll still like, downscale it to whatever they'll accept. I can't remember what the cap is.
I could probably go higher, but Phasmophobia was giving me so much trouble that was one of the things I lowered, and it's streaming fine, so I haven't fixed what's not broken. So
yeah, I haven't even tried to stream Phasmophobia yet.
Weird dog.
Because I got home so late last night from the volleyball games that I was like, there's no point in like starting a stream if we're only going to play like a couple hours before.
True.
There was a regional qualifier for the COVID Cup volleyball.
Go figure. The night we decide to do a podcast, they don't have war stories yet.
Not yet.
Why are you so salty about the war stories?
We're only just getting started, but I mean, if you want.
Because,
I got a poncho liner hanging behind
me. I saw that. I almost made a comment. I was like, that's a poncho. I've got one of those in the back.
I'm still.
It's old camo, though.
I'm still eating, so the war stories would be perfect right now because.
Mine I deployed with was old camo.
Yeah, we were in the first unit to get the new ACUs.
ACU, okay.
Yeah, so we were like the test unit. So we had like the weak seams and the knees that just split open the first time you wore them. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got to be the testers for that.
Our digital camis, when I got them, they had been rolled out like 6 months before I went to basic training. So when I got there, some people were getting old camis still because they hadn't gotten restocked in the new ones. And then like a week later, we got issued the digitals. And even when I deployed like my digitals, the crotch always rips out of the damn things.
What?
Like when you go to squat or bend down, the whole crotch and inseam would rip out of
them.
Oh,
yeah. What year did you go to basic?
I went to basic in 2003. Beginning of 2003.
And you got the ACUs that early?
No, not ACUs. I'm sorry. I was in the Marine Corps, so it was the digital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
MCCU, the Marine Corps.
Okay.
Multicam pattern.
I was like, boy, we didn't even get ours until we were doing our pre-deployment training, and then then they tested it on us while we were doing training, which meant climbing under obstacle courses and whatnot, and everybody just had exposed knees.
Yeah, the Marine Corps switched over in September is when they started issuing and released their new pattern of camis.
Yeah.
So we had a mixture in our units. Everybody was supposed to get the new digitals before deployment in 03. And
well, that's cool.
A lot of people didn't get them till like 2004. They were still authorized to wear the old like Woodlands, like BDU patterns.
Yep, that's what we had in basic. And I still have a bunch of them, of course, but yeah.
I remember we would go to like army bases when we would train, and it was great because the confused looks when you would walk through some areas in the summer with the sleeves rolled up, because we didn't do the over-roll.
Uh-huh.
So we just rolled them up. Whereas if I remember right, the army required you to
have to do it a special
hold
way.
the cuff back down so it was still camouflaged. So ours would be inside out, and you'd be walking, and people would stop and stare at you for a moment before they realize.
Yep.
You just see the glimmer in an NCO, in Staff NCO's eyes when he saw it.
We also weren't allowed to roll ours, past our elbow. You could only go halfway up your arm, and that was only if it was a Heat Cat 5 or something.
Oh,
and
ours had to be, I think it was 4 fingers roughly. There was an exact measurement, but it was roughly 4 fingers. Course. It was about halfway up your bicep.
Yeah, we couldn't roll it that far. We could only go halfway up our forearm, and it had to be a specific Heat Cat.
Yeah.
And just to unbutton our cuffs, it had to be a certain Heat Cat, and then you had to roll it a special way so that it was still all camo.
I remember the
big deal was of basic training in summer.
Yeah, we couldn't roll them up in basic training at all.
I think it got hot enough one week where we were allowed to unbutton our cuffs, so they had to show us how to properly roll them so that they weren't just a hot mess.
Yeah. They had us roll ours up, but I never forget when I deployed, I was like, what was the point of all this? Here's how you roll your sleeves. But then when you're in the field, you can't roll them anyway, so what's the big deal?
You gotta look presentable for the officers.
I will be right back. I'm going to go throw my plate in the dishwasher and get the thing that I was saving for stream, so.
That's okay.
I'll be right back.
The dishwasher, I do that too. It means I'm putting it on the floor for the dog to lick.
No, it's actually going in the dishwasher.
Here, doggo. Who wants spaghetti?
My cat will do that for me with certain things. Here you go. Have some scraps. Oh man, my dad I just went and saw him again today, and he was telling me about how he and all the neighbors in the area were getting out for the first time since the snowstorm to clean out some of the outdoor things, and they were finding all these poor dead birds everywhere.
Oh dang.
Their bluebird boxes were filled with dead bluebirds just from trying to stay warm, and they just couldn't. I was so bummed. We've been losing a lot of our songbirds to cowbirds and stuff recently, so hearing about all these poor kingfishers and bluebirds dead that people are finding, I was just like, oh, that sucks so bad.
Yeah.
All right. I haven't done anything. The snowstorm came out, and I
didn't realize it was that cold.
Oh, it's the dice. It's the dice.
I saved the unboxing for our next podcast.
I want to hear how the giant one rolls. How does it stop properly?
Something like this. It sounds like your launcher when it's off balance.
It looks like it's the size of a cue ball. I'm not gonna lie.
Like a golf ball.
Yeah, it's probably golf ball size. It's a little smaller than a cue ball.
Is your washer off balance? No, that's just dragon rolling the dice.
In your hand, I said.
Pull out the big one. We all want the big one.
The D100.
That's what she said.
Okay, yeah, that's big. That's about the size of a golf ball.
Yeah.
Nice.
I know.
Oh, there's an Instagram account that you both might be interested in.
If it has to do with dice, I might be following it.
I follow mostly mini painters. I like the art part of it.
Okay, so I actually have blankets on my desk, so this thing really actually won't roll that well on it. But
I think there is a minis museum or something when I was in.
Do I have a book?
Canada. That
I do have a book.
Telling me to go to. It's like, no, I'm not interested in miniature furnitures and stuff. You're talking about D&D though, not
like D&D and Warhammer. Right. I posted one of the armies I painted on Instagram. I think Danger saw it. I painted it in Fallout theme for a friend.
Okay. Hold up. Is it going to stop?
Yeah, that's the question. Will it stop? Oh, maybe?
Someday. There it goes.
Yeah!
24.
Nope, they're not lucky. Send them back.
My wife makes folding dice trays.
Oh, does she?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I might have to buy those if I ever find someone to game with. That's the difficulty right now.
If you wanted one, she'd probably just make it for you, and we'd send it to you.
Yeah, let's start our
maybe
our D&D podcast, everyone. Get your character sheets out.
All right, so what is this one?
Nat 20.
That's a die.
No, it's got like 3 numbers per triangle, though?
No, it's got 2. It's got 2 per triangle.
How does that work?
I assume... I don't know. Hold up.
Nobody knows.
Maybe I should just keep the book up. Let's find out.
It's not like an average dice or something, is it?
It's definitely gone off the rails when you need a book to figure out how to use your dice.
It might be an average dice.
What number did I roll?
Oh, okay. I see how it works. So
that's what it is.
So it'll stop, and then the number at the top. It's similar to the D100.
Oh.
But it just has, what is it, 60? I think it only goes up to 60. That's what it looks like. I don't know. It's cool.
Yeah. I wonder what scenario you'd need a D60 for, though.
I have no idea.
I'm curious.
For some weirdo.
This is oh, we have a D50 in here too.
Huh.
Probably stops similar. Oh, okay, that's off the book.
Rolly, 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 rolly.
Oh, wow.
Would you break, Danger?
I'm trying to get that
39.
Page
all right.
No.
That
Nobody
was
wants
luckier.
to see that.
That was luckier.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, I'm posting the link in the podcast room.
Mm.
For what?
For this page.
Oh, this dice Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Cool.
She makes custom dice out of resin.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I want to do that actually. I don't have any dice molds right now though, but yeah, I totally would love to do that. I have resin, but I don't have the proper mold.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. It's fun. I wonder if she paints in the numbers or if she just leaves them like that.
Yeah, it looks like some of them she painted in.
Oh,
like those red and black ones, she painted in the black.
This is about like a 1.5 times. Oh wait, no, it's a D30. Oh, this is a D30.
Huh. I know I have some D20s.
Hey, I got a 29.
Woo!
I probably got my skill check.
Some of those dice might be like life counters or something, because I have some. Like, if you look at the numbers, are they random or do they count down?
They count. It looks like they count down.
So they're probably counter dice then, because otherwise the numbers wouldn't be right next to each other.
Yeah, so 30, 29, yeah, so they count down.
Okay, cool.
This is...
I don't know.
This is a weirder D20. This is a D20, but it's like a cube D20.
Oh. Yeah, it looks like a square, but it's not.
Yeah, that's a little weird. I don't know how you tell what number you actually got. I guess the one that's in the air?
Probably.
Put your digits up in the air.
Alright, so this one's more normal. Normal D20. Oh!
1.
Yeah.
You died.
You gotta hit yourself in the head now.
Boom. Nice.
Took a critical hit.
D12. Hey.
I don't know if Danger's talking to a dog or one of the kids.
Oh, it's a dog.
There's a doggy
right Same
there.
thing.
Percentage dice.
They're about as responsive.
Oh, nice. I got a 0. That's a 0, right?
Yeah, that's 100%.
Oh, I got 100. Yay.
The giant willow dog.
This is a D8, right? Yeah. So I got a D8 here. Or wait, no. This is a D9? D10. D10. It's a D10. Aha.
Yeah, it's got a 0 on it.
Keep going away now.
Alright, here's the D8. There we go. D8.
I think D8's my favorite looking dice. I like those.
Because it's just like, I don't know. What is the term for this shape again?
Diamond?
No means no.
Well, it's not diamond. There's an actual name for it. Because diamond is 2D, but there's an actual name for the type. of shape this is.
I'm drawing a blank right now.
I don't remember either.
I just really like how those dice feel specifically when I'm holding them to roll them.
Yeah.
The only one I know is the double dodecahedra, and it's from Futurama.
Of course, we have the D6. Yay.
Oh, so Thrill.
D4.
And the D4.
This drink is 9 years old.
Wow.
And then
I used Knob Creek in it.
Oh,
we have it. We have a
delicious.
D3. A D3 here.
Oh my gosh, those are so
Yeah.
awkward.
It's very awkward. Oh, but it actually does land to where you would have a number on top. That's what I was interesting.
I feel like some of those are rather unnecessary, and you could just adapt it to use a more common die.
Probably, but
sort
I mean, this is for like almost it. The BezCon dice works for all tabletop games, apparently. So there must be tabletop games that use D3s and stuff like that.
I mean, I know there's situations where if someone doesn't have a D4 but they have a D8, then you can just roll it and then half it, or 1 and 2 are 1 and 2 and 3 are 2 or whatever.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I'll have to put these in my dice drawer. Which is back upstairs. I should have brought it down for the podcast, but oh well. I figure we don't need to rehash all the pretty dice again. I just wanted to unbox these dice since, we were talking about dice last podcast.
It's funny, Willow ran off and Cece came back.
Why are you being so weird? Normally you just go lay on the couch. You didn't bother me at all last night.
Willow's been all up on me during streams lately. You don't normally see her when we're playing or something, but she'll have her head on my arm. It's hard to move my mouse and stuff.
Yeah.
Keeps randomly coming in and walking under my desk and then trying to hang out. And I'm like, get out from under the desk.
That's
my
funny.
cat just tries to lay on the keyboard, and then I'm sitting there like, no, I gotta run from a ghost.
It's a revenant.
I can't reach the buttons.
And attack the characters on TV and.
Oh, the other one, the one that was just here, he has to be on me, and then the deaf one has to be attacking the screen. It's just like, oh.
All right, well,
oh my god.
I'm wondering where. Okay, Nick's getting online now. It looks like.
Oh, sweet.
So we can probably drag him in a few whenever he's ready.
Sure.
That'll be fun.
So how was your Taco Bell the other day?
You mean my actual tacos and not Taco Bell?
I mean, Taco Bell, they look like tacos.
But it's not actual tacos. I don't consider Taco Bell actual tacos.
I mean,
for sure
tacos.
I feel like
it was good.
Tacos are the Mexico's version of what America has as sandwiches.
Yeah,
probably
ubiquity and stuff. It's well, it's a taco. Anything can be a taco. Just you can have anything on a sandwich. So Taco Bell is like going to Subway. I mean, technically it's there, but
no. So that is actually
peanut butter and jelly taco.
So that's from a franchise, and I only found out it was a local franchise because I tried to talk to someone about Torchy's tacos, and they didn't. They were like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." I'm like, "You don't have Torchy's tacos down there?" And they're like, "We don't even know what Torchy's tacos is." And so then I looked up all the Torchy's tacos locations, and it turns out they're all in Colorado. So, but yeah,
that's like our Jolly Tamale and stuff like that.
Maybe there's a lot of I don't know. It's weird because there's several local Colorado chains like Chubby's and stuff like that I feel like is a national chain, but it's really not a national chain.
You guys have weird restaurant names.
Hey, you liked the damn grill, all right? You knew that.
I liked that one, and I liked one of the breweries too.
Which brewery did you like?
This Chubby's a hamburger.
Was it Dry Dock? Was that one of them?
Oh yeah, Dry Dock was one of them.
Yeah.
No, Chubby's is another Mexican place, but they have some really good. They have really good burritos.
Oh wait, I was thinking of Checkers.
We don't have Checkers here.
What?
We have In-N-Out now. And if you want to go wait in like a 3-hour line, you can get it. But I'm not doing that.
Nope.
I don't think we even have a Jack in the Box around here, do we?
No.
We have a couple.
Jack in the Box is fine.
Jack in the Box is alright. I appreciated Jack in the Box, like, if I would ever get off like really late, because, you know, I don't know if they're open 24 hours anymore, but they used to be.
And I always just figured Jack in the Box is where you went at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're plastered and need food.
Or when, you know, you get off work at like 2 in the morning and you're like, dang, I could really go for some food, but I ain't got nothing to make.
I think that was our Denny's. Everybody just went to Denny's if it was 2 a.m.
Yeah.
That's where we used to go.
I've been to a Waffle House at 4 in the morning. That was fun.
Because Denny's was the only place that was open.
Yeah.
At like 2 a.m. Like, that's it. You go to Denny's.
I'm craving breakfast food anyway.
Or like one of the truck stops.
You know, I don't remember ever having an actual like lunch or dinner meal at Denny's. We always went there for breakfast food.
I've had the lunch or dinner meals and they're like okay, but I definitely usually only go to Denny's for breakfast food. Mm-hmm. Except all of the Denny's, at least like pre-COVID, were like super slow for whatever reason. Like every single one, and you're just like, I don't want to be here for like an hour and a half. I want to be here.
I take that back. I used to eat their nachos once in a while. The nachos were good.
All of our Denny's closed like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, did they? We have a few, but not a whole lot. I think Denny's is one of those chains that like is barely around, but it's still around.
I was like, I think that's one of the few that we actually have still. I don't know if they're closing soon. Everything's been closing soon, like in our area. We don't have anything anymore.
So we used to have a adult film store that was quote unquote always closing soon. And this happened for like, I swear, 15 years. They're like, liquidation sale, liquidation sale, liquidation sale. And you're like, how can you have a liquidation sale going on for 15 years?
Well, it was probably talking about all the old movies.
They were talking about a different kind of liquidation.
I guess. So now it's an anime store.
That seems appropriate.
Same.
I'm sure they have hentai, but
probably.
But yeah, no, now it's an anime store.
You know what's funny about that is it seems timely. I was just out, I don't know, getting gas the other day, and I noticed a adult video store that has been here forever, and I was like, how is that place open? I was like, how is that even in business still?
Adult film store sounds nice. Anime store sounds better.
I was like, how is there an adult movie store like still open?
Ooh, what has happened?
I swear every town or city has to have one, at least somewhere nearby, some sort of adult-related content store, and they always stay open.
I mean,
I don't know how, but they do.
Do we have several? We have at least more than one.
I could say at one point there was at least 3 that I know of on this side of town.
Yeah,
we don't have a video one, but we have a Lion's Den, but it's like outside city limits kind of thing. Like you got to go back and find it.
For a while, it seemed like they were almost as bad as the smoke shops around here.
We have
there's a smoke shop on like every corner.
We have adult entertainment stores, right, that have all the fun toys and stuff like that, apparently. But one of them apparently also sells pipes now. Like
and CBD oil.
and CBD oil and bombs, like, and I think they have alcohol now. I don't know. Freaky's is a little weird.
So is it adult store or is it a head shop? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know what it is at this point, because it used to be where like adults could go get their like special toys. You know, the special toys that kids don't play with.
Adult toy stores weren't considered an essential business with exemptions, so they had to
start
selling tobacco and CBD oil to stay open as an essential business.
Yeah, so now it's like an adult store, smoke shop, and I think like a 3.2 liquor store.
If you couldn't get any, like, it's one thing because you already think of like low rent like how seedy adult stores are, and you're not helping your business any by then inviting in like the lowest common white trash denominator, buying roll-up cigarette tobacco and Ice House.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. We also have like several hookah shops here. I don't know if you guys have hookah shops over there.
No.
But...
Not really. We've got one place that probably sells them, but it's not like.
It's like I think we got one.
It's not like a predominant culture or anything around here.
It's apparently predominant here. I don't know how many hookah stores actually closed down though with the whole pandemic, because like the kind of the appeal was being able to go there and kind of smoke there. Yeah.
Now, but you're talking about the hookahs for recreational marijuana?
No, I'm
tobacco.
Tobacco.
Okay. I was just wondering because I was thinking there was a difference in being able to go in and smoke. Like
no, so
the appeal is different if it's a marijuana like hookah setup than if it's.
I think our one really big head shop, and Thrill knows which one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
like I'm pretty sure they sell that kind of stuff.
They do,
but it's not. It's not anything anybody really cares about. It just happens to be there.
I mean,
so smoke in there.
In Colorado, technically, you can't smoke in a public place. Marijuana. It has to be in your private residence.
They used to have an oxygen bar. That was kind of cool.
But I mean, it's not like the cops don't do anything unless they're teenagers. So
tobacco laws, even I don't think. Was it cigar shops were like the only thing exempted to where
hookah shops are wild here? Wow.
You could have some cigar shops you could go in and smoke in. But I think they actually didn't even exempt cigar bars. So
the adult film store is just
maybe it was pipe shops, like pipe tobacco shops.
Yeah, that's
or
all
something.
That or
I think that was the only exemption.
Toys
so I
and accessories
would qualify for that as a pipe shop.
I mean, I know. At least it used to be. Like I said, COVID happened, so who knows how that's going to affect it in the future. But it used to be that like you could go and you could actually smoke there. But
yeah, even our vape shops started selling bongs and hitters and all that stuff.
I noticed that when I've gone into them too. I'm like, great, they're selling head shop items.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Man, everybody's got to get that weed, man.
Actually, I think that's when they started selling it was when they made it legal here.
I don't know.
I think so.
That stuff in a lotion. It's one of the few things that works.
Are we still talking about sex shop toys, or are we talking about?
I was talking about pain, but maybe that's the same thing for you. I don't know.
Hey, don't kink shame.
Look, I got a tail.
I'm not. I'm just stating facts. I'm not denying or saying it's similar or anything.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember now because I haven't been in a head shop in a long time.
I haven't either.
I know I might look like I go to a head shop pretty regularly, but
I don't think we have anything like that.
I used to go to the big one quite a bit because that's not all it was. It was they had like a lot of rock memorabilia and a bunch of other stuff. I was a teenager and I went there to buy my rock posters and stuff. I used to go there all the freaking time, but I haven't been there in years at this point.
Oh, there's up in Boulder. There's still an actual record store.
We have a couple downtown.
Do you? Denver Angelo's CD store used to be the last store that was like dedicated to CDs, and because of COVID, it had to close down. Obviously, because no one was going into Angelo's to buy CDs anymore because COVID. So that was the last CD store, but we do have, I hope the record store is still there. I wanted to go back up there and get some records once COVID died down a bit.
I thought records would be cool. And then I was like, you know what? It's just not a hobby I want to invest in. To have a big collection of records floating around and I'd have to buy the turntable and all that stuff. I was like, it's just not worth it. Like, had I had some of the stuff left over from...
I mean, Walmart sells turntables now, so...
But I was like, nope, there's just no point in getting the medium. I do like the warm sounds you get listening to like an old record, though.
Yeah,
I have all my parents' records, but I don't have a turntable, and I don't care to buy one. So,
I mean, they're really cheap from Walmart. That's all I'm saying. They have them like every Black Friday as one of those things that you can get as a. It's almost like a stocking stuffer, but it's not.
yeah. No, I don't need. I probably wouldn't ever listen to it because I have Spotify. If I want music, I listen to Spotify. So it just be sitting around collecting dust, taking up room.
No danger. If you're gonna do it, you gotta go full tilt. You gotta get yourself like a 82 Pioneer setup with the 4-foot speakers on either side, and
I don't know if you can even find needles for those anymore.
Did I? So when I was a kid, I thought a jukebox would be like really, really, really cool to have.
Mm-hmm.
Because why not? And so, do you guys have Dave and Buster's out there?
yeah.
Nearby, not like.
Yeah, it's not close. I think there's one like an hour away now.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's a national chain, but I didn't know if you guys had one.
Probably around St. Louis is probably the closest one.
Okay.
I think there's one around Peoria.
Oh, okay.
Stop.
So one summer I went to Dave and Buster's like almost every weekend, trying to get enough tickets to get the jukebox. And by the time I had enough tickets, they took the jukebox away.
Oof.
And I was like, I hate this.
So did you go buy a jukebox?
No, I wanted to, but I guess I don't know. I mean, practically, what would I really do? I mean, I don't know if you can see. Can you see the gumball machine? There's a gumball machine. So.
What kind of jukebox was it? Was it like a ghetto blaster kind of thing?
I was going to ask that too, if it was like records or.
No, so it was CDs, but it was like it was a half size CD jukebox. So
I was going to say that you remember those jukeboxes that you'd see at like cafes and stuff like that were at the tables.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
My grandmother had one of those. I always thought was really cool when I was a kid. Which was, just like a small thing where you could select your music and it would play something from the main. But yeah, like those, probably like a quarter-sized ones that were on, at the booths and stuff. I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah, the one that
growing up, I'm like, I don't have room for that shit.
The one at Dave and Buster's was a half size, not a full size. So
I always just wanted a really old-fashioned Coca-Cola vending machine. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
So the town,
with like the bottles where you pull the door open.
So
yeah, like with the big logo at the top and everything, like the old-fashioned. I saw one once in someone's garage in our neighborhood, and I was just like, next time they have a yard sale, I'm gonna come see. But I don't think they were ever interested in selling it. And I've seen Coca-Cola freezers and stuff, but I want the vending machine.
I've seen some miniature ones, like you can put them on your countertop or whatever. I think it holds like 2 or 3 bottles or something. But.
Yeah.
So the small town I grew up in, one of the farmers had one of those old Coca-Cola vending machines.
I love Coca-Cola old-fashioned merchandise. I don't know
why.
You
have a good night, man.
I just really like it.
Yeah.
There he is.
I had a friend who had one in the garage.
Hey.
Hey, thank you for the follow, man.
He found one at
the
dump that was all torn up, so the insides were wrecked, but he restored the outside of it and then just
really
put the internals of like a more modern can vending machine in it, so that you didn't have to deal with the
say something.
Stuff.
Hello.
There he is.
Hey, what's up?
Is that decent quality?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. It's good to hear. How do I turn my face thing on?
Click the camera icon.
This one. This one, right? Yes, I did it.
Camera.
That's as good as quality as I get.
Hey.
It's like 480p at best, but it's whatever.
Oh, it looks fine.
Hello. I don't know you two. Who are you? How are you doing?
The one with the beard is Thrill, and the one with the shorter beard
I was like,
is
wait.
Dragon.
I like
Dragonese.
Wait a minute.
No, not Dragonese. Dragonese is a completely different person.
Yeah, Dragonese is... He's a Finnish boy.
He is a Finnish boy.
It's NoDragonsPlz.
Yeah.
I'm just.
He doesn't like dragons.
Oh gosh.
And then plays all dragons.
Excuse me.
So how y'all doing?
You're doing good, man.
Good.
So, what are you doing for work? I saw you said you had a job.
Yeah, I'm a car wash attendant out of all things.
Money's money, yo.
Yeah, employment.
Well, haven't talked to you in forever. Aureolin Heartrate Gaming.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while.
How you doing?
About the same. Just going.
She's still here.
Yeah, I'm still fighting to stay alive.
Same couch you're always on as well, which is fun.
Yep. Well, actually, this couch is newer than the one at the beginning.
Oh, it looks the exact same.
I think the first one was tan, and now we've got this nicer black one.
Oh. Nice.
But same position and everything. I just minus the cat. She doesn't like to stay up here without the blanket, and I haven't found a replacement yet.
I was gonna say she bought the exact same couch.
It was a good couch. No, that couch was from like when I had my college days in the apartment, and it was ready to go.
I'm gonna go back through your old videos and find the old couch.
We're looking for the old couch now.
It's just a tan, beat-up looking couch. I mean, it was old. We made it last, though.
I was like, this is a Davenport family. We will always have Davenports.
That is...
My great-grandmother had a Davenport. My grandmother had a Davenport.
So... Well...
I think he's right.
Davenport is a close tie to my family, okay? You have no idea how close a tie that is to my family.
When Gram came here from the old country, all she had to her name was her Davenport.
It's not a proper living room without a proper Davenport.
Yes. Where you can sit and smoke your Chesterfields.
You know what store I always thought would be kind of cool to go into, just because of the name? A haberdashery.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know. No idea.
It's a clothing store. A haberdasher.
But it only sells like clothing accessories, which is funny.
Like spare
I only
buttons.
know that because of
like cufflinks.
Yeah, I was like, I only
like
know
cufflinks.
about it as a sewing reference. Like your haberdashery is your spare parts for sewing.
So it would like sell cufflinks and pins and stuff like that. You know, stuff that you would attach to clothing, but it was not actually clothing itself.
Not fancy.
So if you went to this haberdashery, what would you buy?
I would probably buy cufflinks.
I don't have anything. I don't have any clothes that would require cufflinks.
I have one fancy shirt that does require cufflinks. And I have misplaced my cufflinks, so I have not worn it in years, but...
Can't you just use paper clips?
Sure.
It's not the same,
one of those vanilla envelope like closing things.
Yeah, there you go.
Clothespins. Just clothespin it.
Those gold things that are like a button on one end and then they branch out in two prongs. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what she's talking about. That'll
Yeah.
work.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I always used when like a shoe strap would break or something. Like use that to jam through there and hold it together. You gotta get resourceful.
I only know what haberdashery is, and I only know the general concept based on watching like old PBS reruns of Britcoms. And Are You Being Served? Because they worked in like a big clothing store, so that was part of the haberdasheries on floor 7.
Yeah, I only know it because I like to sew sometimes.
I only
My
know
wife
it,
sews
I'm
constantly.
sure. I only know it, I'm sure, because of cartoons or something like that. I'm sure some obscure cartoon talked about a haberdashery.
Some video game
Probably.
reference.
Yeah.
There was a reference at Family Guy at one point where Stewie was talking about going to see his haberdasher.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Probably mentioned in Red Dead at some point.
Maybe.
Nah.
So what's Blinket Ink up to lately? You guys got anything going on?
Nothing interesting until April 11th, but until then, no, nothing going on.
Is that another fight?
Yeah, Trevon's fighting. which is going to be fun.
Nice.
But both my former opponents are fighting. That's what's happening.
But will he actually show up?
Yeah, I hope so. But you never know. He could back out again. 75% back out rate. So.
Oh no.
But we'll see.
I think I've seen some of the like promos and stuff that you posted on Instagram.
Yeah.
I was
one Instagram post.
When Daedra said that you were going to join us, I was thinking about it the other time, and it led into this train of thought where I was thinking about how different, like, I don't know how to explain it, like military fighting style versus civilian fighting style, and all these rules. And I was sitting there going, if I had ever done that, I probably would have accidentally hurt someone, because I only know the life or death version of fighting.
Because you were in the when you were an announcer for the first fight.
Yeah.
And you randomly were like, "That's not fair." Nick could grab his shirt and choke him.
Yeah.
With it.
I mean, I was like, he's got a shirt on, the other guy doesn't. Why don't you just grab his collar and get him? And then he's like, "That's illegal." I was like, "Wait, what? Why?" But it's right there. Get it.
Street rules, Zio. Either you die or you don't.
She's trying to fight to the death, bro.
Well, that's the only way I knew how. So for me, I was seeing all these little openings, and I'm like, why don't they get it?
Go for it.
And kneecap him and knock him out.
Yeah. And then afterwards, he's like, all of that was illegal. I'm like, oh, okay, kill him, whatever.
Just kill him.
Why is she not killing him? I don't understand.
I mean, you're just trying to get the knockout. That's the easiest way.
Choke him.
Whoa. Really?
Fair.
So many rules. Jeez.
Hey, it's sport. I'm not trying to kill anybody here.
It only leads to death if you do it wrong.
Oh, also, Aureolin, guess what? I found it is not a D20 that is cube. It is a D24.
Oh, yeah, I see the 24. Weird.
Yeah. I don't know what you would ever use a D24 for, but
There it is.
You have
that
one now.
whole
I have one now.
Reminds me of, I think it was something that happened with the UFC started to pick up, and there was that debate between like BJJ and different like ideas of whether you should train gi,
jiu-jitsu, and nogi
like Brazilian, gi and nogi. I was like, yeah, because like the lapel choke where you can get in on the gi,
right?
That doesn't exist. And I want to say I remember hearing about a debate that went on about things like that when it came to training gi or no gi.
Well, since UFC or MMA is no gi, I would train no gi, but I do train. I train in judo. I train with gi, a gi on, and the lapel choke hurts. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it does.
That was the easiest one to get, though, especially maybe when you're fighting with other females, because it's not quite as physical. So once you get close contact, you just gotta grab whatever's closest to you, and that was always the collar. And so we would just be holding each other's collars, just like until the first person would give out. Like,
yeah, I don't know. All the females.
It was never me.
All week we train with gis, and then on Saturdays we train with t-shirts and learn how to do it with a t-shirt. And it's not any better with a t-shirt. It still sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, a chokehold's a chokehold to me, so I was just like,
they don't feel good.
Get it.
So Aureolin just has killed like five females in her life. Well,
I didn't kill them. They just fell asleep for a few seconds. It's fine.
Go to sleep.
Just give up. Give up.
They were like, I don't know. I get choked out too. I was like, I'm turning shades because they had me in just like an air choke. It's like, just tap. Like, all right, I'm ending it. You're done. Like,
yeah.
I'm not giving up. I'm gonna get this.
I did fight some stubborn people who, I was like, you need to tap, because if I put any more pressure, you're going to be in trouble. And they're like, no. And then I would just put the pressure, and it's like, you need to tap.
Going to sleep's fine. If it's an arm bar or something, I'm tapping because I'm not
that
damaged. But if it's just being choked out, I'm going to fight until I'm unconscious.
There's this one stubborn guy who would never tap. I never put him in any joint locks or anything because he wouldn't tap. He's young too, so he'd be damaged for no reason.
Yeah.
So I gotta choke him any way I can because I'm not gonna go for an armbar or anything like that. Yeah. Poor guy.
I've we did some sparring with females, just the ground grappling aspect, and
right.
The problem is I'm not a big guy, but I'm a big guy compared to like your average like 5'4", 5'5", 100-pound woman, and so you just have that meathead strength to where you can just kind of strength out of anything.
Yeah. I always had to
like
be
they get you
more
in an
mobile.
arm bar, but you're like, I can literally roll over and just like pick you up. Like I can curl your weight.
That's when you had to be more flexible, so you could really just back bow it while you're in the air.
That's what they learn, to take your back and do just like a rear naked choke and get dug in.
Yeah, I loved getting the thumb. If anyone ever showed their thumb, it was like, yes, you're mine.
Jeez, you're vicious, man.
That was how we were taught to fight. I mean, in the Army, if you literally get to the point where you're unarmed combat, you're in a bad
life
place.
Or death.
Yeah, so they teach you to just like every advantage that will hurt the most, that's what you go for. Right. And I don't know, it was the easiest.
When I was doing Taekwondo, like, we did learn self-defense and all that. We learned the important stuff, but it was also a sport.
Right. It's always a sport.
It was never a sport for us. It was survival for us. I mean,
I did karate, and same thing. It was always a sport.
Yeah. I mean, we did. Once you got higher up in the ranks and everything, you started to learn the really important stuff.
I did.
But other than that, we had tournaments for sport, and
I did wrestling for like a year, but that was in middle school, I think.
Aureolin did wrestling for a year, and that kid still hasn't gotten out of the hospital.
There were like no other girls, so it got really, you catch a lot of flack from all the kids. They're not nice in middle school, and usually there was no one for me to even go up against, so I just quit because there was no competition.
Dang.
She didn't realize it was folk style wrestling though, and she just literally walked up and punched somebody in the mouth and then gave him a pile driver.
Stay out!
Stay down. Walking out with a steel chair, and
he's crying.
And then the cops showed up.
Some parent in the bleachers glaring at me like, what?
What is that? Oh my god, it's Aureolin with a steel chair!
I have a cousin who pro wrestles, actually, and he used to horse around teaching us moves like that, with the, like, bash your head on the table, bash your head kind of thing, and, like, using the chair and stuff, and he was very convincing sometimes. It was just like, whoa!
Aureolin, like, pointed to her coach, so the ref turned around and threw powder in the other guy's face. Pulled out a roll of quarters and just decked him, flew all over the crowd.
That's not mine. I've never seen them.
Wait, when did John Cena get here?
I did wrestling for not even like a month in high school because my school was small, so it didn't even have a wrestling team until my senior year. So I went out, made the team, went through like a month of like practice and stuff. Was like, I'm not doing this. I've got a job and I'm graduating this year. What's the point of taking wrestling? I didn't work. I have to buy equipment. Like, nope.
I didn't do wrestling because I was a big kid in school, right? So I don't want to be in there in a freaking leotard.
Nobody wants to see me in spandex.
Yeah, basically. But I did football because being a big guy in football is okay.
Yeah, I was like, nobody wants to see me, in a singlet. Nope. As a fat kid.
I don't think you're not required to wear those anymore. It's from what I was told. You don't have to wear those anymore in high school or anything. They're not required.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what I was told when I was in. Yeah, you had a required singlet uniform.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, it would have been the same for me. It would have been the same for me too. So I was like, I'm not wearing a singlet.
Yeah.
But then we had to like buy our shoes and buy like all the pads and stuff like that. And I was like, I'm not spending money on this.
Right.
So
I did
30 hours at a burger joint.
Exactly thrilled that I was doing wrestling either. She's like, "You're just asking for an injury." Like, oh, I guess you're right.
I did. So I did throughout middle school. I did football, basketball, and track and field. I wanted to only do the field and not the track part, but of course, in middle school, you have to do both, which sucks. And then
field.
I didn't have.
And then, so then, freshman year, I did football, basketball, and field. And then sophomore year, I did basketball and golf, and then I stopped doing sports junior year because I'm like, I hate school sports. They suck, and now I play sports again because now they're fun because no one's trying to, go for scholarships or any of that.
I used to like going golfing, but I can't imagine it'd be much fun as like a high school sport.
It's stressful because you always have to make a certain par in order to travel, and I was always like 2 or 3 over the par, so I never traveled. So I literally
I did about my average too. So
I did golf to just, I guess, never
just
travel.
Golf,
yeah. So then I was like, well, screw this. If I'm never going to travel and actually like compete, I might as well just play golf by myself and not, what's the point of being on a team that I'm not ever traveling for?
Mm-hmm.
My school was fun. They had a golf team, but they didn't have a field team. They just had the track team. So you didn't have track and field. You just had track.
Oh.
So
and they didn't have wrestling until my senior year. But our school, all the way through high school, every year we would have 2 weeks of just high school wrestling. Like that's all we did in gym class for 2 weeks. But we didn't have a high school wrestling team.
Huh.
So I liked field, and I was happy in high school when they basically said like if you don't want to do track, you don't have to. But then I got injured, and so I stopped doing field because of injuries. Because you still have to have like really okay-ish ankles to do field because you have to stop yourself suddenly.
Yeah.
And once you've had
to do shot put or hammer toss or something.
Yeah, I bet you.
I did shot and discus.
Yeah.
I always thought I'd be good at it.
Probably would have been.
But yeah, we didn't even have one. I was like, this is terrible. I did try football. I played baseball up until I hit high school. Then, like, once you realize, like, there were kids throwing 90-mile-an-hour fastballs at, like, 9th grade, like, yeah, I can't hit anything. I'm fat and I can't run, so I've got no power because I was good up until, like, there's that leveling off plateau where it's like, yeah, it leveled off around 8th grade, where it's like, everybody else is better than me.
I did baseball till high school, but our baseball was never associated with school. It was just something they did in the summer for the kids. And I got, I think, 2 home runs on the last year I played baseball.
Cool.
Yeah, I got 2 home runs. One of them got stuck in the scoreboard.
Nice.
So I hit it, and I broke part of the scoreboard because it just got wedged in the scoreboard. and I mean, at that point, it's not like they're going to be like, "Well,
stay."
I'm sure they got it down by now. I would hope.
Or the wind did.
Or the wind did. And what are you going to tell a kid when he hits a home run and it gets stuck in the scoreboard? You're not going to be like, well, kid, you got to pay for the scoreboard now. Well, why'd you put a scoreboard where, a ball's going to get stuck in it? That seems stupid. And then
they usually put a net in front of those anyway.
It's a small town
danger.
danger.
Have one in front of ours.
I don't think they expected an 8th grader to hit a home run. All right.
Probably not.
Not all the way out there because usually the scoreboard.
Ours was always to the side
section.
So if you hit it, you were like hitting super foul.
No. This wasn't in the side. It was just.
No, I know. But I'm just like, ours weren't covered, but they were off to the side always.
Oh yeah, I mean that would make sense, but small town doesn't make sense apparently.
Yeah. We had a small town. I think they did that because there wasn't any more space towards the back because usually there was another baseball field on the back side.
Usually it was the girls' baseball field. And for us, like the guys' baseball fields were up front and then the girls' baseball field was in the back behind it.
Yeah.
Ours was the exact same field and they just changed the chalk lines depending on what day it was.
Yeah, I mean it's the same. It was the same for us as well.
I went out for football in high school, and you're talking about injuries. I went out because the coach. I went to a small high school, so like, again, I'm not a big guy, but I'm big enough when you're looking at a school that has like 100 students in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, right.
I was like, okay, and they're like, yeah, let's go. I was like, well, 100 students in my class. I think there was 78 people in my graduating class. So
wow.
That sounds
you had
like
double
mine,
what I had.
Honestly.
I had 49. I had 49 people in my graduating class.
Yeah, I'd have to go dig up my yearbook. I don't even want to remember.
Compared to again, my mom, whose school had I don't know, it was like 1,700 students or something in her class. She went to school has become a bedroom community for Chicago. So
I think my stepsons had 20 last year when he graduated.
But I went out to the football team. I made the team because, again, when you're decent sized, it's not hard to just hey, why don't you play football? You just be a lineman. Come on, we need players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was like, you could go to like a small JUCO or something. And I was like, okay. And then literally like the first or second practice, I twisted my knee wrong and messed it up. And went to the doctor, who basically advised that I should not play football. And so then my mom refused to consent to allow me to play football anymore.
Oh.
Yeah. So I had
kicked out of the military too.
I
found it during basic.
Yeah, that sounds right. You didn't tell us. It's fine.
I had a knee injury from football. Actually, both my knees. I hurt both my knees. In football, freshman year of high school, and one took me about a week and a half to heal, and the other took me like a month. So I didn't get to play that much, but when I did play, I got like a sack. I got one sack, which was cool. And then I got an interception because someone else had tipped it, and it just like kind of came into my hands, and I just started running and got a touchdown. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I got a touchdown as a lineman.
I told my mom, I was like, come on. And she's like, no. I was like, I could just be a safety. The safeties don't do anything. We're just standing around back there. I'll just be a safety. All I got. And
you maybe have to tackle someone once.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not exactly athletic. That is, I have terrible coordination.
Oh yeah.
I'm slow in plotting. Like I tried taking different like martial arts courses. Like I can't. I'm not limber. I'm not coordinated. Like I tried boxing, and I was like, I'm too flat-footed. I just like stand there and I can't move.
I used to be limber when I was doing gymnastics when I was a young kid, but like I didn't keep doing gymnastics because, well, one, there was no gymnastics classes once you got out of elementary school, and then two, like I had no interest in just learning it myself. So I used to be limber, but then I stopped doing gymnastics, and I guess.
I feel like that kind of applies to anybody. Like if you stop stretching or stop practicing it, you're gonna lose it.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
But you always remember
I just
how to ride
wanted
a
to
bicycle.
do art club, but my dad was like, if you don't run, you don't get to drive.
Get down.
Dang it.
You got to run before you can drive.
Oh my gosh, he was such a terror about it. Like on summer break, if you didn't go out every day and run at least 6 miles, he was mad at you, kind of thing.
I haven't ran 6 miles in the past 5 years.
Well, I haven't been able to do it since I got sick. But like I said, I just saw my dad today, and the thing he wanted to talk to me about the most was, why don't you try to get back in shape? And I was like, you realize that my illness, if I work out, it actually makes it worse. Like, I have tried. This is not good. You trying to get me back in the ER? What are you doing?
So my mom was like, hey, you're going to do sports in middle school. Because you got to try them out, right? And I also did band.
I did color guard.
And I liked,
but that was physical too.
Yeah, I liked band. Band was fun. Marching band and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it more than I thought I would.
And then I did sports in middle school, and then like by like sophomore year, she was like, hey, if you don't want to do sports anymore, it's okay if you don't do sports anymore. Just make sure you do some sort of extracurricular activity. So since I was doing like band and theater club and
that's nice.
FBLA, and I did FFA for one year. So because I was doing like all these clubs, she was like, if you don't want to do sports, you don't have to. And I'm like, good, because I hate school sports.
It's good that you had a choice. I did not have a choice. It was like my dad saw that my older sister was super good at running, like record-setting kind of good. And so he just was like, all of you will be amazing at it. And so we all had to run. And unfortunately, track and cross country went right over the time slot for art club, so I never got to do art club. I did do drama, I did do color guard, I did do key club, I did all those, but running was not an option. It was like, you have to.
I was part of a relay team that had the record for a little bit. But then of course like 2 or 3 classes below us just had some abnormally fast middle school kids, so they broke the track record. But yeah, I was part of a relay team, had the record for like 3 years. That was cool.
I got close in the 2 mile, but just records were so crazy. It was so hard. I was excited that I broke 14 minutes. I was like, leave me alone, Dad. Jeez, just because I didn't get the record.
I hated so no one wanted to run the mile basically in my school, right? That was
a highly competitive race.
Was it? No one in my school wanted to run.
Everyone wanted to break that 4-minute mile. Holy cow. It was so competitive.
Oh, see, no one wanted to run the mile, so we all had to take like shifts at running the mile.
Everybody ran the mile.
so yeah, well, I mean, there's like, 20 kids, and so because you want to have someone competing in every event, but kids can only have a maximum of like 3 events.
The mile and the 2 mile and the 4x8 were my races, so I did it every meet.
so they wanted us. They rotated us. They're like, all right, you're on the mile. I'm like, I hate the mile. But then, so mine usually when I had my choice were either the 100 or the 200, because I could sprint, but I had no endurance. So by the time I finished the 1 or 200, I'm like, I'm done.
I could sprint after 2 miles. That's why they wanted me to run it, because I could always sprint the last like 400 meters of the race and try to make up time. But I could never set a record though, and my sister was the one who would be a pacer, and she'd be the one running like close to 4-minute miles, and my brother too, of course. So I was just the oddball in the middle, being average. Like, God, I'm still fast. Leave me alone.
Yeah, so I could do the sprints because that wasn't that far. So I would usually do like either the 100 or the 200, and then I'd do shot put and discus.
Yeah. We had a couple people. I was one of my best friends. She did shot and discus and the 100 and the 200, and it seems like that was kind of the category that those sorts of people would do the best. They could kind of pump out the energy really fast and hard, but they couldn't do the endurance runs as well.
Oh, I got a good triple jump one time too, and my coach was like, "Come on, you couldn't have done like an extra foot or 2, you would have had the middle school record." And I'm like,
it's just like 24 inches.
sorry, coach. Like, the big guy don't get far in the air, all right? Like, give me the... if I could float in the air for maybe another second, I got the horizontal distance to do it, but I can't float in the air, coach, all right? Like, I go up in the air, I come back like half a second later.
Yeah. My sister was a dream team. She was... she had a record in the mile, the 800, high jump, and I think triple jump in one of the counties at some point. So she just did everything, and I was like,
"Oh, see, I
can't top that. Leave me alone."
I was just happy to be part of the relay team, and honestly, like, it was everyone else that set the record and not me. I was just happy to be. I was happy to. I was happy to be part of the relay team that had the record for like 3 years, and then like, of course, we lost it because all of the people were fast and not just. Well, I mean, I was fast. It's just again, no endurance.
Yeah. By the time I was doing relay, I was upperclassman, so they always wanted me to be anchor, and that's a lot of pressure. Like, I didn't want to be anchor.
I was really good at tug of war. I was a good anchor.
I was a good anchor at tug of war.
I think that brings into something with talking about athletics. I had this debate not too long ago, but I think that athletics in college should not be allowed to be a reason to admit somebody to college. There shouldn't be any type of athletic scholarships. And I had this debate with somebody who went to school based on a football scholarship and was what I would call the exception to the rule. Like somebody who went to school for a football scholarship, did well, got their bachelor's degree, then continued on to get their PhD and go into teaching at a university. But I was like, I don't think that in an academic institution that athletic prowess should
don't they
get you in.
Still have to have like a good GPA though? Like if you
they have to have a good GPA. They have to have a good GPA to keep their scholarship.
Yeah, because my brother, I want to say, got a scholarship, but then he struggled with keeping up with his classes, so he was at risk of losing it. And my sister, of course, being the dream team she was, she just mastered all of it and went on to become an RN. So I mean, she worked hard for it. No, I mean, I'm not like discrediting her.
Yeah, but I think your GPA accounts for like a C average student.
Really?
So, yeah.
I thought it had to be a little better.
It depends on colleges. I think it depends on the college institution.
So I know for everyone in my class that got an athletic scholarship, pretty much lost. I mean, it was like a total of like 3 kids, but they lost it after the first year because they couldn't keep up with their studies.
Unbelievable.
So, I mean, like,
I know a few people who went to school and they had a real hard time because being what they would call like a part-time student, a full-time athlete, because trying to make both things fit with their schedule.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to keep up with. I just don't think that if you want somebody to go to like a university, I don't think athletic scholarships is something that should eat up space at the university or funding.
I feel like they just need to make sure those students are truly going to be hardworking. Because like I said, I mean, my sister was all in. She did the full ride. She even was able to increase her scholarship after she was attending for a year. And then she even did coaching on the side while she was completing some of her post-bachelor training and stuff. I mean, she was a hard worker though. But like you need to make sure that if you're going to give them a sports scholarship, that they're really there to work for it.
Yeah, they're doing the other work too.
Yeah.
So here's what irritated me about my small town, right? Because scholarships are supposed to be academic based, right? And I had high academics, and I, by scholarship definition, I met all of the requirements for said scholarships. But when it's a small town, and when the business people are, certain kids' parents' friends, they got the scholarships even though they may have had like worse academics than I did. And so I got 0 scholarships, and people who honestly didn't really deserve the scholarships got scholarships, and then they didn't even finish their degree anyway, so it was kind of pointless. At least I finished my degree.
That's a shame.
My problem with scholarships is that you got to hope that the school thinks highly enough of you to actually teach you about how college and scholarships and stuff like that work. And that if you have say you meet with your guidance counselors, like, yeah, you did okay. And then they ask you like, what do your parents do again? And then you tell them and they're like, yeah, well, you could go to a trade school. Or, and then you go in because you want to be, say, a doctor. Like that's a lot of school. So it costs a lot of money and a lot of education. And I was like, okay, so you went in expecting to job shadow a doctor or something of that nature, and you end up being sent to an engineering firm to learn about how they test the tensile strength of concrete and bridge projects. Okay, nobody told me you could apply for grants, that those existed.
Yeah.
Nobody
talked to me about how scholarships worked. I thought you could either be a genius and get a scholarship, or you could be good at football and get a scholarship. That was all I knew existed until...
I do feel like they need a mini class like that in high school that just sort of informs them of everything they can do to try and get to college.
You know what my guidance counselor said? right? Because I grew up as shy, awkward kid. Might have something to do with like getting bullied, every day. But she literally said, "I don't think you should go to college because you're gonna be really awkward in all your classes." And I'm like,
Jesus.
What?
Did she go to college? She went to Arizona State.
She probably.
I didn't even talk to my guidance counselor. I was definitely that shy, awkward kid, and I was just like, "I'll be fine." I'll figure it out.
Well, so she made me feel bad, and then I get to the computer science department, and I'm like, wow, like I know I'm shy and awkward, but these kids,
yeah.
I'm like cool to them.
I'm a cool kid.
You know people? You talk to real people?
You talk to real people? I talk to my machine. Oh, okay. I mean, I talk to the voices inside my head, Jimmy, but
We had mandatory meetings with guidance counselors in high school for like
year,
that phrase.
Huh.
So did
we. Senior year, but again, they were like their offers were, "Oh, you did well enough in your ACTs to where you don't have to take placement testing for the local community college. You can go there; they have trade programs."
So
weird.
Okay.
So we had to do mandatory meetings with our guidance counselor after our ACT, and I had the highest score in the entire school for my ACT. And I walk in with like a perfect English score, and almost perfect, I think it was writing score. Because what was it? It was writing, reading, math, and science, right?
Yeah.
With the 4 categories.
Was there not a social studies section?
I don't think so.
Like history related or something?
Are you talking about placement testing or the...
no, the actual the ACT. The ACTs, SATs. Isn't it writing, reading...
No, there's writing, reading, and then there's
science.
Different levels of math
science.
And sciences.
Because I love the science.
So I walked in with a perfect writing score, an almost perfect reading score, a 30 in science, and a 28 in math, which was like arguably the highest scores that the school had ever seen in its existence. Because again, small town. And my guidance counselor literally looked at this and said, "Did you cheat in the ACT?" And I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Did you cheat in the ACT?" And I'm like, "Why would you think I would cheat in the ACT? Like, this thing supposedly determines my entire future. Why would I risk cheating in it?"
Honestly,
and she's like,
"How would you cheat?" She
well,
got somebody walking around the classroom.
Honestly, I think they do that to
totally
all kids
random.
Who get a higher score, because we had a kid who literally got 1 point below the max, and they had to question him. So
I don't know, but so like it was legitimate scores, and she's like, "Okay, well, just so you know, this is the highest that someone has done in a long time." And I'm like, "Cool." And then that's when we got into the whole like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to college," and she's like, "Are you sure you want to go to college? Because you might be a little awkward." I'm like,
"That's so weird for them to say that."
It's a fucking small town.
These are the best scores we've ever seen. Yeah. By the way, don't go to college.
Right?
Yeah.
I was an average student in high school, like B, C student, nothing special there, except math, where I barely avoided flunking every single math class that I ever had.
So did I told you guys this story, right?
Which
on how I got salutatorian?
Yeah.
Because I chose to. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for Nick, I guess Nick.
I didn't hear this one.
Yeah. So for Nick, so basically, I didn't want to be valedictorian because valedictorians had to give speeches and salutatorians didn't. So I actually calculated exactly the GPA compared to my peers that I would need to be salutatorian but not valedictorian because I didn't want to give a speech. So and then I got it completely to the T, and I was like, yeah. So and it's funny because the girl who got valedictorian, was a show off and all that, and the physics professor one time, because she tried to correct the physics professor, our physics teacher. I guess I'm so used to university, I call them professors. So she tried to correct the physics teacher, and the physics teacher looked at his problem, thinking, "Oh, maybe I did get this wrong," and then he was like, "It's right," and then he started going off on her.
We didn't have physics.
A bit harsh.
That's fancy stuff there. We had a biology class and a chemistry class and an honors version of each class.
So I took
physics 1 and 2, but they were optional. Like you had to pick them.
We didn't have that. We had like biology 1 and 2 and chemistry.
I freaking loved biology and chemistry though. I was all about
it. I
it.
did great in those classes. I did good in science, like A's and B's, and I did good in history classes. Usually got A's.
History is where I struggled.
Like,
everything else,
sciences,
just like I'll read a book the whole time, just coast.
But, no, you put me in a math class, and I bombed every time. I was in algebra in like 8th grade, and I was in intro to algebra in 9th grade, and algebra 1 again in like 10th grade.
My English 3 English 3 teacher, not professor, told me, why don't I write more? Because I write beautifully. And I'm like, because I hate writing. And she's like, why do you hate writing? Because, of course, like at that point, they're teaching you all the technical points of writing and not like creative writing and all that.
It's boring.
And it's so boring. And she's like, but you write amazing papers. And I'm
then
like,
let
yeah.
me do it creatively. Like
then let me do it creatively. I don't want to do this stupid. I missed a comma when I was talking, when I was getting out of a certain train of thought and then going back into the train of thought.
Or no, nitpick your word order. Like, you really should have put that after this. Like, well, frick, this is how I wanted to word it. Shut up.
So that's why I hated English. And I think that's probably why my guidance counselor was a little surprised that I had a completely perfect score on the writing portion of the ACT.
Well, I mean, it's just following rules, but
it's because the writing portion doesn't really judge the grammatical nuances and details of where'd you put the adverb and the adjective and the preposition and what's the subject and stuff like that. They look at the overall formatting and organization skills of it and how much sense it makes in comprehension.
Yeah. So I mean that's probably why. And I was surprised because I was like, math is definitely going to be my highest one. So I was surprised that math was my lowest one.
Yeah. They offered me AP English and I was like, "No, that's all right."
I did
I'll just stick to the less work class cuz I don't really love it.
I did get an AP English class and I almost got flunked out of it because I just gave up on my final paper because I was senior year, so I was doing like a AP English college composition course, and I just gave up because I was working like 38 hours and stuff like that. So I was like, I'm done. I don't care. It's my senior year. This is an optional class. It's not going to make a difference. And I still got like a C in the class by getting a 0 on that paper.
So for my so I did the one cool thing about my small town is we had a community college in it that also did like double credit. So you could get both high school credit and actual college credit. Possibly the only good thing about that school. And so I did accounting 1 and 2. I did calculus 1 and 2. And then I did like the college composition 1 and 2.
I tried that here.
It was nice because then I didn't have to do like college composition when I actually got to like actual university because they're like, "Oh, you already have it done." So cool.
Yeah, I just wanted high school to be over. I didn't want to do any extra work. I just wanted to read books and be done.
Yeah. I mean, same. So my senior year of university, my computer architecture course, I had aced literally everything, and apparently one of the students decided to cheat on the only online test she's ever done. So she basically she said, okay, so I'm throwing out the question and whoever got it right got extra credit. That question was worth a lot, so I got so much extra credit that she literally said, hey, I know it's your last, this is your last test that you're taking in my class. Name on it. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, just put your name on it. And I said, okay. And she's like, yeah, I mean, you're not going to get below a 95% in the class, even with your name on the test and not doing it. So I figure you probably just want to go ahead and have the rest of your day. And I'm like, thanks. You're right. I do.
I was such a perfectionist. I would have been like, but But I studied.
I mean, my master's accounting course, I got 140%.
Yeah. I loved when they gave extra credit. I'm like, I'm all over it. But, yeah.
My master's
Danger,
accounting.
where's your drink?
He drank
to
it all.
refill it. I'm just listening.
Go get alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
You're getting drunk for us.
You go get alcohol.
I haven't seen anybody
alcohol.
drinking but me for like the past 45 minutes.
I mean,
He's
I
had
finished a beer and almost a whole cocktail.
That's less than normal.
I always bring 2 drinks.
My master's accounting course.
Number 2, and it's almost gone.
What was it? Oh,
I just finished my second drink. Are you happy?
Yes.
Now I have to go make more.
Okay, do it.
So for
Aureolin's
principals,
over here drinking Kool-Aid, pretending it was trying to trick us into thinking it's beer.
Ew, Kool-Aid is
I know, right?
gross.
Oh.
So for principles of programming, I would, it was similar. I was a perfectionist in it.
Yeah.
And so I had 103% in the class. And I literally went to the professor and I was like, hey, is there any way I can get an extra credit assignment? He's like, why are you coming up to me asking me for an extra credit assignment when you have 103%? And I'm like, but I just want to learn more about programming. He's like, you don't need the points though. Just go learn more about programming. And I'm like, but I want graded for the work that I would do. And he's like, no, you have 103%. Why do you think I'm going to give you extra credit?
Jeez.
And I'm like, but the points, the imaginary things that will help my serotonin. Come on.
It's all make
But it
danger
makes me feel good when I see the A.
It makes my brain go burr when it goes from 103% to 112%.
Yay!
I think it's funny. So Spyro, maybe I should blame Spyro for this. Has everyone here played Spyro? You know, the original, at least the original game. Spyro the Dragon.
A long time ago.
One of them, sure. An old one, yeah.
Like on the original PlayStation.
Yeah, the original one.
Yeah, on the original. So it's funny because you can complete 100% of the game, but you can get 120%, which in hindsight doesn't make sense. Like, it's not like you're completing 20% more game. You're still completing the full game. But I attribute Spyro to my needing over 100% because, when you finish Spyro the Dragon, you end with 120%. So, obviously you can do better than 100%.
There's always more than 100%.
Yeah. There's always more than 100%.
I've never been a completionist in video games.
I
am through them, and
I definitely have.
I'm
doing it right now on one of the games I'm playing, sitting there for hours going, I still need to get all this. But I beat it like a week ago.
The only one I ever got 100% on was the original Red Dead.
Nice.
So
I got 100% on the 360 when I played it.
Aureolin, do you play RPGs at all?
Yeah, a lot.
Are you the person? Are you someone who always keeps equipment even if you don't really need the equipment anymore?
Sometimes if I don't know if the game's gonna have an enhancement option or something like that, I'll hang on to it. And sometimes I'll hold on to it just if I think it looks cool on the character.
You mean a hoarder? That's danger. He hoards everything.
Well, no, because in Skyrim you have to lose that mentality quick, or you're just gonna be crawling everywhere.
Lies.
Aureolin, you can just.
I will sell all the dragon scales, and you can't stop me.
I mean, in Oblivion, you got to learn the trick of lift it and carry it in front of you and run because it wouldn't count as you're carrying it.
Okay, so Aureolin, here's the thing though, is if you do end up having too much, you just buy all the houses in the town and you use them as your storage.
Exactly. That's what I used to do.
I mean, I that's part of the completionist. I mean, getting all the houses, of course. But yeah, I mean, I definitely went through a hoarder phase where it was no, I want all the claws. Even if I'm turning that in for a quest, I'm gonna come back and steal it.
So there's this RPG. I don't remember what it is. I rented it.
Stardew Valley.
No, it's not Stardew Valley.
I rented it's a good game.
I rented it from the local game store that would
Mm-hmm.
rent out games,
and
I played it. Well, no, I mean
this is in 1998.
This is in early 2000s. So there was some RPG, I don't remember the name of it, but I finally decided, I'm like, okay, I don't need to keep everything, but to do one quest, you have to keep one item from like the beginning of the game. And I sold that item, and I was like, I hate this game.
I had that happen before, and I think that's what started my. But I don't know if I'll need this weapon. So,
like, do you play Final Fantasy?
You guys
games?
are in my chat being douchebags.
Absolutely. So like starter weapons and things like that, now I always keep because I just feel like they're that character's weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I'll sell stuff if I know there's no upgrade or no further abilities I can get off it or stuff like that. But yeah, sometimes I'll keep all of them.
So for Final Fantasy games,
I hope that's Sriracha. Otherwise, this is gonna suck.
What was it? Oh, where was my train of thought going for this?
Weapons. Final Fantasy.
Yeah, right. Weapons.
Limit breaks.
But there was a limit breaks. Yes.
Lemon Pledge.
What?
I don't. Okay, I lost the train of thought. It'll probably come
now
back.
I'm picturing Cloud attacking with a can of Lemon Pledge. Take that!
Now you'll be slippery. You'll never hold anything.
Quick! Red, use fire!
Alright. Nice. Cheers.
We used to use
there's sugar stuck all over this thing because of how much syrup in this stuff.
To shine our like rifle stocks.
I'm not drinking out of that.
You ever tried to do a drill with a rifle that's covered in Lemon Pledge?
Oh no!
Oh, I remember. Aureolin, did you ever play Final Fantasy 12?
12. Let's see.
That's the one where
one, isn't it?
No, it's not online. It's the one that like
we kill Danger.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's dead.
You eat the jelly bean and do a shot of.
I'm listening. Keep talking.
So it's Final Fantasy 12 is the one where it's like an MMO where all the monsters are like in the field and you can fight them and you have like a command thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Syrupy crap.
So I didn't realize, like on the original Final Fantasy 12, there is normally you see chest, you pick up chest because loot. Yay.
Unless it's a mimic.
Serotonin.
Then hit.
the loot.
Serotonin go burr. So there in the original Final Fantasy 12, for whatever reason, they designed it this way. There are 4 specific treasure vaults that you cannot touch, or you lose out on the Zodiac Spear.
Oh.
So you have to go throughout the entire game not touching these 4 treasure vaults to get the Zodiac Spear. And they don't tell you that. I only found out years later when the internet and online and GameFAQs was a thing.
Well, that sounds like a very Final Fantasy thing, because, I mean, like, even in 7, early on in the game when you're in the slums, you have an option to steal, like, 1 gil from this kid's drawer, and if you don't, then you get a bigger reward later. But if you just take it because you're looting the house, then you don't get it.
Oh, yeah.
So they do stuff like that sometimes.
Final Fantasy.
I think we brought this up last time. I didn't care for Final Fantasy, but I
played
only
the wrong
played
ones.
Yeah, I only played like the original turn-based games, and I didn't care for them.
Try
it
15
just wasn't my
then. 15's pretty cool.
And then I just never played any of the stuff like that afterwards. Like, nope, I'm done. I don't play that stuff.
I think I just loved them so much because their story was so in-depth, and it really drew you in with the characters. And so I always wanted to know what was going to happen, because they just had epic tales to them, basically.
Yeah.
What was the one that everybody was in love with? Was that 8?
Probably 7.
No, that was 7. That was 7. 8 is like a stepchild, basically.
Gotcha. I liked 8 though, but
no, I liked 8. I didn't find out about the monster mechanic in 8 until like I was halfway through 8, and I'm like, why did I power level? This was pointless.
Yeah, no, I never really bothered power leveling because that would, it would make me bored. I wanted to keep going, but 7 was the first Final Fantasy I ever actually played for real, and the story was so powerful that when I got to the main middle part where someone important bites it, I had to like really fight to keep playing because I was so heart crushed by it.
Aureolin, it's a 20-year-old game. You can say that, Aaron.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they've had the remake now. They might decide to play it. I mean,
Probably.
Well, I don't know. I heard the remake does something weird at the end.
I don't
Danger
know.
only likes 20-year-old RPGs.
Well, the original is really freaking awesome too, but
I think New Vegas is only 10 years old. Thank you.
Okay.
So the thing is, have you played the remake yet?
oh yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, I haven't yet, but I've already been spoiled the ending.
Oh.
I guess
I was very confused by the ending. I was quite a bit confused by that.
Apparently, because they interviewed, it's the path they want to do so that they can change the story of Final Fantasy VII Remake, so that it's not the exact same story as Final Fantasy VII Original.
I mean, it's still. I highly recommend trying it because the story so far, it definitely deviates in certain points, but holy cow, it's so phenomenal.
I know, but I'm also like traumatized by multi-part Final Fantasies because of freaking 13. Because I played 13 and I'm like, wow, this was a beautiful kind of hero sacrifice ending. I like it. And then all of a sudden they announced 13 too. I'm like, why?
Kind of like 10-2 though, where it was like she was chasing the ghost of, and I was like, but he's gone.
Well, I mean, but he's not really gone if you get the perfect ending.
Yeah, I know, but it didn't make full sense because, I mean, he technically had been gone for, what, like a millennia? It's been a long time.
I think I just don't like full-blown RPG games. I like games that have some RPG elements in them. Like Skyrim, definitely Fallout. Dying Light had some of that. It had like a skill tree and stuff. I wouldn't really call it RPG.
I can't believe you don't like Dark Souls.
I've never played Dark Souls. I need to.
Dark Souls is fun. Dark Souls.
I really need to.
I don't know. I just love a good story.
FPS combo games, like that kind of.
Element. I like them when they lean into the RPG side though, because Fallout 4 is more shooter than it is RPG.
Yeah.
And I lean into Fallout, New Vegas in that case.
Yeah.
Maybe you would like Dragon Age and Mass Effect then, because they.
That's what I was getting at. Is that That's where I was getting at. Is that I don't really like Dragon Age all that much.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I've tried to get through Inquisition so many times, and I just.
Have you ever played Origins though?
Well, I haven't played Origins.
Inquisition is the worst Dragon Age.
Origins is fantastic, and
no Dragon Age, please.
No Dragon. I mean,
no Dragon Age. Oh, that's literally my favorite series of all time. Like, I've read all the books, played all the games, read all the lore, love them so much.
See, like the story and stuff was interesting. I guess just like the mechanics in Inquisition, just kind of they were annoying, and I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I fell into them easy because I'd played all the others. But
did you ever?
I'd be willing to try Origins if I could find it to play it on modern systems, but I don't have anything that will run the original.
I think it's on Steam now, actually.
It is. I'm pretty sure.
The whole series.
Hey Aureolin, did you ever play an RPG called White Knight Chronicles?
Oh, I know what that is, but no, I have not.
It was a cool concept. I dug it.
I was gonna ask if you had played Octopath Traveler.
I haven't played Octopath Traveler yet. I have a Switch. I have a Switch now. I need to buy it.
Oh,
that's like the epitome of a strategy RPG. And I mean, if you like an RPG that has a challenging final fight, holy crap, play Octopath.
Are any of you gonna play Valheim?
I've considered it, but I haven't gotten it yet.
My cousin bought a server. If anybody feels like joining.
Yeah, I don't even know what that game is, to be honest. I've seen it pop up, and I've seen some of the Discord servers have been adding specific rooms for it.
It's Viking Arc.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's all I could think of. As it sounded like some sort of Viking based.
Yeah, it's somewhere. It's kind of a building game like 7 Days to Die, Ark, Minecraft, blah blah blah. But it's Vikings, and it's fun.
I got tired of games like 7 Days to Die and stuff like that because they started becoming too much crafting. Mm-hmm. I know that's kind of weird, but I don't care for the extreme turn to crafting that games like that took.
I'd really like a version of 7 Days to Die where you can build and stuff, but it leans more into the combat than it does the building.
Yeah.
Or I don't even mind the
Just make
survival
a red
part
moon
searching.
Every night.
I just don't like.
You never survive. You wouldn't have enough stuff.
I've seen some people play it as like a team, though.
I mean,
That'd be
I
a
have
fun challenge, actually.
Yeah.
I have 7 Days to Die.
I don't know if I have that one. I haven't played it. But I've still
I think
never
it's one
even
of
played
those-
Minecraft, so.
I mean, neither have I.
Danger beat Minecraft. He's a completionist.
You know it.
I saw him speedrun that once.
I've never played Minecraft. You know what's funny is I thought, I was like,
I beat Minecraft in like 3 seconds. Super easy.
Yeah,
Then I
I don't know
realized
why
you had
everyone
to buy
complains about it.
And I was like, when I saw it came out, I'd see people doing videos like, I would play this. It doesn't look like it requires a lot. I could play it on my laptop. And I was like, wait a minute, you have to buy this game? I thought this was like an indie, like.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was like, it doesn't look like, what, you want $40 for this thing? I was like, you're out of your mind. Like, I wouldn't.
I'm not giving you money.
$4 for it.
Wasn't it?
I thought it was like a
free to
free-to-play game.
Wasn't it at the beginning? Wasn't it?
I think
free?
it was before
I don't
it became
know.
a Microsoft thing. Like at one point, I thought when it was under development, like
Yeah.
the beta and stuff was free.
Because I
So I
remember.
didn't realize that you had to buy it later.
Yeah, because I thought.
By the time I was
remember it being
aware of it, there was
free.
already a mobile version, and it was $5.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
so
just
so
looked
the
at
thing
it
is,
and didn't like the art style, and I was like, yeah, no, that's not for me.
Yeah, it's.
I think
it's not my thing.
the funniest thing is that Overwatch in the beta was free for anyone to join,
Yeah,
And
because
then
I
they're
played
just
the
like-
beta.
and then they're just like, "Hey, pay us money."
Well, I knew it
And
was
then-
a game that was going to be released, so I just wanted to see what it was about. And I mean, it was fun, but I knew I wasn't going to spend a bunch of hours online playing it. So
I just feel like Paladins is basically the same game, and it is free.
Sure, but it doesn't have Blizzard attached to it, does it?
Does it have to? I mean,
No,
for Chef to play it, has to have Blizzard attached to it. But
I was gonna say for Chef to play, it has to have Blizzard, right?
all I want from Blizzard at this point is Diablo 4. Until then, they can shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, they gotta make the next Call of Duty, man.
No,
They don't actually make them, though, do they? Aren't
No,
they just
it's
publishing them.
it's Blizzard Activision, so it's the same company essentially. But no, they're not the ones who make it.
Is Treyarch involved at all anymore?
If they are, they would have been.
Welcome back, Ninja.
If Treyarch is involved at all, they would have released the last Call of Duty. So check if Black Ops Cold War was developed by Treyarch or not.
I don't want to do stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to look up stuff.
Can I say something about Cyberpunk?
What about it?
Some of the like glitches and errors and stuff that they couldn't fix them because they fired like the whole original development team when whoever was it
the start, like holy
whoever like bought out the game, like they fired those developers, so like they don't know how to fix it. No, I know what it was. It was they got involved in that hack, like ransomware hacks. They don't have the original source code now.
Oh yeah.
Because of a ransomware hack, so they can't fix it because they don't have the original source code.
I think you're freaking Ninja out there, Nick.
So who is?
Why? But I saw what?
So the so Treyarch is still involved in the development of
I don't keep up with
Call of
any of that
Duty
stuff anymore. I played video games up until like the end of high school.
Flinkading's the guy in the top right, by the way, Ninja.
I'm in the top right. Oh, I am in the top right.
He's the guy in the Courage the Cowardly Dog shirt.
Yes, I am.
It's like
I don't have a
first-
Flicketing shirt. It's not clean.
At first, I could see it. I was like, "Is that?" Well, all I saw was the eyes. I was like, "Is that a Rocco shirt?" I was like, "No, it's a Courage shirt."
Yeah, Courage the Cowardly
Courage
Dog.
the Cowardly Dog.
Nice.
Courage. But like, I played video games up and through high school, and then which for me was the N64 original PlayStation era, and then I felt. And I started playing like some PC games, which was mostly like StarCraft, Command and Conquer, and then I was playing FPS games like Soldier of Fortune 2, And then I went into like Battlefield 1942 and a bunch of mods and Half-Life.
You stopped at GoldenEye, don't lie.
Yeah. Pretty much. And then I was done for a while. Then I got back into like Battlefield 2 when it came out and played that for a while. And then I fell back out of gaming and I would just kind of watch walkthroughs and then randomly play like the Call of Duties that came out at that time.
Anymore.
Halo and shit like that, like at friends' houses, but I wouldn't invest in it myself. And then I was like, I just kind of fell out of gaming for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It just, I don't know, it lost interest. Even now, I would like to do it more, but there's so much out there, and so many games that it's like I like half of the game and not a chunk of it, or I don't want to spend that amount of time. Like I'll get off work and sit down, and next thing I know, it's 8:30, and I haven't even made dinner or done anything yet. I'm like, all right, I can't be doing this.
Well, and then
I just wasted my whole night.
Right. And then you also got to remember that really we only play Phasmophobia on Fridays, so.
And I was like, but like I'd sit down, like I can't do this because I just, without lost track of time, I was like, now I feel like I didn't get anything done around that I need to do at night after work.
Yeah, when you were playing WoW for a while, that's about all you were doing after work.
Yeah. I was like, I get off work and then spend like 2.5 hours playing WoW. I'm like, I need to make dinner. Oh, the dog wants out. Oh, I need to do the dishes. And then I'm rushing around and late for bed. I was like, I give up.
It could be worse. You could have liked League of Legends.
You claim to not like League of Legends, yet you still play it all the time.
Well,
I know.
when I was playing Fortune 2 and Battlefield, I did clans and like clan tournaments and shit like that. I was never good at the games.
Danger. Let's put it this way. All right. Do people that do meth actually like meth? Or do they just like the feeling it gives them occasionally?
They like meth when they're on it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good question. I've never been on meth, so I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, neither have I. So
I've known people who have been on meth, and yeah, they enjoy the feeling of being on meth. And also, it's a great pick-me-up. They can rebuild a Chevy 350 small block in one night. Tear it down, rebuild it.
What did I come back to?
Very productive.
I was talking about League of Legends, and Danger's like, you always talk about how you hate League of Legends, yet I see you playing it.
Drugs from that?
Yeah, well,
he compared his addiction to League of Legends to meth.
Yes. Anyway, that's basically what I'm saying. I know that League of Legends is unhealthy for me, but I still go back to it because I enjoy the occasional dopamine I get from winning a game.
Just play HOTS.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right, but I don't. The problem is I don't have people to play with on HOTS usually during the week.
I'll get on.
League of Legends. He's like, man,
I get on for.
Just gotta play that League of Legends.
Yeah,
I got evicted last month because I spent my rent on League of Legends.
Oh crap! We're podcasting. We're missing out on dailies. Oops.
Oh no.
Daily. Yeah, so we're taking turns at this. I gotta go get drinks now too. Danger, what are you drinking? I saw you lift something up. They better not be Jack and Coke.
No, it's the last of my wine. I'm finishing it
it's all something that looked like you were drinking Coke over there.
You got
a Jack and Coke?
I'm actually gonna
slowly morphing into a wino.
I think it's the bottom row's. It's the bottom row's turn to go get stuff.
Yeah,
right.
I think so.
The bottom row can go get stuff. Let's go.
I mean, I've pretty much always got a bottle of wine in the house at this point. But I still like whiskey.
How? How does your wife not drink all the wine? How do you hide it?
Oh, I don't have to hide it. She likes white, and I won't drink it. So.
Oh, okay.
I buy red, and she hates it.
So that's why Danger drinks the wine his wife doesn't like.
Pretty much.
It's like buying the candy that your kids don't like. Like all I get to eat is circus peanuts because the kids will eat all the other candy.
Dude, I tried that. I started buying, not circus peanuts, but I bought the Boston baked beans thinking the kids wouldn't like them.
What are you doing?
Hunter loves them. So anytime I buy Boston baked beans, he steals them.
That's why Danger eats diabetic candy. Because it's the only candy his kids won't eat.
I used to think Twizzlers were healthy because that's all they would eat, like my parents and grandparents. I didn't know they were candy because they didn't tell me. Man. I was like, Twizzlers, disgusting. That's healthy. I don't want that.
You don't want none of these. That's how you get your kids not to eat the candy. No, this is health food. You don't want any of it.
I thought it was. I don't know. So I never ate it until I was like older. I'm like, okay, this is good. Smart though.
It's Nick's turn to pick a topic. He's just been sitting quiet for most of the time.
I'm watching right back. That's why. I'm looking down at my phone the whole time.
Lame.
That's a bottom.
So like,
what have you been up to?
Who is Flinkadink at this point? Is Jobin still around? I never see him in anything.
Still around. We're doing a lot of group videos. We've done 2 group videos with like big old group of friends. I want to do more of those, but I want to. I don't know if you saw. I'm trying to get back into small YouTuber. I talked to you about that.
Yeah.
I instead of just rating people, I want to.
You're just reacting
to
their
channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I want to do one when both. I guess I'll do both of these guys. Do they both have channels? Dragon does, right?
Yeah.
Just Dragons. Thrill just started streaming like
Twitch, right?
Yeah, like 2 months ago or something. So he's just doing Twitch. So
yeah, I'm not a big Twitch fan, but so like Dragons one, Jerry, Adam. I don't know if you know who that is anymore, but he got somebody requested for me.
The Afro guy.
Jerry, the Afro guy, Afro man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to see him, by the way. We haven't talked about it to anybody except for each other, but he lives 20 minutes away from you, I think. 20, 30 minutes away from you.
Oh, yeah. I remember him saying he was in Illinois at some point.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I go there, you should stop by. It's only 20-minute drive.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Danger, by the way, I figured out a theoretical way to keep Chester alive if I ever do another playthrough of North Truria.
You've already killed Chester. It's over.
Yeah, but I can always restart and have Chester alive again. So if I turn Chester,
it wouldn't be Chester though. It'd be Chester Point 2, and it's not the same. You done
really
killed him already.
You're really attached to Chester, man. And it was only like a 2-stream playthrough.
I mean, I only saw him for like 30 minutes, but I named him.
Who's the one who named the actual civilization? That wasn't you.
No, that was the other guy in chat, because there was 2 of us at the time.
Yeah, and then for whatever reason, chat popped off for like a little bit.
Danger, can I say that I hate you?
What? Why do you hate it?
I mean, I had one of these in the fridge.
Ew! Get it away!
Reserve.
Get that out of my face.
Because Danger was bragging about how fast he could drink a Steel Reserve.
Oh,
okay.
No, I was bragging about how fast I can drink Guinness.
I thought about doing an Instagram video where I bought a Guinness, and then I essentially, your video, I was going to take the Guinness and set it up, and then set up a tumbler glass next to it, pick up the Guinness and throw it in a trash can, shove the tumbler glass out of the way, and then just shotgun a Steel Reserve.
And then you were going to pull the Guinness out of the trash can and bring it to me, right?
Well, then I was going to cut away and cut back to me in like a wife beater and a NASCAR hat.
Do you actually like Guinness, Danger?
Yeah,
yes,
I love Guinness.
Huh.
I don't like stout beer. I mean, I don't like Steel Reserve either, but it's been sitting in my fridge for like since October, so
I don't mind stout beers, but I usually only drink Guinness during St. Paddy's Day.
I've pretty much always got it around.
Did you?
I usually drink one on St. Paddy's Day.
Do you do Irish car bombs on St. Paddy's Day?
No.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, I've done a couple, and it's fun to do them, but I mean, maybe I'll do one this year and post it to Instagram just because that's kind of what my Instagram is. But
post it on YouTube.
It's just like high school regrets.
I mean, I saw the video when you posted it.
Mm-hmm.
It actually, surprisingly, notifications were working that day, so it actually told me you posted a video, and I'm like, oh. He's drinking a Guinness.
Yeah, now that they've got the whole shorts format, I feel like the stuff that I do on Instagram I can kind of export over there too. So
to YouTube.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that Instagram's going to start penalizing people that do that? To not like if you don't originally post it on Instagram, like for TikToks or like YouTube Shorts and stuff like that. Somehow they're going to start penalizing your Instagram Reels and stories.
Oh,
if it came from TikTok?
Yeah.
I guess I can kind of see that because, like, I follow a lot of meme pages on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
90% of them are reused TikTok.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. I feel like that's what YouTube is at this point too. Is 98% of new YouTubers are like, oh, I want to do a reused TikTok.
I feel like people are having more fun with TikTok, and if that's the case, screw it. Go to TikTok. Don't repost it otherwhere.
I feel like it's a move on. It's like everybody moved on from Facebook because everybody on it got too old. So the next generation of Zoomers moved to, like Twitter, and now it's out of control. So then they moved to like Snapchat and Instagram, and
I don't think Twitter has ever been in control. No, Twitter's just
actually
Twitter's just a toxic place.
So Twitter actually brings up an interesting point because you heard about what Twitter's going to possibly start doing, right?
No, I don't really pay attention to
what they're doing. I gave up on Twitter before I even signed up. I was like, this is a garbage cesspool.
They want to monetize tweets now.
Oh my God, no.
So they're gonna have something called a super follow, where it's almost like an OnlyFans thing, where you pay a certain amount of money and you can see these premium tweets.
Oh,
I think they should monetize influencers.
They already don't monitor what anybody posts.
I think that
I've seen naked people on Twitter. Like, they don't monitor crap.
Nope.
I don't know, but now, so Twitter's going to try this new thing called super follows, to where people can pay people who tweet to see exclusive tweets.
That's all right. I could delete Twitter tomorrow and not notice.
Yeah, same. I don't have one. I'll tell you. Now, make the statement. If my stream gets cut off, you know what happened. My ideology tends to be more of a libertarian and conservative and middle of the fence on some subjects, so I don't fit well on places like Twitter. Like, I can enter the echo chamber of very limited people on Twitter, but most of them end up getting deleted for saying something that doesn't mesh with, modern ideology. Like,
well, I mean,
the idea of like transgendered men to women, male to female, who decide in high school to become, to enter into female sports.
Well, don't most people after transition. Disagree with that though? Most people disagree with that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a mix, and that's the problem. But it's like, no, I don't think it's fair. Like, you shouldn't have.
It's not.
I mean, you're
a man who essentially just declared themselves a female and is still got the bone structure and stuff like that muscle of a
mass.
Man
and muscle mass. Yeah.
It's just.
I was like, well, have you heard the step further where in the high school competitions, if a guy decides he identifies as a girl, he can compete in the female division? Yeah. And it's like, that's BS. I don't care if you identify, your body is masculine.
Yeah.
It's just
call yourself whatever you want.
Fair.
Identify as a tadpole all you want. I don't care. But...
Biology is real.
Yeah. But that's another thing. I mean, I look at science. Science says this. It's like, well, yeah, but you can't trust science on that. That's something different. But if it's climate change, it's okay. Believe the science. But if it's this, then we won't acknowledge that field of science. So
yeah.
But the problem
science has been right about this for 200 years, but it's been wrong about this for 400 years. I'm like, okay,
push things.
That's fine.
I mean, I can believe science as far as like I believe the scientific method, but every time they say coffee's good for you, coffee's bad for you, like almost every other day, they decide to change. Yeah, they decide to change.
Eggs are good for you. Eggs are bad for you. Well, egg whites are good for you, but the yellow part's bad for you.
But I mean, I guess that's more like nutritional science versus like physics. I can trust physics. I can trust physics on Earth because physics.
I don't even know why you're drinking it, to be honest.
I got tired of
got alcohol in it. That's why.
Physics on Earth is consistent. I can trust that.
As long as math never changes.
I cannot trust nutritional science.
Well, I don't know. Common Core happened, so
right.
I can't trust nutritional science because they just said that cheese is actually not bad for you, and the entire cheese is bad for you has actually been a myth this entire time.
Calling that a win for America.
Science says beer's good for you, that a guy should drink like 1 beer a day or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything in moderation still applies no matter what it is.
Yeah. I've heard that it's got to be like a decent ale, though. Like just drinking a Bud Light or something isn't the same.
Hey, don't go tell the rednecks that, all right?
It wouldn't matter if I did; they wouldn't listen.
I mean, their last update on chocolate being healthy was like the darker the better, and I was okay with that.
I love dark chocolate.
Oh yeah, give me the 90%. I'm okay.
Danger, don't you tell me my Keystone isn't healthy for me. It's good beer. It's good for me, okay?
You go right ahead and drink all that Keystone you want, man.
I'm drinking Rolling Rock right now because I keep finding it at the grocery store.
I liked it before
they sale for like $8.
I really liked Rolling Rock before they changed it.
I think the only beer I ever really liked was Red Stripe, but I think that's like a Jamaican import or something.
Jamaican.
Yeah. I liked that one.
My first reaction was to do a Jamaican accent there. Then I thought better of it.
I liked.
Good on you.
We're already teetering on the the ban line at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we don't say SIMP.
Yeah. No, you can say it. You just can't call somebody it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What about?
I liked Denver Pale Ale until they decided to transition from being a bottled beer to a canned beer.
I don't like IPA.
There was just something where like it felt like it tasted better in the bottle. It didn't taste as good when it came to the can for whatever reason.
That happens.
It's weird.
Can's a
I think. Better container for beer.
I know it usually is, but for whatever reason.
Maybe that's what I'm wanting. I keep wanting to get more Sam Adams. Like their Cold Snap beer looked really good, like their seasonals. But then you see a 6-pack's like $7, $8. I'm like, I can't do it. And then like, well, Rolling Rock's on sale for the same price for twice as much beer.
Well, I buy Guinness for $8, so I'm not going to complain about. Yeah,
or like
Sam
Killian's
Adams.
Irish. It's like, well, 12-pack's on sale right now, but it's still like $14. Or $12 or something. I'm like,
can we talk about how beer is too much right now?
Yeah,
isn't it always?
It is.
Everything is. And apparently, diet soda doesn't exist. I was at the grocery store the last couple of weeks. I'm like, where are all the diet sodas?
It's all fake.
That's
anyway.
because apparently, all the Uber Eats places only have diet sodas now. I order from Uber Eats and it's like, like I might be like wanting a soda and then I'll see the only options are diet and I'm like, you know what? I don't want a soda.
I will drink water.
Yeah.
I will gladly.
I can't stand diet soda. It's
me either.
Awful.
I can only drink Diet Mountain Dew, Diet Dr. Pepper. The other diet sodas get me, but like Coke Zero, I could drink. I won't buy Coke products anymore though.
I'll buy Coke when I want a Coke and rum.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Coke, so
that's all you can buy.
The Walmart delivery person actually screwed up our order and gave us an additional 24-pack of Coca-Cola
instead of Great Value Cola.
No, instead we don't really drink soda in my house. Like we have it every so often, and by every so often I mean like maybe once a month. But
the only one I ever have is ginger ale in the house.
But we usually don't drink soda. But now,
Mountain Dew.
Yeah, if I want a soda, I gotta get a fountain soda.
now I have a 24-pack of Coke to go through, and let me tell you what: in 2 weeks since we've gotten that Coke, I have drinking a total of 3. That's it.
Yeah,
I just bought. I like my bourbon mules, and I have certain levels of ginger ale that I will use in them. Then Danger, you know this. Mm-hmm. To me, Vernon's is on the top of the list. Like Vernon's ginger soda.
Yeah.
And then below that is Canada Dry. And then there's other brands after that. But Vernon's has been sold out like all year. I could not find it anywhere for like the last 10 months. So then I found a 2-liter of it. Well, then I found they had 12 packs back again in stock at the grocery store. So I bought one, and then I noticed they only had one 12-pack left this weekend, so I just went ahead and bought the last 12-pack just to stick it downstairs so that I could have ginger ale for my cocktails.
I just buy the Canada Dry Bold now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still like Vernon's better than the Canada Dry Bold.
Mm.
I tried Seagram's too, but...
You all call it... See, I noticed that. Y'all saying soda. I wasn't. I say pop, man. I'm sorry. I'm a pop guy.
Oh, pop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
You've all said
Yeah.
soda. I'm waiting for
Are
someone
you
to say
further
pop.
up north?
Said,
He's
yeah.
an Indiana boy.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
The highest northern Indiana you can get. Next to
Okay.
Notre Dame, if you know where that's at.
I mean,
You know what?
Colorado's
Yeah.
always called it soda, as far as I know.
I think
I'm soda.
if I'm,
But I got family that says
I
pop.
think Chef says pop too.
Maybe it's a
Yeah.
northern thing.
I got family in
Mid-
Indiana, and they all say pop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Parts of Illinois say pop too, but
Yeah, I think usually it's northern. Like if you get
Mhm.
up there, usually it's pop. But yeah, I don't
My
know. It's
mom
always been
used to
soda
say
for
pop.
me.
So-
There's a weird
For a
rap.
while, I think it was actually soda pop, and then
Yeah, I heard that
everybody
a lot
just
for a while.
changed it to soda.
Then if you go
I
too far
mean,
south, it's Coke.
Yeah, all of it's Coke.
yeah.
I mean,
the reason I know Notre Dame is because I've been to South Bend before. A couple of times for some training and stuff like that. So I was like, oh yeah, I know where that's at.
That's
Yeah.
where
So
my
the-
grandpa went to college.
I was like, that made me
only-
think of one time we went to Texas, and we were stopping somewhere in the airport for food, and the waitress came over and was like, "Do you want a Coke?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then she just stood there staring at me,
What kind?
and I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "What kind?" And I thought maybe she was implying like chocolate or vanilla, old fashioned kind, and I was like, "Just a regular." And she's like, I was like,
Awkward.
But they said, like, what kind of Coke do you want?
I know. I was
Coke?
like, I want a
Sure.
Coke. Like what? Oh, you
I
want
want the one where you put-
Coca-Cola? And I was like, what were you saying?
That's what my mom always said. She said pop when like her and my dad got together because she grew up more in northern Illinois. But yeah, down here it would be soda. So my dad always had this saying when she'd be like, "Hey, can you get me a pop?" No, your pop's in Chicago.
Well,
it's a running joke in my
No.
house for when I was growing up.
That's actually in South Bend over the summer. We went to the
So
zoo there.
here's the funny thing
I
about.
tried
Yeah, I
to
got
ping you and
your
tell you I was
pop.
coming to
Bam.
see you, but you never answered me.
Hey, you never. When did you message me? I don't recall.
I just pinged you in Discord.
I
Well,
was
I don't
supposed
do-
to
I
be
don't
there
do
that over the
notifications.
summer too, but then I had a funeral to go to, so I couldn't go on vacation.
Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing, right? About iced tea in Colorado, and
You
actually,
mean sweet tea?
no, there's no.
Oh.
No. If you get iced tea, as far as I know, anything that's like mid Kansas west is almost automatically unsweet tea unless you get to Texas, but that's a different story.
Texas
Texas
is
is
its
always a
own
different story.
place.
Anything
Coin flip
like
here, like you have to ask whether it's
Really?
sweet or unsweet. Some places
so
have both.
it was always
It's a lot
it
of
was
sweet here, but
it was
Mhm.
always funny when we would have a group that would have people who work, in the South part. Like they might work for a company that has locations in the South, and they'll be like, "Oh, I would love some iced tea with lunch," and they're like, "This iced tea's not sweet," and I'm like, "You're in Colorado. The iced tea's not going to be naturally sweet."
No,
yeah.
our iced tea, if it by default, if it doesn't make you diabetic, it's not made right.
Mm.
That's
Yeah.
kind of how it is here, and that's why I never get sweet tea anymore, is because it's so sickeningly sweet. It tastes like hummingbird food. It's just like,
Yeah,
That's
they overdo it, but I always order sweet tea anyway.
I don't.
Depending on where you go, like you're just gonna get the stuff like Lipton or whatever anyway.
I did
and
for
that's
the
why my
longest
mom was a
time,
diabetic. now.
but yeah, I did for the longest time. It was always sweet iced tea, but now I just can't handle sweetness that much, and so I was like, unsweet, please. And they're like, you want me to bring some sugar packets? Like, no, just leave it alone.
Well, so they always ask, like if you go to like a Village Inn or something, and you get like iced tea, they're like, "All right, do you want sugar packets?" I'm like, "No, I'm good." And they're like, "You don't want to make it taste sweeter?" I'm like, "I have been drinking unsweet tea as the default for 29 years of my life."
Tea. I tried. I did. I tried. Like I would try when I would brew tea to just drink unsweetened, and I was like, I can't do it. It's
It's not the
impossible.
same.
Yeah,
I also
I,
can't.
I
I also
just-
don't like hot tea.
anytime I could cut the calories
want
out,
sweet
I
iced
just
tea.
no. Like coffee, give it to me black. I'm happy.
That's how I am with coffee. I want my coffee black, but my iced tea's got to be sweet.
I just cut it out of everything. It's like, I don't need the sugar. Just cut it out.
And then if you're British, you think sweet tea is the bane of all existence.
So I can drink. They have
other ways to do it, though. I think. Use almost like a sweet cream they put in it.
Well, I mean, I meant iced tea. Like they don't like iced tea at all.
So I can drink the. Well, I can drink light roast coffee black, but if it's medium roast or higher, I have to have like a little bit of cream with it.
No, I'll drink the darkest coffee that Satan has ever made black.
Yeah, I actually prefer dark roast black, but I got into a habit of putting like flavored creamers in my coffee.
If I can't de-oil my driveway with it, I don't really want to drink it.
Jesus.
I need it to have that natural, robust roasting flavor.
Exactly.
I'm also cheap, and I found that the cheapest, like, good coffee that I can buy. And
good coffee.
I say good. I mean, like, you know, from the grocery store in a tin. It's like Maxwell House breakfast blend.
Oh yeah.
Cafe Bistro is really good.
Oh yeah, I like that.
The
Cavalli is about the cheapest I go.
the bright yellow tin, that's really good stuff.
Yeah, we have those.
We have a coffee place here called Dutch Bros.
Oh, I know. You guys have some awesome coffee shops out there. My siblings, they bring it for Christmas every year, and I'm just like, bring it.
Dutch Bros coffee is like game changing.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I like the Cafe Bustelo in the like yellow container, the yellow bricks. I will buy it and make like a Cuban coffee with it. I've got one of the put it on the stove. I can't remember what they call it now, but the actual pots that you use for like Cuban coffee and stuff.
Hey,
Aureolin, so good. It's almost like making espresso.
Hey, Aureolin, have your cousins brought you Celestial Seasonings tea?
They've brought me several different ones. I think a lot of them are like Rocky Mountain coffee.
Is Celestial Seasonings a Colorado thing? Because Walmart sells that here.
Yeah,
it is
now.
So the original location is in Colorado.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They brought a lot of specialty brews.
All the tea is made in India and China.
It's Mexican.
The worst part is they bring like 6 or 5 different bags, one for each of the siblings and the parents, and then they're like, well, choose which one you want the most. So I'm sitting there just like, but let me see. Yeah, that's the one.
Aureolin, are you a loose leaf tea person?
No, I typically do.
Are you all about the set jets?
Hey, Danger, guess what?
I don't get too fancy with my tea, but I do have some specialty teas.
So the only Celestial Seasons location is still in Colorado.
Huh.
But I mean, maybe they must just produce enough tea.
Yeah, they
kind of like Blue
good
Sky
exporting.
Winery.
Like they're everywhere. Walmart's got them.
Isn't Celestial Seasons a bunch of herbal teas?
Yeah. I think they do Sleepy Time.
Well, I mean, Sleepy Time, yeah. But
Sleepy Time tea.
It's a bunch of. I mean, there's so many teas. Like if you actually go to the actual location and you look at all the tea they actually have, you're just like, I didn't even know this much tea existed.
Oh yeah. For sure.
I'm not really a tea guy.
I've been into a few tea shops because I had my girlfriend's big into loose leaf teas. So I've been into more than one tea shop to buy like bulk loose leaf tea.
See, I like loose leaf when I get it, but like the tea bags just kind of taste like paper, in my opinion.
I've had some good ones, like like orange ones and things like that, and I got a whole tin of specialty tea brews when I was in Japan, and they were just phenomenal.
If you ever go into loose leaf tea, they make
that's because you were in Japan and everything in Japan is better.
I know, right? Why don't I live there yet?
Like
so
even their whiskey. That's right, I said it. Japanese whiskey is amazing.
So
you talking about sake? Sake is amazing.
Yeah, they make a whiskey. Good, they call it Japanese scotch.
I'm all about that plum sake. Nama nama nam.
Plum wine.
So the
it's sake, but I mean that is wine. It's a rice wine, and they serve it all warm.
Plum wine. I guess that's Korean though.
So
there's one that is Korean. Soju. It's basically sake.
Soju's Korean, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the same recipe as sake, I think.
I have a cheap bottle of sake downstairs. I
feel like I'm the only person who watches Family Guy in this call.
Nah, I did years ago.
Yeah, I don't watch it anymore.
So there was an episode where Quagmire was going to stay in Korea.
Yeah,
he was going to live in Korea, and I love the song they did. Who wants to live in Korea? Their name sounds like I don't want to say the word because I don't want to get banned.
Diarrhea?
No. It's an STI.
Oh, STD.
Oh yeah.
STI. STI.
Yeah. They changed the name. The same thing. They rebranded.
Oh.
Yes.
I'm not part about that.
Sexually transmitted infection versus sexually transmitted disease.
Still happens the same way.
It's the same thing.
More of an accurate infection.
It's not a disease. I get it. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I still call it an STD.
So. I mean, it's
like a DUI versus a DWI.
You were dirty and you got yourself in trouble.
Hey.
Yeah. I mean, you can imagine what word rhymes with.
You had a
Korea.
whore cheating girlfriend and got yourself in trouble.
I default to.
And then you had to have your door punched, and that is uncomfortable.
This sounds like experience. I feel for you.
I mean, so anyway, you can assume the word that rhymes with Korea that is in that brand of stuff.
No clue.
No clue.
Fill me in. It's just I'm drawing a blank.
An STD that rhymes with Korea starts with G.
Ends with honoria.
I don't know what it is.
Anyway, that song was funny, and so one of my friends moved to Korea. Well, friend, associate, or colleague, I guess is more like it. More like a colleague.
A person you've met.
A person that I know personally moved to Korea, and I was so tempted to, because I guess her boyfriend that she met on the internet lives there. No, this sounds like serial killer 101, but anyway. Sure. So I'm so tempted to just like one time link her that video. Just to be a dick, because she lives in Korea now.
I feel like Korea's come a long way recently, though.
I haven't watched Family Guy since they killed Brian off and brought him back.
Yeah, that was stupid.
That was a while ago.
That was so.
That's when I gave up on it.
The reasoning was so stupid. It's like, well, we wanted to show everyone the value of family during Christmas. I'm like, no, you killed off Brian. Everyone got mad, so you brought him back.
How did I just kept it that way? At least they had the balls to do something, you know?
Yeah, that's how I felt about it. Like, if you're going to do it, stick with it.
Right.
Yeah.
But everybody got mad, you brought him back, and now I'm not interested in your show anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that he cares. He doesn't miss my one view, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I heard that he was trying to kill Family Guy at some point so that he didn't have to make anymore. Because he was getting tired of making Family Guy and he wanted to do other shows. But
okay, well, his space show sucks.
He can't ever kill Family Guy.
I don't even know what it's called, but it wants to be Star Trek, and he claims it's a serious show.
It's terrible.
Oh, yeah.
It looks awful.
I don't know what that's called. I've never seen it. I know what you're talking about, though, yeah.
That's the one on PBS or something, right?
I don't even know.
They should have just kept Futurama going.
I agree with that statement.
Or they should not take
more Futurama.
They should not take like 5 years to get the next Rick and Morty season out.
And King of the Hill. I demand more King of the
Hill. Bring it.
I mean, if Rick and Morty was like
kill for some more Futurama though. That was so great.
It really was.
It'd be fun on the bun.
I feel like there's a lot of things that
I know.
Okay, but here's the problem. I think Futurama stopped at a good point because can you imagine how like PC Futurama would have to be at this day and age?
No, it's the future. It doesn't have to be.
Oh, that's true.
I just wanted to see what happened with the characters. I just wanted the story to keep going.
Yeah.
You're amazing. Shut up, baby. I know it.
I'm back, baby.
Death.
I mean,
good news, everyone.
Family Guy's never worried about being PC. I don't understand why Futurama would have to.
Yeah.
Because, we like to focus on very specific aspects of stuff.
Yeah.
I've tried watching Disenchantment because they got rid of Futurama.
It's
funny, but like it started because I've watched all of it, and now the new seasons come out, and it's just slowly going downhill, and it's like, come on, no, don't do this.
I mean, that's how I feel about Rick and Morty at this point.
Yeah.
Like, season 1 and season 2 were really good, and then the first 2 episodes of season 3 were really good, and then it like kind of went downhill from there. And then like season 4, I think the second episode was decent, but then the rest of season 4 was trash, and I'm just like,
I think he takes so long in between seasons that they're not worth the hype that builds up for years for a season to come out.
I think that's what it is.
They hit that middle where it came out and it was attractive to like a niche audience, but then also a broader audience enjoyed it. And then the next seasons they try to cater to the broader audience, and it just reduces the quality of the show because that same broader audience almost ruins the show by how.
I mean, at its core, the comedy aside, Rick and Morty is actually solid science fiction.
Yeah.
Where it was. I mean, I haven't watched season 4 because I just don't care at this point. But
season 4 is just
picks
bad.
me off the most is that it's not on until like 10:30 at night Central Time. So then I have to stay up until like 11 o'clock at night watching it, and it's like, yeah, but I get up to go to work at like 5:30. I was like, I don't want to stay up until 11 o'clock at night and then take another hour to go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what ticks me off is it takes them so long in between seasons to release a new season.
I'm also tired of seasons being like 10 or 12 episodes. I want my like 30 episode seasons back, please.
I don't
more mid-season.
They quit that with the writer's strike, didn't they?
Yeah.
Like, I know more of that bullshit mid-season hiatus. I don't want you to take a half a season because I lose the show. I'm like, well, I'm done. It's not on for like 2 months, so I don't come back.
That's what lost me with The Walking Dead. That mid-season break, I got so tired of it. It was like, I don't care about the show enough to wait that long.
Me either. I don't watch shows anymore at all. I wait until they're on like Netflix or Amazon now.
Yeah. I don't think shows really do like more than 12 episodes in seasons anymore.
You're
and
right.
I don't know why.
Cost.
Yeah, I guess.
Part of it came down to the cost because television got so advanced. It became so expensive to pay for the cost of television shows.
Well,
and then once big time shows did it, every show started doing it.
Yeah.
I rewatched all of Scrubs like a couple of years back, and the first season was like 22 episodes.
Yeah.
It just went on forever.
Scrubs
the first season of House was like 32 or something like that.
Yeah.
You're like,
House was a great show too.
You see that on some shows that have been on for like 10 years. It's like, oh, it was a 30 season, 30 episode season. And then you'll see as it goes on, then towards the end, it's like, oh, it's 15 episodes. Then 12 episodes.
Well, was it, what,
like
2007 or 2008, that big writer's strike, and all shows were just gone for several months?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
then, I don't think they started cutting shows down after that, but it was a slow burn process to where now it's just 10 episodes. Like, I don't like Netflix. Everything's 10 episodes.
I know.
Like, I don't want a 10 episode
I'm still learning that curve because I get on Netflix and I'm like, oh, there's like 3 seasons. That'll last me a while. And then I start watching and I'm like, wait, how am I on season 2 already? Like, what happened?
Oh, I hate it. I hate it because I'll
watch 3 seasons of something over a weekend.
Right.
It actually irritates me. Even like, or if it's okay. So actually, this is what also irritates me is like the variable episode lengths that Netflix series have. Like, one episode could be like 24 minutes, and the other episode is like an hour and a half.
That's when you know you're at the season finale.
What annoys me is
it's not even
like a Netflix original, and it's like one episode's 48 minutes, and another episode's like 60 minutes. Like, why is there a 48-minute episode? You're not cutting out. You'll see that too if you look. You're like, oh look, this episode, this season. You'll look and you can see the times change, and you'll slowly, if you watch over a period of time, watch it go from being like a 45 to 42 minutes to like 38 minutes as they cut for like network television shows have added more and more commercials in, where it went from being like 50 minutes and 10 minutes of commercials to 45 minutes to 42 minutes to 38 minutes.
I mean, it irritates me, honestly, because
they actually did that with The Haunting of Bly Manor. The last episode was almost a feature length.
I know, but the thing is like, why can't you just,
I
mean, I feel like people are kind of used to 2-part finales at this point, right? Like, a lot of shows still do 2-part finales.
For
like, a
lot of them, yeah.
A lot of shows do 2-part finales. Why can't Netflix do that, all right? Like, why do I have to sit here for 2 hours watching this one episode?
Yeah. Also, crossovers, like shows that are crossover dependent.
Yeah.
Dependent. Yeah, that's just...
Like Marvel does that with the CW shows of what is it, like Flash, Supergirl, Green Arrow.
That's
DC.
Marvel.
Oh,
that's
sorry.
DC.
DC does it then. They do it with their DC shows that are on the CW.
Well, DC does it because, I think I said it last night, DC can't figure out television.
That's true. So it's like, you're like, DC
has
watch
always been
Green
horrible
Arrow
at
to
TV.
watch part 1, because then part 2's on Supergirl, and part 3 is on The Flash, and part 4 is on the fucking Time Travelers, and part 5 is on their online-only subscription channel.
I mean, it's really disappointing because, like, there are some really brilliant DC comics that I would rate higher than some Marvel comics, and
they just can't do it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think The Killing Joke was one of the best versions of Batman that was ever released.
Yep.
I enjoyed the Killing Joke movie though. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Is that the animated movie?
I
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet. Unfortunately.
The animated Batman movies are pretty good. Killing Joke was really good, and so was the Red Hood one.
I remember getting that by accident, and I was like, this is a cartoon, but I actually enjoyed it.
I know.
Yeah, it was really good.
You guys have the problem of mixing them all up, though? Like, for example, if they come out with a new live-action film, I'll be watching, like, didn't I see this already? Or that's like, oh no, that was in an animated film.
Oh, yeah,
and then I mix up like the animated film's plot lines with the like cartoon series plot lines with the comic book plot lines. I'm like, wait, which genre did this happen in? Because now I don't remember what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually funny because the plot for Under the Red Hood was the plot for what was it, Arkham Knight, right? The third Arkham game.
Yeah.
Arkham City. Is that it?
That was 2.
That was 2.
It was Arkham Knight.
Oh yeah, Arkham Knight. Yeah, that was the third one.
It was Asylum City and then Knight. And I thought they were ended.
I do that with The Witcher when it came out on Netflix because there's a book series, and I've listened to some of the audiobooks. And then there was, of course, the game series. And then there was the Netflix TV series. And I'm watching, like, why does this seem so familiar? And then I go back because, like, the Witcher series is a series, so each book is titled something. And I was like, I didn't think about the series. I just thought about the book title. I was like, oh, right, because that's part of the Witcher series. So then I get confused. It's like, what's going on here? Didn't I already see this?
Like, well, so the thing to remember on Witcher Season 1 is it's only half of the first book.
Yeah. So then I'm confused because then I'm trying to remember what was in the book and what was in the video game. And then I'm trying to apply it to what's in the TV series. And then I'm like, I don't remember any of this now.
I mean, I'm still waiting on Witcher Season 2, and it's taken forever.
I saw a thing saying it was coming pretty soon.
I'm also waiting on 7 Deadly Sins Season 4, though. So
yeah, me too.
I don't know that one.
Oh, it's fun.
So I know Netflix?
It is. So I'm normally hypercritical about Netflix animes because normally they're just bad.
Does it finally answer what's in the box?
No.
It's a 7 movie reference.
Am I the only one that got that? Come on.
I got it. I just didn't want to acknowledge it.
So I'm normally hypercritical of like Netflix anime series because, you know, they...
Oh wait, 7 Deadly Sins anime?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
I mean,
they've just I mean, you could just think of anime as like adult cartoons, basically.
I like cartoons. I just don't.
They're adult
cartoons. It depends on the anime. I don't like the Japanese and Asian style of animation.
Okay. Let's go watch Ren and Stimpy, all right?
So when you say anime, I think of like the Japanese or like in general that Japanese style of animation.
Yeah. That I like it.
I prefer, like a different animation style.
You know, you might like Ghost in the Shell because it was like a mix of Russian and Japanese.
Plus, it's very high action.
I watched some of the Ghost in the Shell, and I don't know. It's weird. Like they're two dramas, I guess.
I watched one
when they made it live action. I was all like,
it ruined anime for me forever.
I was like, holy cow, they're making this live action. I read that manga like when I was in high school, and people were like, that was a manga? And I was like, you're looking forward to seeing this movie, but you don't even know where it came from? Like, that's a manga.
All anime started as a manga. That's basically what it boils down to.
Yeah. But most of the people locally who I knew didn't realize that the movie Ghost in the Shell that was coming out came from a manga. And I was all hyped for it because I had read the manga and was like, yes, they're making a live action. And people were like, this movie Ghost in the Shell looks cool. And I was like, I know, right? The manga was amazing. And they're like, wait, this movie came from a manga? I was like, you don't even know what you're going to see.
I tried because I assumed that all of those anime TV shows came from, like, I guess I didn't know what it was called at the time, but comic books.
Well, graphic novel.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay. But I was like, that's where they come from. I mean, I watch DBZ and stuff like that, but you won't find me on Crunchyroll watching I Am JoJo or whatever the hell that show was.
I heard that's really good, actually. I haven't watched it yet.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is actually hilarious, alright?
I heard it is. I actually am interested in watching it. That's what got me to watch One Punch Man, because I heard it was good, and I was like, I gotta watch it. Holy crap, it was hilarious.
But I like the character. Like, the guy was just, like, One Punch Man. Like, I liked that. I did watch that, because it was just so cynical.
That is anime.
We'll say, I don't know if you... Have you seen Season 2, Thrill? Of One Punch Man?
No. I just watched a few here and there when it was on Cartoon
Network. Oh, okay. So season 2, Saitama is actually not like in a lot of the episodes until the end. So it's always kind of interesting because it's like focusing on a lot of the people that he either like adventures with or like is trying to save. It focuses more on that. And then like the last 15 minutes are like Saitama.
Because I watched like some of the stuff that was on, what was it, Cartoon Now? I mean, I got to look it up here. Like Sword Art. I was like, I couldn't watch that stuff, or My Hero Academia, or
I don't like the recent arc of Sword Art. I like the first,
or any of that stuff. I was like, I'm not down with it. I
watched a little
Sword
bit
Art
of
Online before Sword Art Online.
Full Metal Alchemist when it was on Cartoon Network.
Bleach is good.
Like, I could watch
Bleach was
Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball stuff, and I was like, that was about it. But that's because I watched Dragon Ball when it first came out.
When we were kids. I watched Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon when I was a kid.
I didn't watch Sailor Moon
and Pokemon.
Well, that's a given, right?
Yeah,
are you gonna watch? Oh, speaking of Pokemon Dragons, I want you to know that when I opened your stream, I got an ad for the Post Malone Pokemon concert.
Oh, did you really? That's hilarious.
Like, Dragons, did you see the Nintendo Direct about all the awesome new Pokemon stuff that's going to come out? I'm kind of excited for Pokemon Legends, honestly.
So, here's what I'm hoping, right? Is I'm hoping because, in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, they added content, but they also cut content.
And in the Diamond and Pearl, they're going to add some new stuff, they said. And I'm like, kind of psyched for that, because that introduced a lot of new mechanics to the Pokemon world.
I mean, I'm excited for it, but I also don't want them to cut like a lot of the post game because that was the big issue. That's the big issue I've had with a lot of like the recent Pokemon games is like I remember as a kid playing on the Game Boy, like you would complete the game and you would have post game to do as well.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like you'd have post game content. Side. Yeah, basically.
You just stayed plugged into the wall.
But I don't know.
And your power supply burned up.
On a lot of the recent Pokemon games, like you finish the story and like, oh, you get to capture like 3 or 4 new Pokemon in the post game, and that's the post game, and you're just like, no, that's not post game.
Level 100, all your Pokemon.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm excited. I have high hopes that it's going to be really cool.
I do like that they're going to a 2.5D because hopefully that means like they'll focus more on the gameplay than the graphics. Yeah. Because Sword and Shield like was a train wreck, and some of my newer favorite Pokemon are in Sword and Shield, and it's still like it's an awful game. I'm gonna be honest.
I've been playing it. I kind of stopped for a while, honestly, which usually I don't stop in the middle of a Pokemon game. But I did like the idea of like the raid battles and doing them with everybody and like world events. That was cool. So they were on the right track. But I'm hoping maybe they're going to improve upon that with the new games. But the Pokemon Legends Arceus looked really intriguing because it looked like they were going to take Pokemon in a whole new direction. And I was just really intrigued by that.
Yeah, it'll be cool. What's up, Patrick? Welcome to the stream, dude. We're just having a podcast night.
Hi, Patrick.
Hi.
See, I wrote down a list of topics for podcasts, and they all seem way too weird now to talk about.
You wrote down topics. Look at him making lists.
Well, I had stuff the last week that came to mind, so I just kind of wrote down stuff as it came to my head.
What's number one? Tell us what number 1 is. What's your first idea?
Read them all.
Number 1, I started out light with NVIDIA and its whole announcement of GPUs for mining.
Oh, yeah.
During a semiconductor shortage. Yeah. Which would lead into talking about the semiconductor shortage and President Biden.
They did release the
Let's not talk
360. That's like $400, and I still can't get it.
Let's not.
So by the way, Patrick hopes that everyone is well.
Oh, right. Well, as well as I can be.
I'm not nearly drunk enough. I'm making another drink. I'll be right back.
I'm going to go get another.
So,
but I am drunk enough.
You want me to bring you a 4-pack of Steel Reserve Danger?
Ship him one.
So anyway, Aureolin,
how hilarious would it be if Thrill just appeared in Danger's camera?
That would be funny.
Yeah. You'd have to give me 45 minutes at least.
Dang, that's too long.
So anyway, because I got sidetracked, because we got normally I am super critical of Netflix animes because how they started was like really, really bad, but actually like a lot of their recent stuff has actually been really, really good.
It has. I've kind of enjoyed it. Have you looked at? It's not an anime, but it's kind of in that genre, I would say. But have you checked out Alice in Borderland?
I haven't seen it yet, no.
It's
but
really
I want to.
Intriguing. I highly recommend it.
Well, so here's the problem. We moved my grandmother here, and the best TV to watch the Netflix and stuff on, because it's the TV that's already connected to all that.
Right.
Actually, any of the really good TVs. Because here's the thing, right? So I still have box TV.
Granny's got the 84-inch smart TV in her room.
Well, she comes down to the living room. She comes down in the living room, and naturally we let her watch what she wants to watch because, she's grandma.
Yeah.
Right? But it also means that I don't get to watch stuff when I get home because my stepdad's in the other good TV. So I'm like, well, I can't watch on the loft TV because stepdad's there. I have box TV, so I don't even have Netflix capabilities.
Write it down for future reference. Like, when I get a chance, like, watch this.
So... And the thing is if I come to my computer, I don't want to sit in this chair. I mean, it doesn't make sense because I sit in this chair and play hours of video games. So I don't know what the difference is between watching Netflix and playing video games. I think because video games I'm more involved. Whereas Netflix, I can kind of be like wandering about and be like, I've been sitting for hours. My butt hurts.
I watch Netflix on my TV at the same time as like I'm watching YouTube videos.
Of playing on a couch.
So like I've got my laptop out and I'm watching like YouTube videos or stuff like that. And then I've got Netflix going too, so like I'm half watching the shows.
Right, yeah.
But before that, it was like as a kid I would watch TV, and then I would have like the radio on playing music,
right.
and then in the 90s I'd be sitting in front of like my HP Pavilion, on ICQ while I had music and the TV on, like trying to keep track of everything.
So
I definitely did studying in college while watching shows or catching up on shows.
That's what I do now. Like I'll be working on a paper and I'm watching TV.
I actually, so I used to be able to do that. Now I can't because I get involved in the TV show and then I'm like, oh, I was supposed to be studying. Whoops.
I play puzzle games now while I'm watching a show. Like, yeah, all right, that's cool.
So,
I canceled cable, so I've been watching like whatever's over the air. So I've been watching a lot of Quantum Leap that one channel has at night. So
nice.
Like, ooh, Quantum Leap! I haven't watched this in years. I'm like, man, it would be great if they would just have Quantum Leap on for like 3 episodes and then play, some like Highlander. Then that would just be it. That's it for me. That's my science fiction 90s free-for-all right there.
I just need some Xena and it'll be a complete night.
Yes. The Adventures of Hercules.
Right?
I see what you did.
So for me,
See, I don't actually have gin. I don't like gin. I hate gin. That's why it's on there.
Nice.
This is butterscotch liqueur, is what I'm drinking right now.
How much of that have you finished?
Is that Dr. McGillicuddy's?
That's what's left. That's how much you've made me drink.
Nice. I'm, that was a bottle well served then.
Chug.
No. I will throw up.
Is that McGillicuddy's butterscotch?
It is. Yes, it's McGillicuddy's.
I thought it was Bullet Bourbon at first, or Bullet, because it's got the same shape bottle.
Yeah, it is similar.
Hey, Danger, by the way, you're going to have to send me something that is relatively not super costly, but also something that you wouldn't mind drinking, because I'll be nice to you this time around.
So, like, an actual whiskey?
Yeah, I'll be nice to you this time around.
Evan Williams 100.
For
$17, that's what I make my cocktails with.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a Bullet Rye? I don't think that'd be too expensive.
Jack Daniels.
No, that'd be like...
That's 26, isn't it? I think.
We got to meet in the middle here. I mean, it can be something you like, but something you don't necessarily like. So a middle ground. So like Jack Daniels Rye.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Wild Turkey Rye. That wouldn't be too expensive.
Oh yeah,
that'd be around 20, 25.
That would be around 20, 25.
All right. Well, here's your butterscotch diabetes.
No, thank
I've been using. I'm slowly going through my stock of whiskeys. I have Evan Williams 100.
Same sound every time.
It's just as horrible every time.
Tell us where the butterscotch touched you on the door.
We're hunting ghosts, and all of a
sudden, everywhere.
Like you just took a shot, didn't you?
Sure do like to drink, but then when you drink something, you're like, ugh. You're like an old man getting out of a recliner.
Who's this Danger you hang out with? What's he sound like? He sounds like.
He sounds horrible.
Oh. All right.
He's not.
Right, it is. Thank you, sir.
Is Danger doing shots or powerlifting over there?
I at this point,
I
feel like I'm just Danger's supplier for his punishments.
So
me too. When I go over there, sometimes I'll bring him something random like cherry rum.
He brought the cherry rum.
Steel Reserve.
I mean, the thing is it's like
and the bottle of sake. That's still over there.
I mean, the thing is, I can't pay to ship it to him really because it would be more costly than him just being able to get something similar at his local store. So,
I don't make that noise when I drink stuff I actually like.
You sure?
The stuff that tastes good.
Yeah, he makes more noise like.
Dragons does it better than I
do. So I do have some Ardbeg upstairs. I keep forgetting that Ardbeg's up there.
So back on the back on the
this is
your
pleasure channel. Now,
back on the difficulty of watching.
Good.
Welcome to the dangerous sweet pleasure hour.
Now for some tasty whiskey. Ah! Nope, it's the same.
So back on the difficulty of watching Netflix and all that, because stuff, I used to watch it on my laptop, but then I realized, like, I'm watching on my laptop in bed, and then I'm falling asleep, like, halfway through.
You're not paying attention to your show?
Yeah. And so I'm just like, well, now this is pointless, too, because, so now at this point, it's only if I ever, pre-COVID, it's only if I ever had to go to, like, a coffee shop, because there were a couple times our internet went out, and I had to, like, go to a coffee shop to put in resumes and stuff like that.
Amazon, I don't know if anybody's interested in it, but Amazon Prime has the entire Psych series up now.
Oh, do they?
Oh. Never cared for that show.
I loved Psych so much.
It was amazing.
Wasn't it?
They came out with that movie. Did you see the movie?
Yeah.
And you know why they ended, really, right? With the whole stroke incident?
Mm-mm.
Oh, Lassie, the guy who plays Lassie.
Yeah.
He had a stroke, like a major one, and they didn't want to continue the show without him, out of respect for him. And so he finally recovered just enough, and they decided to do the movie. And depending on how well the movie did, they were going to debate continuing the show. But I loved that series so much.
It was so good.
It was so good.
Like, it was one of
watched it.
That was one of the best series finales I had ever seen.
Yeah.
They could not have finished it better. It was perfect.
Yeah. And it was because he had a stroke. But, like,
I never heard that.
If you know about it now and you watch the movie, you can kind of see the telltale signs of it, doing the stuff that he's doing, because it took him forever just to relearn how to walk. I mean, he was so weak. And he finally recovered enough, and they decided to do the movie. But they didn't want to continue without him because they respected the heck out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an awesome actor. He's been in tons of stuff before that.
Yeah.
On that note, not as fun of a note, I watched my boss have a stroke, and
oh no,
Jesus.
That's something you don't forget.
No.
In a similar vein, you don't forget when you watch people have seizures either.
No.
It's good for those people that there's someone there, though, to assist.
Yeah. But it definitely, I got used to it at a point. It's actually even worse when you see a dog have a seizure. It's like slightly more sad.
Well, you can't explain it to the dog is the thing.
That's when you get the CBD on hand. Rub it in
nobody
their mouth.
asked about it.
It works.
Is it wrong if I ask if when you said you saw your boss have a stroke, was your boss Harvey Weinstein? What kind of stroke was going on?
It wasn't that bad. He just kind of zoned out mostly.
Was a fern involved?
No.
So
usually it's
a buddy of mine.
They don't know what's going on, and it just happens.
Yeah, I used to do capoeira with a friend of mine that was epileptic. We actually nicknamed him Drive Through because he had a seizure while he was driving, and he drove into a restaurant.
Oh,
nobody was hurt, but that's how he got the nickname.
Thank goodness.
But when he first started, he's like, "This is a thing that happens occasionally. If you do see it happen, just kind of roll me over and make sure I don't bite my tongue off, and that's about all you can really do until it's over."
Yep. And
it happened twice. And
did you have a drive-through rule that during sparring, if he had a seizure, you automatically won? Like, I win. Default.
Got him.
So
I just can't imagine the people who have to go through that without anyone around. It's like it's almost good. Like it's horrible for the people who aren't used to it, who get to experience it, but it's great for those people to have someone there.
Yeah, like he was on meds for it and stuff. He was well aware that it was an issue, but I mean, you have a trigger.
They can drive at all. Most people can't drive if they have like a seizure history. They don't.
Depends on how severe it is. I think
actually.
You have to be like seizure free for like a year or something before.
So I have a.
He only ever had that one incident. He might have been without a license for a while. I don't actually know.
Yeah, Patrick, this is Discord. We're using Discord for the cameras.
It's garbage, Patrick. It's garbage. Discord.
Welcome to the chaos that is podcast.
Remind him, we're using
welcome
Discord
to the crap
for the
show.
Video stream.
So
why am I out of alcohol?
So I've got two.
Did you really drink your last one?
Not the last one, but
okay.
Half a pack.
We do.
Well, you said you were out, so.
Well, I sent the husband on an errand.
Send him for another one.
So we do actually have a question, but I'll wait till Aureolin gets back. So I'll just go with my stories first, before we ask the question.
It might cut out, but I can still hear you.
So, for stories, the reason I had to get used to seizures, one is I had a friend when I was going to community college that she had seizures somewhat regularly, so I just got used to, when she would have them. And knew what to do. The other fun story is someone I hooked up with.
Please tell me it happened during intercourse.
No, it didn't. It happened about 30 minutes after. And so she started having a seizure while we were like laying there cuddling and stuff and about to go to round 2. And then she started having a seizure and I'm like,
she had round 2 all on her own.
You were like, I laid it down so hard. I didn't know her head hit the headboard that hard. Now it's just brain damage. What's going on? And he just like got up and left. Like
no, he started crying. This is all my fault.
Just left.
Yeah,
you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna put my pants on him. Bye.
Like I'm going home. See ya.
So now that Aureolin's back, Patrick wants to know what our number 1 favorite anime is.
Oh.
Futurama.
I don't watch anime. Yeah, are we talking anime like as in Japanese type anime, or does that include like American cartoons?
It can probably be anything animated.
It's going to have to include American cartoons because I don't know any.
I mean, anime-wise, it's DBZ.
Okay.
Because I did like Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah.
I mean, I
watched
some, but like it wasn't. I wasn't super into it. It just happened to be on in between other stuff I was watching on Cartoon Network.
Okay.
I'm just saying Futurama.
All right.
Yeah, like US-wise, I mean, I really enjoyed Futurama more than anything.
Blanketing said what?
Yeah, Courage the Cowardly Dog. Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Courage. Yeah.
No, I want to change mine.
Rocco. Ren and Stimpy.
No.
That's so mean. Hold on.
Not the Boondocks, but the Boondocks is just famous.
Boondocks was amazing. I got 3 stick chucks.
Squidbillies.
Squidbillies was amazing. C-Lab 2021.
Oh.
That was pretty good.
I don't know. I know manga more than I do anime, honestly, and I prefer the books over the shows in most cases. Picking a favorite is really hard. There's so many good ones. I really did love Full Metal Alchemist. There's a lot that I like.
So follow-up question. This is my personal one.
I grew up with Sailor Moon, so maybe I should just say Sailor Moon. I mean, that was like my introduction to anime, but I like manga more than anime, so I don't know.
So apparently,
Powerpuff Girls count.
Powerpuff Girls.
JoJo.
Apparently, Flinkadinks and Dangers don't count. Thrills only counts because his is an actual anime, which is DBZ.
Ah.
I'll change mine.
They're technically animated.
I
get DBZ, and then I did Full Metal Alchemist. What about shows like Yu-Gi-Oh or
that is
Does that
count?
I mean, there's Pokemon, there's Wolf's Rain, there's Elfen Lied, there's Your Lie in April,
Pokemon,
there's
Pokemon.
I mean, gosh, there's Naruto, Shippuden. I mean, what?
I didn't like Naruto.
There's too many. One Punch Man counts. Like,
So the
Psychic K.
How about Avatar?
Psychic K
Does
is
Avatar
awesome.
yeah, sure, we'll count Avatar because it's like the Nickelodeon
There's
anime.
too many.
Kind of.
There's too many.
I don't watch anime, so that's the thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll just say Pokemon. Pokemon and Naruto are the only two that I remember watching as a kid.
Hey Nick, look at my chat.
It's Dragonese here again.
No, not you. Oh. The other Nick.
Fucking Siobhan, bro.
Oh, do we have 2 Nicks now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what's
Dragon's Nick too?
Oh,
so
nice.
Yeah. So Avatar counts. Danger.
I mean, my real name's Ariel. So
oh no, they're thinking Avatar: Last Airbender, not Avatar.
Oh yeah.
No, I meant Last Airbender.
Okay. There's 2.
So
I didn't mean the movie, but the movie was fantastic, by the way.
It was.
I believe
that
Did
you hear
the
number
Avatar:
2's
Last
coming
Airbender
out?
wasn't that a novel?
Yeah.
Awesome.
They're gonna do like groundbreaking filmmaking stuff in it too.
Nice.
Was that a regular novel, or was it a manga? The
Which
Avatar,
one?
like the Last Airbender,
probably both.
Stuff like
that.
Because I believe I listened to the audiobook of it. So when the movie came out, I watched it, and just because I listened to like the audiobooks.
But it probably was a novel too.
So the manga actually came after the show, which is a little weird.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was a normal first.
I never watched the anime show, but I want to say I listened to one of the audiobooks on YouTube or something when it was pirated for free.
Yeah,
I listened to a lot of audiobooks.
Netflix
I'm just saying that one by default because I watched it on Nickelodeon. So like that's my only real reference to anime.
Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
All right. So for me, there's this anime called Outlaw Star that like was on Toonami.
Yes, that's amazing. Yeah. See, there's too many. There's too many.
That was definitely my favorite one.
Cheers, buddy.
Dug it.
There's Ronin, there's Inuyasha. I mean, there's just so many. There's so many.
Okay, so Patrick says his
How's that Steel Reserve going over there, Thrill?
Dancing the
Vampire.
Vampire.
I drank it.
What, Dancing the Vampire one?
No,
after
so
2 to 3 cocktails and a beer, Steel Reserve doesn't taste that bad.
So Patrick says Dancing the Vampire Bund.
Oh.
So Patrick doesn't. I mean, I don't know how much dub he actually watches, but he watches a lot of sub anime. So
I've watched a lot of both. There's some good stories in there.
Who's all streaming tonight?
Yeah, we're all streaming.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm on
just
YouTube.
On our own.
Most of them are on
Twitch. What about Aeon Flux?
Oh, Aeon Flux? I forgot about that.
Yeah. Evangelion and Gundam was big when I was younger.
I didn't watch Gundam.
I love. Did you ever? My favorite Gundam series. My favorite Gundam series, next to the one that had Gundam Wing, was the one that had Burning Gundam in it.
I never really cared for Gundam, but it was really objectifying women in that show. So.
Isn't that every anime though?
No, not always. There are certain ones that are not that bad.
98% of them?
Yeah, honestly, yes. But
Wait,
it's taken with a hint of humor, so if you don't take it seriously, it's hilarious.
Hey, Aureolin, did you ever watch Read or Die?
Read or Die? No, but that made me remember Death Note. That one was phenomenal.
Read or Die was pretty good. Patrick actually watches more dubbed. Read or Die was basically, so it was about an author, but she has 3 guardians called like the Paper Sisters, who they have paper magic. It's kind of cool.
Witches.
There's so many.
Sounds like witches.
It is very witches.
I've been interested in the idea of watching Death Note.
You guys might like Death Note, honestly.
Death Note's pretty good.
Not enough to really track it down, but if I come across it, I'm interested enough to watch it.
Like,
was that a Charles Bronson movie, Death Note?
20. No. Oh my gosh, 23 anime on DVD. I don't think I have anime on DVD. I just usually watch it on Netflix or channels that I am not promoting.
I have a
promote them.
This is Death Note.
No, I can't. Oh, nice. I can't.
Cool.
I can't promote them because
it's like the whole. It's the box set. Like all the manga are in here in the box.
Sweet.
And it's really good.
Twitch's terms of service say don't promote.
Yeah. You guys are on Twitch.
say
I prefer
don't
books,
promote.
So.
Say don't promote places where you can look at stuff for free, so I can't.
Just looking at that box set, it makes me think of Constantine.
Oh, yeah.
Just because of like the demon in the background, like the clothes he has on, it makes me think of like.
It's kind of like that. Like it's a demon that's influencing this notebook and stuff, and it's like a god of death sort of thing. And but there's a lot of like cleverness to it, so I loved it. It was really great. I kept the.
I heard the live action Netflix was pretty horrible.
Yeah,
yeah.
I wouldn't mind watching the real one.
Yeah, I wouldn't watch that.
They always. Like every live action is just always horrible.
I watched it anyway just because I'm a fan, but no. I prefer the books almost always. I've gotten so many manga series. I really love looking at the art and stuff, but that's the artist in me.
Do you think Danger would like Fairy Tail?
I'm not good at the art.
It doesn't sound like something I'd like.
Well, it's about like a guild and fighting and that sort of thing, but no, I think it's a little too peppy fun.
Yeah,
Tim's not fun.
Actually, he might like.
I'm not fun at all. I don't do that.
Is it Demon Hunter or whatever it is?
Demon Hunter.
Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer.
Right? I think you might like that.
I don't know. That one's.
I don't know. I mean, it's also very like feudal anime.
Yeah, it's
style,
also very in the anime. I think he would like something more like Death Note, or maybe Alice in Borderlands, or.
He might like Bleach, actually.
Maybe.
I don't like Bleach. I hate Bleach.
Oh.
There's been an entire discussion about this.
That one's still in that two fantasy anime realm. You gotta find one that has that good balance. Have you ever watched the classic Battle Royale Japanese movie? It's not anime, but holy crap, it's a classic, even though it's gory.
No, I think it was my first reading comments video I did.
What's up?
Somebody asked me about.
Have you ever seen
anime.
Kamikaze Girls?
I haven't seen Kamikaze Girls. It's on my list, though.
You gotta see that. It was hilarious.
Have you
Just
seen?
So you know, when you said
have you seen Dot Hack Sun?
Battle Royale. What about it? Classic.
I was gonna say it made me think of Kung Fu Hustle for no apparent reason. But...
Have you seen Dot Hack Sign?
Oh yeah.
That was real good.
I really like those. Yeah, they remind me of Sword Art now, but they were like pre-Sword Art.
I mean, Sword Art is basically Dot Hack Sign.
Almost.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Just.
I like the premise of it.
It's a little more. I would like to say like Dot Hack Sign was a lot more on the darker side, whereas Sword Art's a lot more on like the happier kind of side.
Sword Art was still kind of dark though, because all those kids died. But
I mean, Sword Art only really got dark when they all died, though.
Couldn't watch it. You know what? When Toonami would come on, when I had cable, which I just canceled it earlier, at the beginning of the year, I almost exclusively watched Cartoon Network. I would watch Cartoon Network and Discovery ID, so it was cartoons and murder shows. Those are what I watched. And anytime Cartoon Network would switch over to Toonami, I just changed to watch murder shows.
That's fair.
I was I watched the murder shows on Discovery ID, then Cartoon Network's cartoon stuff.
Did you watch Dexter then?
Forensic Files. I watched Dexter.
Dexter the show.
The
murder show, Dexter, like the serial killer.
I did watch it.
I thought you were talking about
Dexter's
show.
Laboratory. Yes, I watched Dexter's Laboratory.
No, of course you watched Dexter's Laboratory, but no, Dexter, the show. I kind of loved that.
I watched it and I really enjoyed it, but I had to watch it in other ways because I didn't pay for HBO. I think it was HBO or Cinemax, whichever channel it was on. Stars, I don't know.
Do you remember the Dexter's Laboratory movie?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't remember it had a movie.
Yeah, it had a movie.
I don't know which one.
It had a movie. The one where
Dexter's Laboratory though.
It was the one where he met. It was the one where he met 3 alternative Dexters, throughout the different ages, and then there was also alternatively 3 different Mandarks throughout the ages.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Well,
was one of the Dexters old?
Yeah, one of the Dexters was old.
Maybe I saw it then, but it's been so long ago.
So there was Kid Dexter, which is the default Dexter, Teenage Dexter, Super Action Hero Dexter, which was supposed to be the adult Dexter, and then old Dexter. And then likewise, it was the same way with Mandark.
I remember seeing old Dexter with like a really long white trailing beard, but I feel like that was just an episode.
I mean, there was definitely an episode where he like made himself older, but
most of the movies were like 2 episodes put together, though.
Yeah,
but I think I saw it. It's been so long.
It was hilarious because the very end he just sets everything right by pushing a button.
John Danger's cartoon hero and role model was Johnny Bravo.
Oh yes,
I watched that.
Johnny Bravo
and Ed and Eddie.
I was gonna say Ed and Eddie.
Yeah, I was Double D.
Double D.
I was actually getting ready to say that I watched way too much Ed and Eddie back in my day.
It's like my siblings would watch it and we would joke. It was like, you were Ed, you're Eddie, and I'm Double D. Like,
I don't care if I'm the only person in the world that liked them, but I loved the Angry Beavers. I thought they were hilarious.
They were funny too.
We're moving off Cartoon Network to Nickelodeon here, but Our Real Monsters.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Apparently, Ed's sister made Patrick angry.
Yeah, I see that.
I always liked the Trailer Park like triplets that were always after Ed and Eddie.
Yeah. After, wasn't it? I think.
You know, do you remember the Powerpuff Girls and the Rowdy Rough Boys?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I didn't watch Powerpuff Girls. I mean, I know the show and I saw it on, but I didn't. My sister watched it, but
I watched it. And then
I watched it without shame. It was hilarious.
It was. I mean, it was great. And then the Rowdy Rough Boy episodes were so good.
Coloring.
Bubbles.
We gotta save people. Okay.
I never really cared for Hey Arnold.
Oh,
I did watch that.
On.
Good.
You take it back. You take it back right now, football.
No, I mean, it was on and I watched it, but it wasn't one of my favorite. It was just there.
I kind of like Doug. Do you remember Doug?
Oh, Doug was good.
I like Doug.
Funny.
Yeah,
I didn't like it. I didn't like it when they tried to bring it back when he was like going to college or whatever. But
yeah,
that was the original
Doug.
Like.
Doug and Patty Mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Skeeter.
Don't forget Rocko's Modern Life.
Yeah.
Oh, that's classic. Yeah.
The format of Doug kind of reminded me of Seinfeld. Skeeter was like the Kramer type character, so you had like these kind of archetype characters going on in Doug that reminded me of those type of shows.
It kind of had the same cutaways too, if you think about the music and
it really did.
How it transitioned
and
between scenes.
I never watched Seinfeld, so I didn't know.
Oh, I didn't watch Seinfeld until like 10 years after it was off the air because again, I don't think I had cable at the time.
Yeah.
So I was like, I would watch whatever was on in syndication on replays.
I watched it at the time because my parents were obsessed with it. Because
mine didn't.
Everybody was obsessed with Seinfeld.
My parents didn't want us watching grown-up shows. And then my dad made us watch things like The Last of the Mohicans.
Great film.
I've tried to watch.
The Quick,
the
Dead,
and Seinfeld.
The Quick and the Dead.
Better film.
Oh yeah. I've tried to rewatch Seinfeld in syndication like recently. It did not age well at all. Awful.
I mean,
yeah.
You know what?
Is he gay? I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. It's still hilarious. I guess it didn't age well, but to me it did. But that's because I can think of it as the time. So I think a lot of shows are like that, though. If
maybe it just depends on what episode I catch. Like, there's certain jokes and stuff from it that I still appreciate. But
I was watching an episode of Quantum Leap where he jumped back into the 60s, and so there was racism going on, and he was a member of like the Klan, and it was something, but they threw around the N-word, and so it was beeped out every time because it was, set in a period of him trying to be like I believe that Quantum Leap's future was like 1998 or something.
Yeah,
no, it was, or like 2000, so it wasn't, but he was trying to be, a modern person from like the 90s in the 60s, so like, but you would see that racist undertone that existed everywhere, just outright open racist in the South.
Yeah.
So, but you would hear stuff that like, even then we would think like, you throw it in there because you have to. You can't portray 1967 Klan members in the South without using that phrase.
Mm-hmm.
But it was interesting to see stuff they would like delete and bleep out.
Oh, okay. Here we go. We got another question.
Oh,
Patrick?
Yeah, from Patrick. So he wants to know if we think TV companies should stop changing animations and reboots of our childhood shows at all. And then he has a comment that says, honestly, they ruin our childhood shows for me. So I guess the question is well, I mean, I guess the Powerpuff Girls, like the reboot of it was.
I mean, Powerpuff Girls, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Was it?
Yeah.
Teen Titans, right?
I mean, Michael Bay ruined Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and there is no recovering from that.
There was the Teen Titans stuff, but then there's also like, what's the other one? I can't remember what it is now, but I've seen other shows that pop up like, oh, I'm like, this isn't what the show I watch.
I guess.
You know what? My kids were watching
Spider-Man
Inspector Gadget, and it's like 3D now.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, I watched that as a kid, Inspector Gadget. And I was like, oh, this isn't Inspector Gadget.
This looks weird. I don't like it.
It's very different.
It does aggravate me, but at the same time, like half of those shows are based on something else. So it's like the cartoon show was a different medium.
Yeah.
Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or Spider-Man or anything like that. Like it started out somewhere else.
I don't like the weird 3D version of the Turtles.
I don't either.
Neither do I.
I feel like a lot of the ones...
The classic style.
I mean, but I feel like we discussed this last night, right? That they're just rebooting old series now because they're out of ideas.
That's all they can do, yeah.
They've been out of ideas.
Weren't they talking about doing a Gargoyles reboot not too long ago?
Yeah, they were.
Probably.
And I'm glad honestly it didn't go through with it, because honestly
I'm kind of surprised they haven't done dinosaurs yet, because that was such a phenomenon. I was like, why haven't they rebooted that in a 3D non-costume?
I'm the baby. Gotta love me.
I was like, I'm shocked they haven't remade that, honestly.
I'm surprised The Land Before Time stopped making movies. Let's be honest there.
The first one was fantabulous, though.
Yeah, well,
I thought, touch my brave little toaster, you bastards.
Right? Brave little toaster. Oh my gosh.
I feel like there's classic Disney movies that they can't touch either, like A Kid in King Arthur's Court, or The Big Green.
Wait, are you talking about the baseball movie?
Well, it's the one where like he falls into a random crack that appears in like a baseball field, and then he's
I think I have that film on VHS in a box in the basement somewhere.
That was movie.
And then there's also The Big Green.
By the way, that movie is a reimagination and spinoff of a Mark Twain classic, A Yankee in King Arthur's Court.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah. Good book.
I mean, I feel like if they ever rebooted The Big Green, like I would boycott it, because it's just like a classic old Disney movie.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how horribly it would go if they tried to remake The Green Mile now?
Oh my gosh, it would be awful.
I don't think they could.
I don't think so either.
They wouldn't.
I don't hate a lot of the kids shows I've seen rebooted, like just for example, from what my kids watch, I've seen the new My Little Pony, which honestly the new one is fantastic and hilarious. And
so
you're done.
If you have ever actually watched it and looked for the hidden things in the backgrounds, if you have seen the things in the background, it is hilarious. There is like secret adult jokes in there, and I love it. I mean, there is a freaking Metal Gear Solid reference at some point. I love it. So I don't hate that. They redid Inspector Gadget, and even though it looks different, it's still just as quirky and funny as it was before, and my kids love it. My kids love Tom and Jerry now because they kept it going. I mean, the classics that I grew up with, like, you know, Sailor Moon and things like that, they really didn't change. So I don't really hate it because now my kids actually like these shows.
This is a weird side question here, but because I want to think of Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
The fact that it was taken off the air, I can't help but think of the stereotypes that were involved with, like, the black mammy that was always reoccurring as a character. Well, like his owner was, you know, like an obese black lady who you never saw her face, but you see her jump on chairs when the mouse. Yeah, Jerry would run through, and you'd be like, and you know, like it was just like it had this weird racist stereotype undertones that you didn't think of as a kid, but you thought about later trying to rewatch some of the episodes.
It was really just the times, though.
That my daughter actually prefers the old French version of Tom and Jerry to anything else.
My kids love the original Tom and Jerry cartoons that they like replay. They just love them.
The comedy violence isn't there in the new one. Like I tried watching a couple episodes, but it's not the same because it doesn't have that same level of cartoon violence.
Did you?
Stand there and talk.
Just hang out and nap.
Yeah, Patrick, for sure. You could join a podcast sometime. Maybe when's our next one going to be? What? Almost April at this point, probably.
Another month.
Yeah, in another month.
I mean, we don't have a limit on how many people can join if he wants to join the server and pop in.
Yeah. Let me grab
Patrick. I'll be right back.
They remake
the Flintstones too.
I'm guessing
hide under a box.
Sailor Moon had to remake that series. Well, Sailor Moon really had like a ton
Samurai
of different
Jack.
series. I mean, there was Sailor Moon S, there was Sailor Moon R, there was Super Sailor Moon.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Chef, what's up?
So he doesn't want to join tonight, but he would be up for it in the future.
There's also
Anime Boy is saying that in Tom and Jerry they had to remove
link him into the server, and
the original.
we will let him know when one's coming up.
That makes sense, I guess.
Well, Scooby-Doo. They remade Scooby-Doo multiple times.
That's true.
Damn, you hit me up tonight.
I didn't care for that. I don't like the animation style.
There was one that I saw the kids watching that looked really weird. And I was really thrown off by it. I was like, that's Scooby-Doo?
Well, it's hard because, like...
Are you Cayenne? Yeah, that's...
Not only is, like, shows like Tom and Jerry...
Alright, what am I drinking, man?
Wile E. Coyote... Stuff like that. Nostalgia for me, but, like, that's stuff that, like, my...
Got butterscotch, sake,
like
cherry rum.
My mom was...
And then a number of good
Scooby-Doo fanatic.
I think my parents were like the Rascals. Black and white stuff.
Hard because I need
like
the
Little House on the Prairie, Lassie.
Hey,
my
Thrill.
dad. I've been watching. Yeah.
Can I do a shot of the cask strength for Chef because he needs something hard?
Sure.
All right.
As if the cast strength is the only hard liquor he has.
Anime Boy is saying he wants to join, but don't you think it's weird? I don't know. I mean, the more the merrier, usually, right?
We just rotate around.
It would be like a 20-man server.
Like, yes, everyone just, it's a party!
The topic I had tonight was vaccination rates among the white and black populations in America.
I do think that Discord unfortunately does have a limit of how many people can have video.
Yes, there is, but I think it's like, is it 12 or?
I don't remember. I know you have to boost the server to have more than the limit, though.
Boost us, Danger. Oh shit!
Danger,
I'm glad
you
you
probably
brought
have to
that
look
up.
to see
Remind
what
me.
the limit is.
I gotta cancel my
limit of what?
People.
My Nitro policy.
What's the limit of people in Discord that can actually have their videos on? Do you know?
I don't.
I know.
I didn't realize there was a limit, but I guess
there is.
They'd be fingernail size at some point. So,
I mean, so
maybe if you could check in the settings or something.
So there is a hard cap for video participants on non-boosted servers, but then I think as you boost a server, you get additional slots that you can have more video people on.
How do you boost it though?
You have to buy a nitro.
Money.
I figured. I just figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you can actually buy boosts separate from nitro now.
Yeah, you're right. You can.
Oh, that's interesting.
All right, so quick history for Chef because he doesn't know alcohol the way we do. Alcohol comes out of the barrel. They water it down with water to get it down to 40 proof, and they put it in bottles and they ship it out to people.
He meant 80 proof, 40%.
Yeah, that. This one, they didn't do that. They took it out of the barrel and they put it in a bottle at 120 proof.
120
instead of 80. So yeah, you wanted strong. This is fucking strong.
I quickly Googled Discord max video shown, and it says a maximum of 10 users can share their videos at a time, but Discord has raised its limit to 25 owing to the current scenario. So maybe 25 is the cap?
There's a Phasmo mode there, and Oni's coming to get us.
It's either 10 or 25.
So on any given podcast night, we're never going to hit that many.
Who knows?
And I mean, if we do, then
that would be complete chaos.
Fine.
I mean, maybe if we talked about how Illinois ended cash bail and how it's racist, then we could get to that cap.
All right.
So
we're trying to make it political.
Yeah, always political, bro.
You gotta be.
So hey, Patrick,
don't smell it. You're mistaken yourself.
Were you meaning you?
I love this stuff though. This is good.
We can discuss how dangerous you're not allowed to drink Jack and Cokes anymore because it's too white. So from now on, you have to have Coke and rum, or Coke and Crown Royal.
Rum is the best.
I prefer Coke and rum. What are you saying?
Only Cuba Libres.
Fact about beer drinks. What about wine?
So Patrick, were you meaning like wine? Us do a speedrunning podcast? Because I think at least 3 of us would have problems even doing speedrunning.
I is poor white trash. I drink Steel Reserve. I ain't got time for no fancy wine unless it's Boone's Farm.
Anime Boy is asking about a history lesson about wine or scotch. Anybody got insight?
I got insight to scotch. What do you want to know?
Some history. Apparently,
it comes from Scotland.
Yeah.
Wow, that's profound.
Thanks, Tim.
It has to be distilled and aged in Scotland to be
so profound.
Actually, not even that. It has to leave the bottle. It has to leave bottled from Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it has
if you ship a barrel overseas, it's not Scotch anymore.
What is it?
So what's the difference between
wherever it's bottled?
It's regular whiskey at that point.
So what makes Scotch?
Scotch usually uses a different grain too. Like the U.S. bourbon is primarily corn, whereas Scotland is what, barley?
Mostly barley. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is all barley.
As far as wine goes, in my area, we have quite a few wineries. Our wines range from grapes to apples to blueberries, honestly.
I guess the difference would be, was there certain wines that the name of the wine is related to the region where they come from?
Yeah.
Or if you're thinking like
that's
champagne,
all of them.
like champagne.
No, it's
but you can have like a Merlot.
Isn't the name of the wine the name of whatever
Cabernet,
the grape
Sauvignon,
is?
So the name of a wine
like a
is
Concord
typically
grape is a specific grape. So if it's a Concord wine, it comes from a Concord grape. But that's not always the case. They don't always specify.
I just want to point out that I did a shot of 120 proof Scotch. I didn't make my ghost noises.
Oh, that's because it tasted.
I thought I heard him there.
I made no noise whatsoever.
So Patrick doesn't think we have speedrunning knowledge, by the way. Patrick, I watch GDQ, all right? I know I watch speedruns. I just can't personally do them.
I can beat Minecraft in 4 seconds.
Yeah. I speed ran Ocarina of Time in high school, and I think I could speed run my time at Porsche right now.
I've watched people speed run Mario, like the original Mario Brothers, and it's insane.
I could speed run Dragon Age.
You know, actually, so while we're on the topic of speedrunning, did you see the most recent
like speedrunning.
Did you see the most recent Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening speedrun, Aureolin, on GDQ?
Ooh. I don't know if I've seen the most recent one. I've seen a few, but that one's so competitive.
It was interesting because I guess he found a new out of bounds technique.
Oh wow!
Like for something, and he almost got record time.
But he didn't.
No, he didn't. He missed it. He missed it by like about half a second.
Yeah,
I gotta go get another.
That's what I mean. Like that game is so competitive for speedrun. It's insane.
I mean, Super Mario 64 is still the most speedrun game all time.
I've seen a lot of 64 speedruns, but I'm just not a huge Mario player, so I'm never gonna speedrun a Mario game.
I'm not gonna lie. Definitely some of the speedrun techniques I want to do in my actual gameplay, but there's no way I'm gonna actually do like the full like combos for the speedrun. I just want to be able to do the cool wall physics that I see other speedrunners do.
I almost speedran my time at Porsche because there's only like one person who speedrun the whole game, and I was like, I could do that, and I almost did it, but I just haven't planned it all out yet.
Yeah, my camera's flipped.
I kind of want to. I love the idea of a speedrun.
My wife made this blanket, by the way.
Oh, really?
Oh,
cool.
Yeah. It's just one of those, you buy the fabric and then you cut them and then tie them together.
Tie the knot, yeah.
So I attempted a speedrun of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls.
Uh-huh.
And then that's how I very quickly found out that I hate speedrunning because then I miss stuff.
Oh, really?
And I hate missing stuff.
Well, I always play the game to death first and love it, like you learn all the ins and outs of it, and then you figure out how to speedrun it.
I feel like, so Kirby's Adventure I've played a ton that like, it's not really technically speedrunning, or at least it's glitchless speedrunning, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I can complete that game pretty quickly at this point, but it's not like, I'm not actually trying to. It's just like I played the game enough that.
That's how I am with Dragon Age. It's like I would love to do a glitchless speedrun of that because it's just, I love it so much. I could just fly through it.
Hey, Daryl's still alive. Cool.
Hey, look at that. Yeah. They live.
Daryl's my favorite. Just because of Boondock Saints. Did you guys ever watch that?
Oh, heck yes.
Yeah.
You're talking The Walking Dead?
Yep.
Yeah, I just asked my mom about it because my dad likes to watch it, but I stopped watching it because it was too depressing. And...
I stopped. I just kind of fell out of it.
Yeah. But I asked my mom specifically. I was like, so does the guy Norman Reedus play still alive? And she's like, yeah, he's still alive. I was like, that makes sense. They can't kill him or they'd lose all their fans.
Yeah. No, Chef is saying that they added 4 new episodes to the end of season 10.
Interesting.
And season 11 is delayed because,
Season 10? Which are we talking about?
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
Speedrun. Yeah, Majora's Mask is a nightmare if you're trying to speedrun. Too much
around the
Negan
accuracy. Episode.
Aureolin, have you watched somebody speedrun New Vegas?
I don't know if I've actually watched a speedrun of New Vegas, but I am sure it is stupid fast considering you can go straight to New Vegas and just raid the house's house.
It's about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
You could just go straight to Mr. House, kill him, and it's like, you win.
Well, I mean, and then you still got the final battle. But somehow in that 6 minutes you get your
I showed you the shortcut to New Vegas. I mean, you could
that's the only way I play.
Yeah.
Now.
You just go straight there, and if you're playing, get your implants, get your money, that's it.
I've done a couple of playthroughs where I'm like, okay, I'll play normal. I'm not going to do that.
I don't want to miss out on any points. I want all the trade points. It feels
so slow. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna
spoiled you forever.
I'm gonna go straight to Vegas. I'm gonna gamble, and then I'll start streaming the series.
Now Danger never plays a non-luck based character in New Vegas because that is the only way to play New Vegas.
It's so good.
So
I know. When I watched you play it the first time, I was like, he's never seen this. I gotta make a quick video.
Yeah, I really didn't. I'm not great at those kind of games at first until I've really dived into them. But then you just showed me how to do it. I'm like, okay, this is fine. This is great.
I've corrupted him. Now he knows how to get cheap money and implants and free stat points and break the game from level 1.
And then I bought all the DLC, so my level cap is higher too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he just sits around playing blackjack the whole stream.
Until you have all the money you need.
I have done that. There were streams where all we really did was play blackjack. It was basically just a chatting stream. I'm like, you guys talk, I'll talk to you, but we're just playing blackjack.
Yeah. That's the way to play New Vegas. Like
Vegas.
Get to Vegas, win your money, and get your implants. Then you can go quest.
Actually, speaking of that, I've heard the best way to play Fallout 3 at this point is on PC. If you have to buy both games, and then you get the mod called A Tale of Two Wastelands, and you can actually play. The purpose of the mod is you can take the same character back and forth between both games.
Nice.
As often as you want.
All right, bye, Patrick.
Bye, Patrick.
Patrick's leaving, yeah.
Bye,
it
Patrick.
Basically puts Fallout 3 onto New Vegas's like I don't really know what to call it, but it runs better is the point.
Did they complete the Fallout 4 New Vegas mod? Is it complete now, or is it still?
No.
No, there was going to be one where they actually where it actually was like all of New Vegas.
Yeah, they were going to recreate New Vegas in 4.
Oh.
I don't feel like that's even necessary, to be honest. Like, okay, graphics, good for you, but like whatever.
It's still good as it is. I mean.
Yeah, I don't play New Vegas for the graphics. I play it because it's a fun game. So.
All right, so Aureolin, since you're an RPG player, do you ever fight the super bosses in places in games?
You mean like in Final Fantasy?
Like in Final Fantasy.
Like the ultimate weapons and stuff?
Yeah.
Sure.
My mouth still burns.
I want those ultimate weapons.
Well, so did you ever play Final Fantasy X?
Yes.
Did you play the HD remake?
No, not yet. But I played the original, and I think I completed it because that was when I was super PlayStation completionist.
So the HD remake adds what, basically us in America didn't get.
Oh, okay.
With the Dark Aeons and Penance.
Oh.
Okay, well, so I'll tell you, I'll spoil you a little bit on this.
Fine.
Yojimbo kills everything in the game. No matter what, right? So if you only want the PlayStation trophy for killing Penance, all you gotta do is just pay Yojimbo the Gill. He'll slash Penance in half. Penance is dead. Congratulations. But if you want to do that,
put this bottle of scotch away, or Thrill's gonna end up beating my ass.
Yeah, put that away. I paid for half that bottle. You bastard. You lush.
Just make him buy you a whole bottle for you.
Drinking all the expensive scotch.
So here's the bad thing.
Bad thing.
If you actually want to do an actual Penance fight, it's like a 45-minute fight.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how a lot of the big fights in Final Fantasy X were anyway.
And that's with optimization. That's like optimizing every single move, and that's optimizing how Penance reacts.
That's kind of how a lot of the fights in Final Fantasy games go, though. Even if you wanted to fight one of like the Ruby weapon or the Emerald weapon or whatever, it's like, yeah, get ready for an hour.
I don't know if you played Final Fantasy 12, but Yasmat in Zodiac Age specifically is a 2-hour fight, which is considerably shorter than Yasmat in the original game.
Right. That's the one thing. Like, if you want a tough fight in Final Fantasy, you're gonna get it, so you better be ready.
I don't think Final Fantasy 13, like the original 13, had any really notable super bosses. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like, now I gotta think.
Well, I guess
my cousin asked a question.
Oh,
okay.
Honeycombs or honey smacks?
Ooh.
What are honey smacks?
Honey smacks are the ones with Digger, right? They're the little...
They're the frog
ones.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm going with honey smacks.
I'm going to go with honey smacks. I haven't had honey smacks in...
Yeah, I would say honey smacks as well.
Smacks, yeah.
Yeah.
Really
I think those are the only ones I ate as a kid.
Yeah, I guess I could see that. Like, I guess there would be some instances where I'd be like, I feel like honeycomb today. But
yeah.
I don't think
maybe on any given day, I'm going to take honey smacks.
Honey smacks. Is this like the asparagus challenge, though? Honey smacks.
Smacks was the generic brand.
Smell weird. Just saying. Was I the only one? So if you ate like a big bowl of honey smacks, you would notice your urine smelled weird the next. Or is this like asparagus? I don't know how many out of the 5 of us here. If you eat asparagus, your pee smells funny.
Yeah, it does.
That's the thing.
Apparently, that's a thing, but some people don't notice it. There's a percentage of the population. I don't remember like where they can't smell that smell of asparagus pee because I know. But I was like, I looked it up one time because somebody and I had this discussion. They didn't know what I was talking.
I mean,
I had a chronic urinary tract issue when I was like 6 years old, though, and had surgery for it and everything. So I don't know. Mine's probably just jacked up.
I mean,
I can't imagine not.
And that's why she's drinking cranberry juice beer right now.
Yeah.
Right? That's why I have to have cranberries all the time. You gotta be careful.
I mean, the girl. He has to have cranberry juice for UTIs as well.
I drink cranberry juice because it's delicious.
UTIs for men is no joke.
I hate cranberry juice. I also hate grapefruits.
No, it's delicious. Cranberry juice is amazing.
Especially grape.
I hate.
I'm not gonna lie though. I actually had a UTI at one point in my life, and it was horrible.
I bet it was. If you get it bad enough, it's bad enough as a woman, but for a man, I can't even imagine. It's got.
You gotta pee after sex, bro.
Dude, they had me on one medication to get rid of the UTI, and then they had me on another medication to fix side effects from the first medication.
Oh my gosh.
Is he still created by Square Enix?
The lesson here is don't get a UTI. It sucks.
Yeah.
The lesson here is
that's something that's like my whole life. It's just kind of like I've got one today.
Yeah. I only ever had it once in my life.
Good on you.
Yeah. Cranberry juice. It's in the house all the time.
I had a girlfriend who had UTIs from condoms, or was she just lying to me?
I would believe her.
I don't know.
It only takes a little bit of irritation.
So I will be right back because all this talk of peeing, I have to pee.
I did that when I got a new drink. Oh, guess what my new beer is, Danger? Yes, Leinenkugel's Honey Weiss.
You son of a bitch.
Now guess what the date is on there? That's December of 2019.
Oh my god.
That just means it's better.
I found it in the back of my fridge. It's been aged.
It's like a fine cheese now.
It smells
it's
like
Moonface
It's
Rock.
He was sitting in the corner. I can't believe I didn't grab him until just now.
That always reminds me of the I want to call it pagan, but like that pagan new age sun that you always find everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Like how old are you, Flinkadink, now? It's been so many years. Like, good grief.
It has been a long time.
I'm about to turn 22 on Wednesday.
Good lord.
You're old enough to drink? Are you serious?
Where's your drink?
I don't drink, man.
Scandalous. In podcasts, everybody drinks.
out of the 5 of us, you're the responsible one. Are you kidding me?
Right.
What is happening?
I've done a lot of dumb stuff in my time, but drinking's not one of them.
He's like, I'm gonna be responsible while drinking, but next week I'm planning on having a friend punch me in the face.
Every party,
he's in training for face punches.
At parties, everybody gets drunk and I get punch drunk. So I'm just like, people hit me, I don't give a fuck.
I feel so bad if, like, the next day, like, if we came to your house and partied, and then everyone punched you in the face, I'd wake up the next day just like, I'm the worst friend.
Everyone feels bad about doing it, but I'm like, just do it. Man. I'm used to it.
She wouldn't punch you in the face, though. She might gouge out an eye, or...
Yeah, right.
I just choke him out for a bit. It feels good.
It does feel good choking people out. Like that's
funny. That's what all of my all of my ex hookups said too. It feels great being choked out.
Oh boy.
That sounds like you have a type.
Although Aureolin would be, choking you out with Hulk Hogan's theme music playing in the background.
Oh, it's so good!
I feel like dragons have... I feel like dragons have the set of leathers, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Let me tell you something, brother.
What'd you say, Danger? I didn't hear that.
I said, I feel like dragons has a set of leathers, and I'm just going to leave that sentence at that.
Okay. All right.
He has a deep,
just
well
for
ball
his
gag.
Type.
I mean, do you want crazy women reproducing? I don't.
Well, too late, man.
That's happening with or without you, buddy.
That's true.
You could either be a part of this.
Yeah, I'm good.
You're the one with
a
the
lot
type.
Of people that do like pro because one of my combatives instructor was a local amateur MMA fighter, and I did one amateur boxing match when I was in the fleet, and nothing rings truer to me than that Mike Tyson quote that everybody has a plan till they get punched in the face. I was like, and that was like one fight, and I was like, I'm not doing this. I don't understand how people can do this.
I suck at boxing. Like, it's straight up boxing. That's probably my worst martial art out of all of them. I can't.
It's like, oh Lord.
I'm gonna get hit every time.
Yeah. I'm more of a block and look for an opening and then just take them down as fast as you can type of fighter.
I like kicking people. I don't like punching. I'd like to kick.
Yeah.
That's pretty much
I tend to use kicking as a distance act because I don't have the flexibility to do roundhouse kicks to the face like Danger does. So I'm more of a
I want to see
distance,
Tim do some crazy shit, honestly.
Straight front kick.
We talked about me coming up there to do something, but then COVID. So
COVID.
Do we need to promote a Danger versus Flink MMA fight? Is that what's going on, Danger?
Hey,
I think it's
so many
someday
people
in
have
the
the
future.
vaccine so
That'd be
far.
a tough one.
So
I've got half my vaccine. I'm working on it.
Man,
Flink, have you gotten your vaccine yet?
No.
No?
It's okay. You just both wear a mask. You'll be safe. It's totally
It's free. The vaccine is
social
free.
distance.
We can cosplay as Scorpion and Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
Yes, I would watch that.
Danger comes on the
distance always messed me up, like keeping distance and sparring and
Range
stuff.
control.
Like when I was trying to do kicking, like some of the Krav Maga stuff, trying to close distance. Like I don't know. I mean, judge the distance. Like I didn't realize how important it was.
Yeah.
I don't even.
Then I
care
learned
about...
that's where some of my pro wrestling training came in because you had to use distance to fake punches and fake kicks. So you.
I don't even care about keeping distance. I will knee the crap out of you if we were in close.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I will. I'll get into it.
Distance always just reminds me of pugil fighting and practicing
so
your
bad,
bayonet stabs.
I enjoy getting in close, getting in a clinch, and throwing knees and elbows. Love knees and elbows. It's one thing that
elbows are underrated for sure.
When you learn a mixture of like an MMA style, and then you try to do something like boxing, your brain keeps wanting to get you into the throw an elbow, throw a knee, throw a kick to keep the distance, just a quick front kick to drive them back.
Well,
you're less likely to hurt yourself too if you do that.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody wants to go for that knockout punch, but you're better off with either a palm strike or an elbow. You're not going to hurt yourself doing either of those.
You're more likely to injure yourself being more aggressive with those long distance attacks than you are than just getting them.
I mean, if you get off a really good punch, at least bare knuckle, you're going to fracture a knuckle.
It'll hurt like a
yeah.
My grandpa was an old school boxer. So like he was the old time. He grew up in boxing gyms and wrestled in high school. But when I was like coming of age type of a scenario, and he would, your dad, your grandpa would show you how to fight. Mm-hmm. He liked boxing, but he had a philosophy of, just keep it simple. Couple of quick jabs and a hook or an uppercut. But my grandpa loved the hit him in the breadbasket. Nobody expects it or understands how much you can end a fight with a quick shot to the gut or a quick liver punch or a quick, he's like, just throw like two quick jabs at the head of their face.
Yeah.
He goes, and then just rock them with a big right hand right in the gut.
There is no sensation quite like having the wind knock.
Yeah, he's like, nobody, everybody who gets in a fight is always out there chasing the head.
For a minute, no matter who you are.
But
and as a female, it's like that's how you have to fight. Like you have to get those really quick, hard shots in the most vulnerable spot, or you're not going to stand a chance. I mean,
just remember, if you're fighting a woman, punch her in the ovaries.
Hurts less than the balls.
so
maybe guard low, because you know what's to follow.
all of my fighting experience is karate sparring when I was younger and into karate, and then fights in school because kids would bully me, and so like I learned how to fight back, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also bar fights. So there's this bar called the Gin Mill, and I don't know if it's still open, but if you ever went to the Gin Mill, there was guaranteed to be a fight that broke out while you were at the Gin Mill. Like that's just what ended up happening. Because it's basically where all the fresh college, because they were one of the only places that would still, is it vertical or horizontal? I don't remember. I don't have my wallet. Whatever, no, it's vertical. They would still accept your vertical ID with like, if you had the paper showing that you got your permanent ID.
Yeah.
When you turn 20
for it to show up.
Yeah. So they were one of the only
playing with her cat. I just assume she's trying to flex for us. Like, just punch him in the face.
So
this right here, it's gonna come for you. Damn! No, I was trying to get this cat off the TV.
So one time, I ended up being part of a Gin Mill fight unintentionally.
So grumpy.
And so for whatever reason, some guy's girlfriend started hitting on me, right? And I was like just walking through trying to get my drink because I'm just with my buddies, right? And I know I obviously like. I could tell she's a drunk girl who has her boyfriend right behind her. We're in the Gin Mill. And so he tries to throw a punch at me, and I duck, and I punch him back in the stomach, and then flip him over. And then he runs into someone else, and it just starts an all-out brawl. And I'm like, hey, guys, let's get out of here.
Bar fights are dangerous, man, because people are stupid.
Yeah, for sure.
I had a buddy, we stopped going to bars because he would constantly get into fights just based on he was what you would call the quintessential every little drunk guy at a bar could brag about how they beat up a 6'2", 250 guy at a bar. So he would find we'd be there, and almost every time like some guy he'd bump into him and they'd want to start a fight. And he was 6'2.5", and 250. So he's like, I'm the stereotype of it would constantly, after an hour or two of drinking, somebody would try to start a fight with him when he was going up to get drinks and bump into him. And he was a big guy. He was a strong guy. And he boxed in high school. So he was also a boxer. And you take, like even my size, like 5'10", and put him up against a guy who's like 6'2" barefoot. So like 6'3" and in boots and 250 and can bench press more than this guy's weighs, and who has played basketball all of his life and then boxed and played basketball, so he's fast and snappy.
Wait, do I know who you're talking about?
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
All right.
I watched this guy play the speed bag, and it was just a blur. He was so nobody understood how coordinated he was. He also had monkey arms. Like those, he was 6'2" with a wingspan of somebody who was 6'7", So his arms were as long as somebody who had 6 inches on him. So his arms were, we've messed around and sparred. He literally could do the Three Stooges, grab me on the forehead, and I couldn't kick him. His arms were longer than most people's legs. So he could just throw a punch and just rock you. Like there was no getting inside of his distance. But I remember he used to go to bars just looking for fights after like he got had some falling outs with ex-girlfriends. And so he got pretty good at being in bar fights because that became his hobby for like a year after one of his bad breakups, was just to go to a bar and take out his frustrations after fighting with like his ex.
Fair.
Dude, I was never into the bar scene. Like I would go just because that's what everybody wanted to do. But like, let's just go buy a bottle and go home.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like one of my friends, though. One of my battle buddies. She's technically my closest battle buddy and probably still my best friend. But boy, when we went to bars, this girl had a knack for finding the drama and putting herself right in the middle of it. And then all of us would have to like circle her and like, you know, make it basically known she's got backup. And then if the police showed up, we'd all flash our military IDs like, yeah, I don't know what happened. This guy got really angry.
Yeah.
We're just here on drill.
We're 19, but they let us in the bar because we had military IDs.
No, we were all over 21. But it just, like, we had to, and then the police would just be like, you can go, we'll deal with these drunks. And we would get off, but it was just like, dang it, you gotta stop causing drama.
So Thrill, you realize I'm 6 foot, like probably 280 strong guy, right? And I mean, the nice thing is there's somewhat taller people in Colorado, but they're lanky.
Oh yeah.
So no one wants to screw with them because they're just lanky, right? Because
sounds
it's
like my bro.
Yeah. But so I would have a similar problem if someone ever bumped into me. They're like, "You want to fight?" And I'm like, "Bro, you're like dwarf size, all right?"
Well, my brother's taller than you, but
it's fun. So it's funny, because you know we have a high Hispanic population in Colorado, and so if you would ever go to a bar and you piss off a Mexican, they're like, "Huh, Capron, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?"
What are you looking at?
Over there. There are boxes and a heater that is off. I'm guessing she's seeing the light move on the heater panels because the fan is twirling.
Kitty, hi, what are you doing, Kitty?
Hey, what's that?
So it's funny because they would get mad, and then their like girlfriend or wife or whoever would come up and be like, "Hey, no, come on, let's get you home. You drank too much." And I'm like, I'm just sitting there and I'm watching Mr. 5'6" dude be taken out by his like 4'11" girlfriend, and I'm just laughing. I'm like, the dwarfs are leaving. What do I do?
Hey. As a person who is 5'6", I find that offensive.
Chase the hobbits away.
That's like a
giant. Hey! 5'6" is a respectably average height.
It's above average for a female.
Considering it took me until after I was a senior in high school to break 5'4", I am proud to be 5'6".
You kept growing that long? Jeez.
Yeah, I didn't hit puberty till I was like 16, so give me a break.
Oh, wow.
So I feel a little jealous of you because in middle school, I was the second tallest person in my class because there was this freak who got to be like 7 foot.
Do not be jealous because as being the tiny person, everyone thought it was their given right to pick you up. You have no idea how much I hate when people pick me up.
Oh, so until I hit 30, I was like 150 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
$150.
I hate being picked up.
Freshman in high school, I was under 5 foot and less than 100 pounds, and everyone just assumed it was okay to pick me up.
Yeah, that's not okay. You don't pick people up.
Oh my gosh. I never wanted to bite so many people in my life.
And right after basic training, I'm 5'10".
I was 5'4" in basic.
I was like 250 in high school, and then I dropped down to like 230, and then I got after you lose weight to qualify. I was too fat to join the military.
I gained 10 pounds in basic.
So then I had to lose weight, and when I went to MEPS, I was literally within 1 pound of not qualifying for being overweight to ship.
Yeah.
So I lost. I was like maybe 180. And I got into an argument. Now, this is, again, I'm 18. So I just graduated
the
year before, went to basic. And I went to like what would essentially be like a party of people I knew from high school.
Right.
And I got into an argument with somebody. And when you go from being like 250 to like 178 and you get into like an argument and then somebody shoves you, like your whole weight is different. Like I was not used to being
pushed
70 pounds lighter than I was.
Yeah.
I'm back up because I'm a fat kid. So as soon as I got out of the military, every year I gained like 10 pounds. And so now I'm like 250 again. But it's like you're just not used to it. So like I got into an argument and they pushed me and I was like, holy shit, they actually moved me. Like then like your whole movement style is different. Like I didn't realize I could grab that fast and throw out like a simple grab the hand, sweep the leg, like, front sweep to knock somebody down. Like, oh yeah, I didn't realize I've been running and working out. And I was like 80 pounds. I was about 80 or 90 pounds lighter than I was.
Yeah.
6 months earlier.
And when you're lighter,
back from
that's
Iraq
the only
and
way
realized
you could
that
fight.
bagel bites were still a thing. And
when you're that light, you have to fight that way. You have to be faster. You have to be more flexible.
Yeah.
You have to be more agile. Otherwise, they're just gonna crush you.
So I could just picture Thrill in that entire scenario. He's like, I'm like Superman.
I was like, I'm like the Flash. Like,
yeah, I remember like when you're out rucking and then you take that big heavy bag off and you just feel like you're speed. My dad used to take us on huge long hikes with big bags on our back. So like I had experience before I even went to basic, and it was just like, holy crap, I feel so light.
It feels like a dreamlike experience.
Yeah.
Like you're almost in like a weird euphoria type of. You take that pack off and you're like, whoa,
it's space.
So
I also always wore combat boots, even as a teenager. So when I wear tennis shoes, it's so weird because they weigh nothing. I forget I have shoes on.
So to finish my story, I was like 5'10" in middle school, and so I thought I was going to be like a super tall guy. I grew 2 inches after that, like all the way up until I was like from age 14 to 25, which is like the growing range grew a total of 2 inches. That's it. After I got to be 5'10", and I'm like, I feel gypped because I should have been taller.
I just remember.
But then I also
stopped at 5'10" and I just stayed there.
I also like walked by people, and a majority of people in Colorado are like smaller than 6 foot. Smaller than 6 foot, or if they are taller, they're like 6'5", because freaks of nature.
Whatever. Yeah. It's called genetics.
and so I'm just like, oh well, I always feel like I'm average, and then like I went to Florida, and they don't grow vertical wise.
I know the feeling because I'm not that average height, but 5'10" is normal. I feel short in a lot of places.
Yeah.
And then I went to like my mom and them all live in east or western PA, and so it's a coal. I figured it out. It's coal mining country. So people who live there are descended from coal miners.
Hey,
and
my great-grandfather was like one of the founders of one of the most successful mines in this area.
Oh, okay. So yours was, but you were the owners who went out there with strike breakers and tormented and abused all of the poor coal miners like my grandpa.
He literally made the coal mine in the area down here. I mean, like, if you look up the Southern Illinois history book, my great-grandfather is in it.
And then they bought Davenport's.
Yeah.
That, oh, gosh. You have no idea how directly tied to me that is.
I mean, you could tell us.
So
okay, so here's your hint.
We were a bunch of outlaws.
Here's your hint. When I was in the military, my nickname was DP.
That's why she steals.
Somebody say it.
No one say
Somebody.
It's Davenport.
Don't say it.
That's all it is. It's Davenport. That's all it is.
Because honestly, when people started nicknaming me this, I literally did not know what that meant.
Then she Googled it, like, oh.
No, I did.
It was the night before when we
there
were
no smartphones in Iraq. I literally had no idea. Someone had to fill me in like months later, but by then it was too ingrained, and I was like, you know what? I don't care. It's shortened, and DP is fine. I don't even care.
That's okay.
There's worse nicknames in the military, so I'll take it.
I'm not gonna make you feel better. Never mind.
You're not gonna make me feel better. Why? Did you have a worse one? Tell me.
Not in the military. But as a kid,
you were just fish in the military, weren't you?
Yeah, my name. They're very creative in the military.
Aren't they, though?
That's part of my last name. So they were just like Fish. My brother, who's in the Air Force, his nickname was Fish too, based on our last name.
I think some people called my brother DP too, but
no.
Usually it was Deport.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Chip.
ThrillBilly doesn't come from nowhere, but I'm also a junior. So
or Snaily.
The family nickname for Billy Jr. is BJ.
There
so
you go.
My name growing up as a kid was BJ.
You see?
My grandmother still to this day calls me that.
And it's fine. Like, if that's your nickname in all loving intent, then it's fine. Yep. I don't care. You can call me DP. I do not care. It does not bother me.
I feel like BJ is more obvious than DP.
Yeah, BJ seems more common though. Like that's an actual name, you know.
Yeah, that seems common.
He's not a real. Like...
I really don't care.
But it's still the fact of what it stands for. Like, wait a minute.
I didn't know what it meant when I received
like high school,
nickname,
and you're like, "Don't call me that in public, please."
Yeah.
To me, it's like those are what my battles called me, so I don't care.
We joined, but got the baby sleeping. Dude, I'm surprised mine are asleep. Half the time when we're streaming, they keep running downstairs.
Yeah, no naked kids running across stream. Like, I want applesauce.
Where's the popsicles?
Sky just starts floating behind. Sky just starts floating behind Danger, getting ready to wring his neck. Popsicle.
I checked the freezer. They're gone.
Dude, she ate. So we buy the tube popsicles, right? They don't have the sticks. They're just like in a plastic tube. Within the first 3, yes, they're sugar water. I know.
Make the V8 ones. You will not
sugar
regret
water food coloring.
Just buy multiples of the things and just fill them with V8.
That's not a bad idea. We should do that.
It's a fantastic idea.
He couldn't pull that off because he was fighting with his wife and not fill them with pickle juice.
They will never know.
she does fill them with pickle juice. I'm not even lying. She fills them with pickle juice. Anyway, within the first 3 days of buying this current,
and that's even though she's not knocked up at the time.
She ate all the green popsicles.
When we get done, I have a story about that.
So, I guess for the rest of her life, she's going to be mad that we don't have green popsicles until we buy another box of popsicles.
She'll be telling her psychologist about this in 12 years. Like, they didn't have green popsicles.
I remember
love me.
My dad, he took away my favorite green popsicles.
She's mad about it every day. Like, can I have a green popsicle? You ate them all. Have a pink one.
I don't
he would buy his scotch, but not my green popsicles.
So
Daddy, I see you going to the store for your special things.
Daddy drank, and I didn't get popsicles.
Green ones, I would, but those don't exist.
They have lime ones.
I feel like Danger, Sky's future therapist is going to call Danger for like an intervention at some point, and Danger's going to have to explain. Okay, you're the third therapist that has called me about this. Again, she's the one who ate all of the green popsicles. We didn't take them away.
No, I'm
more serious.
I do feel like I am going to get dragged into a therapy session at some point, and they're going to sit down and just be like, "Okay,
you're a son of a bitch. You're worthless. How dare you?
How could you do this?
You're the problem of all of this child's issues."
All right.
How could you take the green popsicles away from her?
On a bit of a more serious, maybe serious, I don't know, but that is something I wonder about doing these weekend streams, because I drink only on the weekends, like while we're streaming, whether it's Phasmo or this, but that's a questionnaire you get when you go to the VA.
Exactly.
How many drinks do you have?
Yes.
And I used to be able to say less than 6 a month.
Right.
And now I have to be like, I drink like 12 drinks every
over a weekend. Yeah.
Tonight I've had
oh my gosh,
5 or 6 already. So I'm like, yeah, I drink, I don't know, like 6 or 8 drinks on a Friday and 6 to 12 drinks on a Saturday.
I totally fabricated. I just had my assessment this week, and they were like, so do you drink alcohol? Do you smoke? I'm like, well, I drink, but I don't smoke. They're like, okay, so no tobacco ever? I'm like, yeah, no. And they're like, okay, well, how many drinks do you think you have in a week? And I'm like,
yeah.
I drink maybe 2 days out of the week on the weekends with friends. And they're like, okay, well, how many drinks do you think you have in those 2 days? Like, in one day, how many do you have? And I'm like, 2?
80. So my dad was a chronic severe alcoholic.
How much is a 6-pack?
I'm very careful about, like, I won't drink on the weekdays. I'll drink on a weekend or for a social event, and I consider streaming and hanging out playing games a social event.
Right.
But
that's about as social as I get anymore.
I do. I think about that when I'm like, I'm gonna have to tell the VA when, like, how many drinks do you have in a month? Like, well, it used to be like less than 6, and now it's going to be like.
I just tell them 4 in a week. I'm like, 2 each day, maybe.
I'm like,
I'm not about to get up and get my 4th today.
So Aureolin,
I haven't already had 6 while we've been streaming.
If you break that alcoholic boundary, then they want you to do more in your therapy sessions, and I don't want to do that. So
I don't do that. This is just for my medical examination.
This was for my medical examination, but I also have weekly therapy. So
I don't do therapy. I can cope just fine.
Well,
I have a
some of us have children who give us daily challenge.
So I could just picture Aureolin. I can just picture Aureolin. How much is it for a 6-pack of this? Oh, that's like $8. Okay, well, I drink about $24 worth of that in a weekend.
Lies.
That's how you know you're an alcoholic. My dad went from like Budweiser like beers and PBR to like Keystone to like Milwaukee's Best, because he just had to, and then he went to buying the cheapest possible whiskey or rum you could buy at like the liquor store so that he could just stay drunk and spend as little money as possible to be drunk all the time. So I was like, that's how I know I'm an alcoholic, is like, I'm not buying Old Milwaukee to drink a 12-pack a weekend.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I only drink when we're doing our social stuff, so I feel like it's okay.
It's the only time I drink too.
Right.
So I heard the funniest thing. Right. So someone said, "Are you drinking in the morning?" No, I'm drinking from last night. I haven't gone to bed yet.
I'm still drunk. I'm not hungover. What's your problem?
I'm just still drunk.
No, Nick, do you remember my very first stream on YouTube? I played Fallout 3 for a while. You and your dad hung out and streamed for a while.
That was fun, yeah.
Yeah. Like, that was the first stream I ever did. I was insanely nervous about it. For no reason, right?
Right. It's just normal, just playing Fallout 3.
Yeah, but, like, I was used to editing all my mistakes and, whatever.
All of them.
Yeah. So I happened to have some Captain Morgan in the cabinet, and I had a shot before the stream, and then a couple of times during the stream I'd run off.
That was your problem. You were doing shots of Captain Morgan.
That's where he was going.
I wasn't a whiskey guy yet, so like that's what was in the cabinet.
Wait,
were you chasing them with
Natty
Light?
You were always a whiskey guy?
Huh.
I've been lied to.
No, he got to witness the first time I got drunk on stream.
Yeah.
Danger was a...
If you're not drunk on stream, you're doing it wrong.
Danger was that he had two levels of whiskey. He had Fireball or Captain Morgan liquor.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then he had some expensive Irish whiskey that was imported from Ireland for special occasions. That's all he had in his cabinet. Low ass budget rent white trash rum.
I drank all the Connemara before we moved here, sadly.
So then now, if you open Danger's liquor cabinet, it's actually stocked fully from top to bottom.
Probably.
For
mine's
just
like
these
that.
Weekends.
Pretty much.
My liquor cabinet is a cabinet above my sink, and then when it's full of different liquor, which is 99%, it's the mixer whiskeys and a little bit of Irish when I want to sip. Then I have a big Coleman cooler downstairs that I just store my extra whiskey bottles in. And then next to it, I have one of those 30-gallon Rubbermaid totes with all of my other whiskeys stored in it. But none of them are fancy, expensive whiskeys. I don't think any of them go above. Most of them are below $40. There's a couple that are $8, $50, $60 scotches that I bought on sale that I don't want to drink.
Yeah, the most expensive one in my house is the one I had earlier for Chef. It was that 120 proof. And I technically only own half the bottle because Thrill bought the other half.
But then he tries to trick me. He's like, well, your half was the top half, so I had to drink it to get to my half, which is at the bottom.
So, since we bought it as kind of a Christmas thing, right? So we didn't have to buy each other Christmas whiskey or something. It's we'll go half on an expensive one, and it ended up staying here because we drink here anyway. I've had 3/4 of an ounce out of it because I just wanted a shot of it. And just now, when Chef is like, I need something strong. Chef has had an incredibly rough day that I won't talk about on stream.
Okay.
Is he not joining us?
No, he's not. No. He's not joining.
That's why I have old Granddad 114 sitting around in the cabinet. I was using it as a mixer. That's a strong ass mixer.
That's a strong mixer. I like to stick around 100 for a mixer.
So I like to think that before Danger decided to start hanging out with us, he was he didn't maybe drink a whole bunch, right?
Danger was a white trash drunk.
So I could just picture him. I can picture him going to his wife and being like, "Hey, honey, how mad would you be if we converted our pantry into a liquor cabinet?" And Tanya's just like, why? Well, so I kind of started playing Phasmophobia with all these people. And
I feel like the debate would have been, okay, you get the top 2 shelves, but then we need to put a wine cooler in the bottom shelves. So
No, she has a mini fridge that we keep upstairs, and that's where her box of wine goes.
That used to be Danger's mini fridge he kept downstairs.
Yeah, mine yesterday. I went to get to drink for Phasmophobia, and I went and I grabbed, and there was only one in there, and I turned to my husband and I'm like, "Is this all that's left?" And he was like, "Did you drink all of those?" I was like, "I guess."
As a hint, this beer had a December of 2019 date. I'm 90% sure is the sell-by date, because before I started doing like streams and hanging out, which was probably around, I don't know, September of last year.
Yeah, ish.
I would buy like a 6-pack, and that would run me for months. Like I would just take a 6-pack to a get together, drink 3 or 4 beers, and then I didn't drink at all at home.
I was the same way, to be honest. Like I'd buy something to take to a party. I'd have a couple out of it, and I'd take the rest home, and it would expire before I drink the rest.
Yeah. But I'm also cheap, so I'm like, I don't care if this had a sell-by date of 2 years ago. I'm going to drink it. It tastes okay. It's skunky. I drank Milwaukee's Best once because my dad was a drunk, so if we were working on the car, he'd always have a 12-pack. And you can't be like, when your dad's like, "Here, have a beer." Be like, "No." Like, okay. I'm like, ew. It's Natty Light. I mean, can you buy a Bud Light? He's like, "Whoa, that's expensive, fancy shit."
Yeah, I used to only drink once a month during drill.
Now, I will say, when I was in the service, yes, I would drink. I'll never forget.
I only drink during drill. We would go out every drill and have our but after that,
there's a saying: "What happens in drill stays at drill."
Heck so yes, it does.
I would go out.
Except the choices you made along the way; those haunt you forever.
Nothing can be worse.
Only if you're overly dumb about it.
I mean, nothing can be any worse than the fact that you made the choice to enlist in this shit. So I just got to drink it away, man.
At least I got out before 10 years.
Wisconsin, it was my pre-deployment training, if that makes sense.
It does, unfortunately.
And we went out to a couple of bars in like Wisconsin, and it was what we would call, but I went in and I was like, "Oh yeah, we'll have beers." They had 25-cent drafts. Now they were like the 8-ounce plastic cups. So like, but they were 25 cents.
Right.
So hammered. 25 cents for like 8 ounces of beer.
I swear they set up the soldiers for failures. Any of the bars that were near a base, they just like, "Here, buy whatever you want." It's like, oh my gosh, we are all going to be so trashed in the morning.
Then to control you, they would like have NCOs and staff NCOs from base hired as bouncers and shit to keep you in line. But we would. Then I ordered a Jack and Coke, and I think I've told Danger this story. It was literally a rocks glass. I watched them fill it to here, like all the way to the top with Jack, and they went. That was it. Like 1 second splurt of Coke. That was it. That was your Jack and Coke. It was 98% Jack.
Oh my god!
I was so wasted because
they do that near the bases. They really do.
Of Roseanne, like the first iteration of Roseanne, where Becky was making Long Island iced teas.
Oh yeah,
parents' liquor cabinet, and she poured in everything, and then a little splash of Coke.
But it's like, I'll take a Jack and Coke because I was 19.
Yeah.
Another catch of the story. I was 19.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, yeah, I'll just take a Jack and Coke because that sounded like, you know, a good in-between drink to where I could sip on it and I could still seem like, you know, cool, that I wasn't just pussying out. But I also could just sip on it for the night. And it was like 12 ounces of Jack and half an ounce of Coke splashed on top.
Yeah. But if you look at it now, that's a hell of a deal. They pour
it is.
No, they definitely
like $2.
Right. They definitely thought they were doing the soldiers a favor, but really, like, we were the ones feeling it in the morning.
And
so
I was stupid, naive, and innocent when I went into the military. I didn't know anything. Like, people would make sexual jokes, and I would just be sitting there going, "What?"
Oh, I knew all that stuff.
I didn't get any of it. I did not get any of it. And, you know, going into the military and then doing basic training and then going straight into a deployment. Yeah, I had a lot of firsts. They definitely break you into real life real quick.
See, I grew up like my parents when they said I grew up as like a working class kid anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you know, mechanics, construction workers, stuff like that. And my family all trades. And then after that, my parents separated when I was in like elementary school. So we were poor. And I grew up in like poor black neighborhoods. And then from there, we moved into the quintessential poor white neighborhood of a trailer park. And so I was always exposed to that. And like 16, I remember my mom trusted me to go to like Nashville for a weekend for like a convention. So I was already all over the place, and I'd spent summers traveling to the East Coast to live with my grandparents for a summer and coming back home. And so it wasn't that big of a deal to be away from home. And people in the military, it wasn't a new experience because I'd kind of been experienced to drinking and drunks. I mean, I've been to parties and drinking since I was a teenager. Like in middle school, we were out drinking and partying on the weekends and shit. So
I was a good kid.
Like you know what's funny is when I would tell people or when I'd run into somebody from even into high school, they would be like, "Oh shit!" Like because I came off as a good kid, and I always associated it to the fact that I had enough awareness to not get caught doing stupid shit. I wouldn't do stupid shit unless I was sure that I could get away with it, kind of a situation. So when I would run into somebody, it's like, I didn't know you smoked weed. I was like, well, you know, I didn't know you were at this party. Like, yeah, because I didn't do shit unless I thought I could get away with pulling that kind of shit. So there's like a latchkey kid that could run around because my mom worked 100 hours a week to try to keep a roof over our heads. Like, I had a lot of time where, like, if my dad took my siblings on the weekends, I could just go to parties and shit like that.
Yeah, I wasn't much of a party kid. I saw a lot of stupidity in our high school. Honestly, our high school was full of stupid people, and I just decided from like freshman year that I didn't want to be a part of that. So I was just there to like get through it and get done. And it made me really sheltered from a lot of things. And by the time I got into basic, I did not understand any of that stuff. So people would make like trouser snake jokes, and I would sit there being like, I love snakes. Snakes are awesome. I literally had no idea what they were talking about. I was like, I don't know. I was like, I've never heard of a trouser snake, and I have studied that stuff before, so I don't know what you're talking about. And literally me.
I like snakes.
I was like, I love snakes. They're the best.
I think
they're laughing at me, and I'm just like, what?
Yeah. I think I started drinking when I was like 18 or 19.
Oh,
like, the funny thing is, I feel like I started late.
Yeah.
At least for my area, everybody else is already doing it.
Maybe I had my first one when I was 16 or 17, but I wasn't really a part of the party, really. I just...
Yeah.
So,
I was like...
I mean, I wasn't really part of the party scene, but I had a friend who had a farm, right? So I think
you were at my house.
Yeah.
We were out in the middle of the woods, just throwing a party.
If you're going to explain to us your first sexual conquest, I don't want to hear this story.
No, it's not.
Maybe we should talk about when everyone lost their virginity.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Who's really innocent?
So, anyway.
Are we talking consensual or not?
First time. We're talking first time.
What counts? Hand jobs, blow jobs, full on vaginal penetration.
I guess it's totally different for a guy, huh?
You know what counts.
So anyway,
you grew up.
Wait, that opens a whole new question for guys.
Can I
does
finish?
it count
Can I
as
finish?
losing your virginity as like actual having intercourse with a woman, or does a
Hell
hand job
no.
or blowjob count?
No, those don't count.
Okay.
There are bragging rights, and then there are.
Yes, in just a minute. Yeah. I'm just very.
Go ahead.
I want to finish. I want to finish my story.
Let me do my story.
Okay.
Anyway, so my first drink ever was at 17 because I hung out with him. Actually, I stayed the night at his house.
This is where danger loads Phasmophobia.
I stayed at his house, and so we had some Jack Daniels that night. And that was my first drink, and then I didn't even drink again until I was like 18 when I started going to college. Like that's it. So
I think I had Mike's Hard Lemonade, and it made me drunk.
So I've only been drunk once in my life because I have a naturally high tolerance because being fat.
Yeah, that is.
I had a tolerance for high metabolism, but that's different.
So, and the only reason I got drunk is because I can handle a lot of like. The reason I got drunk was because I had so many different mixed liquors that it all started adding up.
Mm.
And so, like, I started with beer. I think, like, just simple Bud Light. So not really beer, like water. So I started with water. That has
water with a little bit of yeast in it.
Yeah, and so I started with that. Then, because it started out as like a night on the town with a friend. Started with that, and then had like two whiskey drinks. I think just one was actually just a shot of whiskey, and then the other one was like a Jack and Coke. Not really Jack and Coke, but like, whiskey and Coke.
Yeah.
And so that was fine. And then my buddy wanted to do shots of tequila.
Oh, shit, Ninja. My bad.
And so I did a shot of tequila with him at the bar. And then he's like, hey, man, like, you want to continue this party at someone's house? And I'm like, sure, why not? So then we went to the house. And it turns out so there was a mutual friend there that both of us knew that I hadn't seen in like 3 or 4 years since, we had graduated community college. And so
quick,
it's gone.
Ninja killed the bottle.
Dane.
Come on, Ninja.
It's gone.
So
don't worry, I'll get you some root beer, McGillicuddy's.
Oh, good.
So I had like vodka, margarita, like I had a bunch, and then we sat there in a chair continuously doing shots of Stranahan's, I think.
Ooh.
Continuously doing shots of Stranahan's to like random BS. So I probably had like a total of like 16 shots that night with 3 mixed drinks and Bud Light. And I went blackout drunk, and I was playing Smash Bros, and I was killing everyone up until I started sobering up, and then I just sucked at that point. And I'm like, cool.
I'd like to get a bottle of Stranahan's sometime.
It's very, very, very good. I missed when I had a full bottle. Actually.
I'd like to get in on the labeling if they still do that, but I know there's like a huge waiting list to actually be a part of that.
I don't even know if they'll still do it after COVID. Who knows?
Talking about being good at the video game while you're drunk made me remember that, like, during deployment, I found out that being drunk, I'm really good at pool. But not when I'm sober. I don't know why.
Were you smuggling in some of that illicit Haji whiskey while you were on deployment?
No, I was a good kid. I knew a lot of people who did, but no, I was very good.
We did that. We traded cots that fell off a truck.
Right, yeah.
Your Haji whiskey with the locals.
That was those water bottles that wouldn't freeze in the freezer.
No, ours was like some cheap-ass $10 a bottle European whiskey that would cost you about $50 to buy on the black market from the truckers that came through.
Yeah, people got stuff from all over the place, but I was just a kid. I mean, I was only 18, 19 while I was over there, so I just followed the rules.
We got wasted.
I wasn't
wasted, yo.
I was still very naive and not
nothing beats
broke
whiskey
into the
and
world
lime Gatorade.
No. Yeah, I didn't really drink yet.
That's going to be Sky's green popsicles when she actually becomes 21.
It wasn't until like the end of the deployment. Towards the end of the deployment and we were coming home from deployment, that's when I really started letting loose and just being like, whatever. But before that, yeah, I was a big, like, follow the rules, be a good kid.
I remember I was taking pictures of us partying.
Spent his entire 11 months deployed white girl drunk?
No, not the entire thing. But we would trade for whiskey. I didn't drink much back then. Because I drank a lot in high school. And I had a lot of I would smell whiskey and get sick to my stomach because
Jack Daniels exists?
Yeah. I got upset that my roommate was hiding alcohol in our fridge. I was like, wait, what? I don't want to get caught for that. Like, what? You got to get rid of that.
I remember when we got back, we were in California, and one of the guys who was over, I was only 19 after the deployment. So, no, I was 20. I turned 20 during my deployment.
Yeah.
So one of the guys that was over 21 went and bought all of the stuff, so he came back with a bunch of beer, and we were all just sitting around drinking, like on the catwalks to the barracks and stuff. And I was taking photos, like, because I was like, yeah, hey, we're back. Woo! Taking photos. And one of my sergeants was like, where are you taking those photos for? I'm like, well, he's like, all right, don't show them to anybody. He's like, just, I was like, yeah, well, by the time I get home, and he's like, all right, that's fine. Just don't show them around base or to anybody in the unit. Because, like, I've got, like, my sergeants all hanging out, drinking with, like, 18, 19-year-olds.
I definitely have some R&R photos that I will keep hidden for all eternity. Like,
I have photos like that. Mine aren't R&R. Mine are after, like, somebody tried to run a checkpoint, and we opened fire on them.
Oh, no.
They came through and would, like, check our computer. After the Abu Ghraib thing, it became really strict on checking what your photos were.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of like hazing photos and checkpoint photos and combat stuff like that I had to hide on hidden subfolders and stuff like that on my.
I probably have. I was one of the few people who had a digital camera. Yeah, we did that hard drive exchange towards the end of deployment where everyone just kind of gave their photos to everyone.
Yeah.
So I probably have some photos that they wouldn't be happy that I have. And honestly, I'm not too happy that I have some of them. But yeah, there's also photos of like R&R and post-deployment debriefing period that I'm just like, these can never be seen.
I had a weird scenario because it's not like today, right? In 2003, you didn't think of just pulling out a camera and taking pictures of shit.
Right.
So, or like when you got into shit, like I'm not Mickey Spillane. So when I'm in shit, like my photos all came at some point after, so it was like after action. So it's like I don't have photos and videos of stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
it wasn't a time where you just pulled out stuff and took photos. Yeah, I didn't even have a camera. All my pictures came from other people.
I invested in a digital camera, like a Sony Cyber Shot that was like $500 fucking dollars.
Right.
And I bought like a $2,000 for like a laptop before I deployed.
Yeah.
So that I had all that stuff because we had guys from deployment the year before, and so like I learned like how important that would be compared to trying to use a disposable film camera and shit.
I bought a laptop. It was probably about $1,500, and it was like refurbished too. And then by the time I got home, it was destroyed by the dust anyway. But
I used mine for several years. Mine had like the hinges were broken, so I had like liquid nails and clear silicone holding like the hinges together.
Mine was just dust eaten. I had to have
like
the hard drive special recovered
on Fridays to play Phasmophobia.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wait, what's going on?
I don't even have that laptop anymore. It was destroyed.
I have mine. It's in the basement. along with my other 2 laptops. Like every laptop I've had, which is 4.
I think I have the original hard
in the
drive,
last
like external,
15
that I
years.
had. I don't have the laptop anymore. Like once I had my
actually-
husband restore everything off of it, I was like, it's shot. Just get rid of it.
I have mine, and then I backed all the hard drives up onto like an external hard drive, and then I backed that up onto a bigger external hard drive.
I mean, when you get that thing home and you see how much dust just shoots out of it, it's like, yeah, that's not gonna be saved.
So my mom likes to think that she's poor, and she's really not, right? But she likes to think she's poor, so she likes to think she's poor. So I had to get a job and work for my very first laptop. And
did you expect your parents to buy your laptop?
Is that a satellite?
It's basically a satellite.
No, is that a Toshiba satellite?
Oh, it is a Toshiba satellite. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I had too.
So yeah, I had to buy my very first laptop, right? Because she's like, "No, you're not going to get a computer. I don't got money for that." Even though
my
she
kids didn't
has.
buy me any of that crap. Are you kidding?
Well, I mean, that's basically what she said. She's like, "Your grandmother didn't buy me anything when I was a kid.
Well,
that
why
was fancy."
should they? That's your responsibility.
Yeah, they never bought me that stuff.
Yeah, so I got a job and I bought my very first laptop, and this thing, compared to what my laptop is now, is a brick.
Yeah, I have that too. Like even my most recent one that's a couple of years old now. It's like it's amazing how light it is compared to my old ones.
I mean,
I bought my first laptop
this thing is like
2004.
Yeah. This thing is like 13 pounds. This is 13 pounds right here.
In 2006, I got one for college, and I tried carrying it in my backpack, but with all the books I had to carry, I was like, never mind. This isn't worth it.
Yeah, like my
I don't need it that bad.
No, I'll just highlight the book.
16-pound brick. But it was amazing because nobody had laptops. Like, there was a handful of people that had them.
No.
Yeah.
So it was like,
I
remember lending it out.
Stuff.
So I worked hard. I bought all of my computers actually. Every single computer I've owned is one that I've bought.
There is no way my parents are going to pay for any of that.
This might be a teenage guy thing, but when I deployed, I also had like a terabyte's worth of, not a terabyte, but I had hundreds of gigabytes worth of porn saved on my computer or on like CD drives that I hid. With like I would burn them and then like label them as like music CDs and hide them, and so because when we deployed, that was another thing. After my deployment, that was part of the inspection before you came home, was they looked for adult pornography because that was a no-no in Middle Eastern culture. So, but I was like, and so I remember like I had all these, but like having a laptop was like. I had all these discs, and people who had laptops were constantly, it was like a library. They'd have to leave their military ID to check out discs and shit with me. And I had a shit ton of bootleg movies because I knew when I deployed, it was like 90% of your deployment is boredom.
Yep.
Whether it's in the barracks, whether it's set up in the field after a convoy.
At the end of your shift, just waiting.
After, like being on patrol or after being on like a guard shift, it was just boredom. So I learned on the first deployment, and I kind of set up, like I brought lots of pirated movies, and I bought more from the Haji shop.
Yeah.
Plus I brought a lot of like just books and stuff like that so that I had something to do while I was there. I may have been the only Marine sitting around on base reading books from Vietnam vets and Gulf War vets like Jarhead and like Jason and shit like that.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know what that word meant until I was like 16.
All this reminds me of is the fact that like people used to
pornography, Jarhead, or Kason.
Porn. I didn't know what that even was until I was like 16. And I had a awakening. I was like,
I knew what porn was when I was like 14.
Well, I had a sheltered childhood. I was I was the epitome of like innocent. I was just like, what? Why would people ever do that? Like, I did not understand.
Running everywhere.
I lived in the country and in the woods, and I was tough as nails, and if you came at me aggressively, I would have taken you down in a heartbeat. But I did not know any of this sexual innuendo. I didn't know what porn meant. I didn't know any of that stuff. I mean, if a guy tried to kiss me, I was like, why do you want that instead of holding my hand? Like, I did not get it at all.
and now there's videos that Aureolin can't share with us.
What? What is that saying? What are you trying to say?
And in 6 more drinks, she'll be DMing you. Like, what?
I gotta go get more drink. I'm just saying.
No,
I was the kid that everyone made fun of because I was just like so innocent. They called me like a child, and I was like, why do I have to be a child just because I didn't get exposed to this stuff when I was so young? And it's
yeah.
Like, so whatever. Okay, they would always be like earmuffs
because my uncle didn't expose himself
like,
to me at 16. Fancy you.
I'll earmuff. I'm okay with that.
So fun story, right? So the reason I said that is because there was this girl that was like, super Christian, devout, blah 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 blah, right? Grew up in a very
They're the freakiest. Oh, sorry.
Grew up in a very, very sheltered
environment. A minister's daughter, 16 years old.
Grew up in a very sheltered environment, if Thrill lets me get through my story. And when she turned 18, she did a porn. Like, she auditioned for porn. And the video got all around the high school, and all of us saw. I'm not going to say her name, but we saw her in a porn, and now she's trying to play. I've always been like a good Christian, like she has kids, and I'm like, I wonder when those kids are gonna like start surfing if like any of her videos are gonna. Mom.
Oh God.
Just Google her name.
I think it was like freshman year when I realized. Don't know how to word this properly. I'm a little buzzed, so it's hard to. But like when a girl would talk, we would be at like study hall, and we'd have a girl in the group that was like that. I think everybody had that token female who hung out like with the guys, and then they would talk about like their interactions and sex life. And you're like, wait, this is a girl thing too?
Yeah.
And they're like, it just blew you away. Like when they would start talking about it, was like, oh, they're not just innocent women that you're trying to trick into doing stuff.
So
like, they're down for this too. Like, wait a minute. Like, it's just weird to hear the other perspective.
My first experience with that was actually at community college. So I ended up making like more male friends in my first year of community college. And so, like, I hung out with them, and they started talking about their sex life. I'm like, wait, what? Women talk about this?
Yeah. And you're like, oh, I better be careful because women talk about this shit.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you learn that ain't nothing sacred. Women talk about that in more detail than men do.
Right.
No
yeah.
Way
I mean, like, guys, it's like, yeah, we took that chick home.
Good stuff. Women are like, so then I stuck my thumb in his ass, and he was like, oh, he didn't think he would like it, and then he did like it, and then I got an ice cube from the fridge.
He wasn't the biggest, but he wasn't the smallest I've ever had.
We're talking about how women are way more open about sexual advances within other women. That is that we all realize that women talk way more openly about that stuff than guys are like, yeah, so my boyfriend and I, like as a guy, you're like, yeah, so I met this chick and, we did it and she loved it. But women are like comparing notes about like how long it lasted and size and tricks and shit like that.
Now, honey, was he a marathoner or sprinter?
I get that, but I feel like men are more eager to share it.
Or more braggy.
Women will only do it with their close friends, and if they're prompted. Men will just be like, guess what I did last night?
Yeah. We'll tell
anybody. No, my finger. Butterscotch.
This girl, she was 8.
We will literally go to the grocery store to get a carton of milk and tell the grocery store clerk, "Hey, guess what? I got laid last night." That'll be
that's the difference. Like we're more open about it, but only with our close friends and if we're prompted. Men, it's just like voluntary to whoever wants to hear it.
We'll tell the bus driver. We don't care.
All right.
Listen to what I did.
This goes back into Aureolin's question that she wanted to prompt us to discuss. Well, she forgot it, so it's okay.
Oh. Wait.
I need another drink, though. I already drank both of mine.
Remember, I was trying to tell my first time I ever had a drink story, and she's like, "We should talk about when everybody lost their virginity."
Oh, well, I was more curious about, like, do men seriously consider their losing of virginity not actual intercourse with women, or do a blowjob or a handjob count, or is it seriously?
There's levels.
No, I consider it to be actual intercourse.
That's what I thought. But but when you were joking about it, I was like, wait, is that legitimate? Do men think that's like
No.
Okay.
There is regular intercourse, lost virginity, but there's also that, first base, second base, third base lead up. Like, oh bro, she let me feel her tits, and then it's like, oh, over the shirt, under the shirt. And then there's like and finger banging and that lead up that goes on from middle school till
it's just so different between women and men, because like with women you're letting the guy do that stuff to your body, like but
if I was a girl, I'd be like, oh
different.
Hell no.
I mean, I just was curious. I was like, do some men seriously consider that losing their virginity? Like if they just
I'm sure
when we think about it, like, the first time you got
somebody might somewhere,
the first time you got a hand job, the first time you got, I would say it starts with the first time you got like a dry grind. You know what I mean? And then like the first time like a girl, ground on you dry to the first time it went to a hand.
You mean that one time at a club when she was dancing all close?
etc. Like that first like middle school dance you went to where she was grinding on you during a slow dance. Like there's those different levels, man. You gotta remember with guys though, like if the wind blew the right direction, it was like boing.
You woke up feeling good that day. Yeah, I don't know. It just,
like every guy in
I know
middle
you were
school
joking,
high school
but
was
like you
just
made that comment.
Perverted sex addict.
I know, and I think that's why I was so turned off by it all when I was in middle school and high school. Accompanied by the fact that it took me so long to hit puberty. I just wasn't interested in any of it, so I just kind of cleared it out of my head and blocked it out, and so it made me naive for so long that I just never heard it and didn't want to. So even today, I have a close friend who was like, I started talking to him more intimately because he was having more like relationship issues and stuff, and he admitted that he literally thought my husband and I only had intercourse maybe twice for our kids. And I was like, are you kidding? We are human. I come off that innocent, huh?
Are you a Mormon? Are you a Mormon?
No, just a regular Christian.
See, I was like, definitely not a Catholic because, Catholicism, it's like, you can only have sex for procreation. That's why they all got like 12 fucking kids running around.
No. I just have morals and I stick to them. Like, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm still okay with being silly
sex is a moral issue. However, if I had a daughter, it would be a totally... If I had a daughter, it's a totally different discussion than if I have a son. When I was like,
I'm not ready.
14, but that's the thing, though. You have to be just as strict with yourself as you're gonna be with your daughter, because otherwise you can't teach it.
Like at like 14, my dad had a sex talk with me, and his talk was basically, if you haven't gotten laid by 16, I'll buy you a hooker. Like that's not a lie. My dad actually told me he would take me out to get a hooker.
What?
So
my parents never had that conversation with me. I talked to my older sister. I was like, so I know there's a lot of talk about this stuff, but what exactly is this and what exactly is that and what is okay to do and not okay to do?
And then you find out all bets are on the table, depending on the right person.
She was very guiding and very good info. Like, I feel like she didn't lead me wrong, but I never had that talk with my parents. I think they just were as uncomfortable about talking about it as I was.
My parents bought me a book and said, "Here, figure it out."
They're very old-fashioned. I mean, they're so much older than most parents my age that have kids my age. So, yeah.
See, my mom was like 19 when she got pregnant.
Oh.
So, like, my mom was 20 years older than me. So,
but
she was very uncomfortable. She was also very. It's gonna happen, you know. If you meet somebody and it happens, always wear protection. Don't ruin like your life.
My mom was like, "Wait till you're married." She didn't want to
know about it, but she's like, she wasn't blind to like, I know this will happen type of situation.
See,
so she was like,
I
was like, I don't want to hear about it, Mom. You're my mom. Leave me alone. Don't talk about this. Leave me alone.
So my mom tried to tell me, and I'm like, no, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, like, your mom. No, your mom. No, that doesn't happen. You don't know about this stuff. Leave me alone. No, I don't want to think about it.
So
mom's like, just use a condom.
I was just genuinely curious.
My mom didn't even tell me
any of it.
my mom didn't even tell me to use a condom. She said, "You're gonna wait till marriage," and you know, Mom, I guess I've disappointed you several times in my life already.
Yeah.
my mom was more
definitely wait till marriage. Don't let anyone else touch you. And eventually I got to the point where it was like you know, if you have respect for yourself and your body, then you're going to make the right decisions, kind of thing.
My mom's discussion was something like the girl perspective. You'll meet a girl you'll really like, and, you know, you buy her flowers and treat her nice, and I'm too young to be a grandma, so always use a condom if something more happens. And that was like what she said. And then my dad was like, yeah, more of a bro type of a self too. Like, you'll get laid, you want to have sex, use a condom. You know, if you don't get laid by the time you're driving, let me know. I'll get you a hooker.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't know.
My dad was more of a, you should get laid as often as you can, kind of like typical.
Because once you get married, it's all over.
I feel like both of them were not good advice. Because like if you had liked me and been like, here's flowers and chocolates, I would have been like, that sucks. Yeah. Freaking get away from me. Like, I hate gifts. Stop it. I could take care of myself.
It still doesn't work where I'm like, here's a necklace. I like you.
Yeah. There's
like,
some girls,
we've only known
each
other for a couple
of
months, so it's weird.
But those are the bad ones.
My ex was one of those, like, oh, buy me this. I'm like, no. And then, like,
well, good on you for saying no.
Well, no. The problem is I said no, and then I get guilt tripped the entire time. So then it would be easier to buy the thing than have to deal with all that.
Yeah.
I had this discussion.
That was my friend's issue. She just wanted him to support her and buy her things. I was like, tell her freaking no.
Yeah, we ran into that where I would have girlfriends. I'd be like, yeah, I'll do this. And then like, I'll buy something. Like, it became expected that I would do something.
Right.
But not that they realized it was expected, but more of I would do it without thinking about it. And then when they just assumed I would pay for something or buy something or give them a gift. And then it was like, oh, you didn't do this. Like, well, I've done it this many times. It's like, so I've had to have that discussion where I just did it because I was like, that's what guys do, you know? And then like, you know, you buy this, you buy that, you pay for this, or, you know, and it's like, and then I'd be like, you know, I spent a lot of money on that, so I can't afford it this time around. And it's like, some women, like, they don't even, because if you come from that same background where the guy pays for dinner, the guy buys you a gift, and it's expected unconsciously. So then once you confront it, oh, I shouldn't just expect this, but at the same time, like, for example, chocolates and flowers or something on Valentine's Day. It's just assumed that's going to happen. So you don't really think about, maybe I should rethink this philosophy, you know?
Yeah.
So I've had that happen where it's like, well, now I feel like I'm getting used because like but they'll say like, oh, you didn't have to do this or you don't need to buy me stuff. Like, but I assume I should.
Well, and then they'll be disappointed if you don't.
Yeah.
And
like,
that's
I didn't
absolutely
need to open the door
issue.
For this, but
then
I should.
That's absolutely an issue for a lot of women today, for sure. And I feel like that's almost one of the cues of you found a winner when they like insist on paying their half on the first date kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
I'm like, feminism, bitch, we're going Dutch.
Right? I mean, when I started dating my husband, he very much was like that classic guy, I want to pay for the meal. And I would have to be like, like he'd be like, well, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. And I'd like call the waiter over as fast as I can. Like, I need the check. And I would pay for it like before he could get back kind of thing. Or he would try to be all gentlemanly and run to the car to open the door before me. And I'm like, just get in the freaking car, like thank you, but go.
I have a fun date story.
I
don't
about want you to feel like you need to support me because that's setting a bad premise from the start, and I don't want that. I want to know that both of us are willing to do equal amount of work, basically.
So I have a fun date story about that. So I got asked out back when I was using dating sites. I stopped using them because they suck. So back when I had like left my ex, I went on dating sites, and this girl asked me out to a date, right? So I assumed that like either she was paying or we were going Dutch, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like whatever.
You mean
literally during, huh? What?
I was saying, you mean being equal? Like, there doesn't need to be a fancy word for it. Like, you're just sharing a time together.
Yeah. And so during the date, it was heavily implied that even though she's the one that asked me out, I needed to pay for the dinner. Yeah. And then she started talking about how like she'd been on all these dates with these guys, and like they're the ones who paid. So I went to the waiter and I said, like after we were done eating, literally went to the waiter and I said, hey, can I only get my half? And he's like, why, aren't you on a date? And I said, yeah, but she asked me here, and she's trying to make me have to be the one to pay for all of it. And he's like, don't you worry, don't even pay for yours. He's like, go on and get out of here.
So then he left. It was like a Ferris Bueller. I left my wallet at home.
I mean, seriously, there's a lot of girls out there that will take advantage if they can, unfortunately. But
I know, I dated one for 3 years.
Yeah, no, and I know, like, I have a friend who was, like, in that sort of situation, and I tried pointing it out and talking him out of it, and it took him, like, a good 2 or 3 years before he finally realized it himself. But it's just, like, you can't let that happen. You gotta find some lady who's an equal amount of independent but still looking for a partner kind of thing. Like, she's got to be able to take care of herself and not rely on the man all the time, because
I mean, I've decided.
Scarecrow says, I went on a date to Pizza Hut and didn't even think to pay for hers.
Well, that's honestly how it should be.
Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
I got coupons.
I agree.
We had Pizza Hut all the time.
Well, so
yeah, I was more offended when like my husband would snatch the receipt and pay for the whole thing. I was like, no, I was gonna pay for my half. Like, don't just assume that I want you to pay for it all. I am completely capable, It's like we weren't even officially dating, so why would you pay for it? Like,
so how I was originally brought up, right, is that whoever asked for the date at least offers to pay for the meal.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
It's common courtesy, sure.
Like, and I mean, I've had girls, like, I've gone on dates with girls. I'm like, hey, so I'm the one who asked for the date. I'm gonna offer to pay for it, and they're like, oh no, I'll pay for mine. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever, we can do it that way.
And it should be that way. It should be equal. It should be like, well, I asked you on the date as like a woman. I asked you on the date. I'll pay for it, or if vice versa. It shouldn't just be assumed, oh, well, you're the man. I'm here, so pay for me. Like, that's BS.
So my only date that a woman's asked me on was that situation of like, I asked you on the date, but you're the man, so you're gonna pay for it. And I'm like, no.
You gotta be careful.
I'm gonna pay for my.
They're just looking for a nice guy who's gonna treat them, and you do have to be careful.
Just looking for a free meal.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, you do have to be careful.
I mean,
not that there's not a lot of scumbag dudes too, but there are a lot of manipulative women.
I mean, but here's the thing, right? The scumbag dudes.
It goes both ways.
The scumbag dudes somehow get really nice women.
Not always, and sometimes it's at the cost of the woman.
That's fair. Hey, what's up, Zeb Green? Welcome to the stream.
Hi, Zeb.
I always feel like it's an obligation. That is.
I'm all
I feel like
equal.
I should pay because I'm the guy, so that's what I do.
I feel
privilege,
like
yo. I open the door.
Like as
I
the
open
guy,
the car door. I pay the bill.
And if you wanna open the door or whatever, by all means do that. That is very gentlemanly, and I appreciate it. But like, do not feel like you have to pay for the meal. That should never feel like you have to ever. And if it does, that's on them, and it's probably not a good relationship from the start.
I like the
street. I step out next to you. That way, if a car comes down, it hits me, not you. Like,
you know what? I do that, and my husband doesn't even realize I do that. I walk towards the outside just to block him from any car that might swerve, and he doesn't even realize it, but I do that. I'm like, I'm gonna stand towards the outside.
That's funny.
I a few years ago, I actually almost got ran over in a Walmart parking lot. So I'm always extra careful about keeping my wife and the kids on the inside of the parking lot while we're walking.
I actually have been ran over before.
I have too.
It happens. There's a lot of bad drivers.
Yeah.
So it was in a Walmart parking lot, and the person was like way far away, right? So I started crossing because they were way far away. Well, they kept going. And I literally flipped over their car and like basically broke their windshield. And they're like, "You broke my windshield." I'm like, "You fucking hit me."
Yeah. It doesn't matter what you say. Pedestrians have the right of way.
I don't believe in that. Fucking pedestrians.
Well, I only stated it because in this case it does make sense. But yeah, if they're jaywalking and I'm driving normally, frickin' if I run you down, that's your fault.
I'm in a 2-ton death machine, and you're just strolling around looking at your phone like.
Here I come in my 2-ton, and you're worried about catching that Pikachu.
So Zeb says, lesson learned: stay away from Walmart if possible.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I haven't gone in years. I don't know what you're talking
about. You're a gazelle. I'm a lion. If you're walking across the Serengeti, it's on you to look out for the lion. Okay.
You better learn how to run.
Also, when the car is far enough away that I should have enough time to just normally cross and they can just go. But I swear these people sped up when they saw me starting to cross and hit me, and I broke the windshield. My back hurt really bad after that.
I bet you got ran over.
I don't know how many pedestrians I almost ran over.
Yeah.
That is, I live in like what I would call like a medium-sized or a small city, but we're in the Midwest, so pedestrians in most areas aren't a big deal. So when I went to like Chicago, or biggest example recently is when I was in Vancouver, them fucking Canadians in Vancouver, they just walk. Like, boop, I got right away. Like walking out there, I'm like, I'm in a car. You're just wandering around in like a mini skirt and in like fucking capri pants and shit. But I'm like, look, I'm not thinking that way. When I see a green light where I can turn, I turn.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking that, oh yeah, there's a pedestrian crossing there too. So I have to really focus in. I almost hit so many people because they'll just walk. In big cities, pedestrians just walk.
I'm surprised when you talk about being in
at least pay attention to the cars around you.
Yeah. I'm surprised when you say that you live in a small city that you don't have issues with pedestrians in the middle of the road. Because I don't know how many times I've just come driving up a residential street to like go to my house, and there are people walking in the middle of the freaking road like they own it, and I'm just like, usually they're dressed in all black. No reflective anything, and I'm like, if I ran you down right now, it would be nobody's fault but your own. Like, holy frick.
So
I live in a town of 900 people, and that happens all the time.
I do not get it.
Standing in the middle of the road.
When I lived out in the middle of the country, we were taught to be super careful. Like, listen for the cars coming around the corner. Because you heard horror stories of kids getting run down from cars flying over hills or around corners. And these people are just strolling in the middle of the road. I'm like,
we were told to walk on...
die.
Walk on the shoulder of oncoming traffic so you can watch cars.
You walk on the side of the road with oncoming traffic, and there are no sidewalks, so that's all the place you can walk. And it was just like, holy crap, you people want to die.
I've got
stroll down the middle of the road like they own it.
I've got a great live comment from Zeb. He lives in rural, or she, I don't remember if Zeb's a guy or a girl. So they live in rural Oklahoma. Addicts in the middle of the road playing chicken all the damn time.
Like, look, man, like, road guards post, okay? I need road guards every time I go anywhere.
So I have two fun stories, right? Because you know we're Denver and we have stupid freaking bike lanes. I hate them. I
have one quick one. If
bike lanes,
you're talking about road chicken, we have because I lived out in the middle of nowhere. There was this little 1-lane bridge that they were trying to update and turn into a 2-lane bridge. And so there was a road construction sign that they had out next to the road. And I'm sure it was some neighborhood kids that decided it would be hilarious to move that sign into the middle of the road so that when people are driving down it in the middle of the night, they wouldn't see it and they would hit it. And they were hiding in the woods waiting for someone to hit it. Now, this is when I was pregnant with my second, and I had my baby daughter in my car. And we were driving out to my parents to go get my daughter because she was being watched by my parents. And the sign was in the middle of the road, and I was like, what the frick is that sign doing in the middle of the road? I was like, just stop. You know, I'm going to go out. I'm going to pull it off the road. That's really dangerous. So I got out, pregnant, super pregnant, dragged the sign off the road, and I was like, okay, let's go get, my daughter. We drove out to my parents, got the daughter. We came back, and the sign was back in the middle of the road, turned sideways, so you could barely see it. And because I have trained night eyes living in the country, I was like, there's a sign back in the road. And so my husband stopped again, and I was like, I'm going to go get it, but you keep your lights on, and you keep watching, and keep 911 on your phone, because I swear to goodness, if these people run out and charge me right now, I'm freaking going to attack them. And being pregnant as I am, it's probably not going to go great, but I am going to take one down. And I went and dragged that sign back out of the road again. But there were literally people just hiding in the woods, hoping someone would hit this sign. And I just couldn't believe it. I was so angry. We called the police and asked them to come down there and check for kids in the woods. But it was just like, really? I had my baby in the car, and you're hoping we're going to have an accident? You saw me get out of the car, fat and pregnant, and you put that sign back in the road? How low life are you? It's like, it's ridiculous.
And they called 911 like, help! Some giant bloated pregnant hormone monster attacked my friend Chad for no reason.
I was this close to going out in those woods and finding them because they had no idea how well I knew those woods. I was like, I'm going to find them. I'm going to take this heel off my foot, and I'm going to bash in their freaking skull. Like, holy crap.
They're all worried about
They are asking for it.
Aureolin saying, screw Chad. He's going down.
I heard banjo music, and then Chad disappeared.
I was so mad.
Can I tell my stories now?
Yes, go for it.
Sure.
So I gotta go to the bathroom. Go ahead.
Is it better than a pregnant woman beating down some kids?
No, it's definitely not. But so okay. Anyway, so back to the bike lanes. I freaking hate the bike lanes. But at least when you're downtown, right? You would assume that most of the bikers who petition for these stupid fucking bike lanes to be put into downtown would take the bike lanes, right?
Right.
Well, this person, and you can tell they ride their bike regularly because they're being athletic and stuff.
They're in spandex with a giant banana-shaped
helmet. They got their biker gear.
Pretty much. They're on the freaking sidewalk and almost hit me, and they're like, "Watch out, man!" I fucking kicked the dude's bike into the road, and the car ran over it. And he's like, "That was my fucking bike," and I said, "Maybe you should be in the bike lane next time, you idiot."
I have that when again, this goes back to being in BC. I had that problem with bikers when I would vacation up there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, honestly,
we don't really have bike lanes. We have to watch out for the stupid bikers who don't follow the road rules like they're a vehicle, so they just go whenever they want.
Yeah, or it's a red light. It's a red light, and they go into oncoming traffic.
Yeah, it's like you're supposed to be a vehicle on the road. You have to follow the same rules, and they just go.
So I did that because I had a bad enough day already. So like that was like the straw that broke the camel's back right there. and I felt bad. I was like, man, that dude probably spent like $300+ on his bike, but I don't fucking care because he should have used the bike lane.
Probably so like $800.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, especially those road bikes. Holy crap.
That's true.
I've only ever had mountain bikes because these roads can't handle anything else.
I ain't never had nothing more than a Huffy.
I mean, I have mountain bikes.
What's asphalt? Oh, we got some gravel.
Well, I mean, our asphalt is basically gravel because of how they winterize. Yeah. So then the other story is this is like super dick move. It was like this guy had clearly been drinking, right?
Mm.
And it was like a somewhat rural street, and he was like drunk. He was hobbling, and so I stopped at a stoplight. I saw him starting to cross the crosswalk, so I'm like, okay, cool. He's gonna cross. He decides that he's gonna start yelling at me, and kicks my car. And I'm like, you know what, motherfucker? I'm just gonna act like I'm gonna run you over. the asshole falls. I revved it real hard, and then stopped on a dime, and he fell over. And like scraped up his knee. He's like, "What the fuck, man? You're trying to run me over?" I'm like, "Get out of the road, or I will run you over at this point because you kicked my car. So get the fuck out of the way."
Wait,
just run him over.
Wait, that made me remember an amazing story about my dad one time when we were on vacation. Oh my gosh! So we used to drive down to the Florida Keys to scuba dive, and my dad is, okay, you have to understand. My dad is one of those guys who, you don't get his humor. He like does jokes that are inappropriate, but he finds hilarious kind of guy.
Okay.
And we were at a crosswalk.
Am I your dad? Wait a minute.
Ooh, I think my dad's worse. But so we were at a crosswalk, and there was a guy trying to cross the crosswalk, and we hit one of those moments where it was like, no, you go ahead, no, you go ahead, no, you go ahead, and my dad was just like, just go, and so he was like, okay, and as soon as the guy got right in front of our raised top humongous van, he revved the engine super hard, and the guy was like, ah! And then turned and looked at him like, oh, okay, and I was just like, oh my gosh, my dad did that. Like,
that's hilarious. That's actually really funny.
And he thought it was so funny, but the guy was genuinely terrified.
No, and he still tells that story at Christmas.
No, I haven't told that story very often, but it just reminded me of that so much. I was like, wow, I have to tell it.
That's funny.
I gotta go get
yeah. So Danger, you missed
my rotation.
Probably the only one you care about is the drunk story. I mean, you might care about the biker story as well. All right, so I'll reiterate it for you.
All right.
So the bike story, long story short, there's bike lanes in downtown Denver, so you can pretty much, as a pedestrian, assume that most people are going to take the bike lanes.
Yes.
One asshole decided not to, and he almost hit me on his bike and was like, "Whoa, man, watch out!" So I was having a bad day already, so I got pissed enough that I kicked his bike and a car ran over it.
Whoops.
Whoops. Sorry.
So here, even though we have bike lanes, they can ride in the middle of the road too.
Oh no! So in
the vehicle,
but they're technically supposed to follow all the vehicle rules, but they don't.
So
right, yeah.
In downtown Denver, what they basically say is like, we made bike lanes for you, so if you end up screwing up and doing something, the driver is not in the wrong. The driver of the car is not in the wrong. You're in the wrong, being out of your bike lane.
See, one of our laws, and it probably applies up there too, is you have to follow the flow of traffic.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing here, right?
And bicycles can't follow the flow of vehicle traffic. So, yes, they can be in the middle of the road if you're going 10 miles an hour. But for the most part, they have to... If there's not a bike lane, you get on the sidewalk because you can't keep up with cars.
Right.
We always have that, on your left, on your right kind of thing, usually. Most people, common courtesy, you'll at least be like, on your right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
truth be told, if I'm on a bicycle, I don't want anything to do with the road anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm on a bicycle, like, okay, cool, I have bike lane. That's good for me.
Well, we didn't have bike lanes, but I rode my bike to class, in college all the time. And so I had to ride on the sidewalk. But I always was either like on your left, like if I thought someone was being kind of wibble wobbly on the sidewalk or something, or be like behind you, just to kind of warn them I was coming.
Yeah.
It's just common courtesy, really.
This dude didn't even try and warn me.
People kind of forgotten that these days.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, so the other fun story danger has to do with a drunk person.
Oh boy.
And I was in my car and I was heading home and drunk person was walking across the street. So I'm like, cool, he's whatever. He decides to start yelling at me and then kicks my car. So I get pissed enough that I rev a little bit and then stop on a dime and he falls down in the crosswalk. He's like, oh shit. And then he started picking up. Or no, he started yelling at me. He's like, you almost hit me, man. I'm like, get out of the fucking crosswalk or I will hit you because you just kicked my car, asshole.
If someone kicked my car, I would have called the police, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm the type of person who, if you touch my vehicle, that's my private property, and I'm calling the police. Like, I don't like it if someone puts so much as a tiny dent in my car. That is on you, and you're going to pay for it.
I mean...
assault at the very least, so screw you.
Private property.
Yeah.
I considered calling the cops, and then I'm like, I don't want to, stay with the cops, so...
I think maybe that goes back to my dad. It was like if a rock kicked up off of the road and put a tiny dent in the hood, it was our fault. And so if something so much as nicks my car and it's not my fault, I'm immediately like, you're paying for this.
I mean, so I thought about it, but honestly, the dude didn't leave a dent. And, I scared him. But then he got back up and he's like, you almost fucking ran me over. And that's when I, yelled out the window. I'm like, get out of the fucking crosswalk or I will run you over. You kicked my car, asshole.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
I've just decided tonight is the night that I'm going through random single beers that I find in the back of my fridge.
What you got this time? Show us.
I got a Leinenkugel Summer Shandy.
Oh.
What year's on it?
Which, by the way, I've drank multiple times. August 14th, 2017.
All right.
Just going older in the time machine. Which is weird because I've had summer shandy since then. So these have just been buried in the back of my fridge. I'm not following the right stock rotation.
We're helping
you. First in, first out. I'm just throwing stuff in there and just grabbing whatever. So
you don't do that
out of nowhere.
You don't do that thing where you rotate the old ones to the front because it feels unfair to drink the new ones before the old ones?
I'm just drinking whatever.
So I guess it's...
What's this, a Billy beer from 1978? Shit!
So I guess it's my turn to walk away from the computer because I have to use the bathroom again. So.
All right.
I just did that. And Aureolin, I don't know if this applies to you. Well, I know this part doesn't apply to you.
Oh.
But part of it might. The refreshment of after drinking a shit ton of booze, mostly beer, being able to relieve yourself is just a great But the second half that I'm assuming doesn't apply to you is the being fairly buzzed and or tipsy and or drunk and swaying as you pee and reaching out to grab the curtain rod over the bathtub to steady yourself because you're like,
I don't know. I may or may not still do that.
I mean,
whoop, we made it. All right, grab that towel rack.
Yeah, wait a minute.
I gotta stay here now.
You're like sitting, you're like, I'm okay, I'm good, I'm steady. Or like standing, you're like, okay, like swaying a little bit, like, steady myself on the wall because I don't want to be on the floor because I don't want to clean that shit up.
That's when you opt for the sit.
Like, oh no, it's going crazy. Crap. Where?
I've lost control.
And that's how I peed on the cat's head. Go.
That's why
like a fire hose. I gotta get 16 ounces of steel reserve out of my system.
So while we're on the topic of
Nick, what dog was that you posted? Was that Toby?
Yeah, that's Toby.
Okay.
I thought that was the first picture we took of him when we got him from the farm or whatever. Yup.
What were you gonna say, Dragons?
Oh, so while we're on the topic of stuff, so I feel bad for the homeless.
We've been on the topic of stuff the whole time.
This is like a random thing.
I feel pretty bad for the homeless too.
So I do feel bad for the homeless, but I'm gonna be honest. Like, I hate walking 16th Street Mall because that's where the crazy homeless are. Basically,
yeah,
that's where the craziest homeless are, and like I know, like. I don't want to have to beat down a homeless person, but if they start charging at me and attacking me, that's what's going to end up happening.
I mean, that's some apocalypse right there.
Yeah.
I don't know. All the, like, beggars, I guess you could call them, in our city are fakers. They're literally an organization of people who work together to scam money off of people.
We have
meth heads who need more meth money.
I mean, it's definitely
worked with the homeless community, so we can be driving around and she'll see, the panhandlers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, they're nobody I've ever worked with before.
Yeah, they share signs. They literally take the same ride. They meet up. They share spots, and then they share their gains. I'm like, I feel bad for anyone who gives them money because they don't need it at all.
There's been a couple of times where, like, she'll recognize somebody's like, yeah, I've worked with this person. They're in a shelter, blah, blah, blah. So we'll pull into McDonald's. We'll get a couple of double cheeseburgers and we'll give those to them.
Yeah.
But I don't like giving people money.
Exactly.
So,
I've had people come up to me in a parking lot outside a restaurant before and been like, I really need help. I don't ever do this. And I'll be like, well, I've got this leftovers that I was going to have for lunch tomorrow. You can have that,
Yeah. I don't give money anymore.
No.
So actually,
the people in our town will actually be like, "Oh, well, never mind. I don't want that."
Yeah.
I mean,
you're fake.
I mean, so that happens to me too. So another fun story. I was walking down 16th Street Mall, and this guy comes to me. And he's, and I legitimately don't usually carry cash anymore.
I mean, a lot of people don't, to be honest.
I mean,
hardly ever.
For the first time in a long time, I had cash, and then I ended up spending it on like lunch today, I think.
I don't accidentally.
I don't carry cash. So this one guy literally came up to me and he's like, "Hey man, can you spare a couple dollars? My wife and I are trying to find like a hotel place. She's pregnant and all this." And I'm like, "Hey man, I'm sorry. Like I don't have any cash on me." And he's like, "Well, mate, there's ATMs down there. You can go get it." I'm like, "No, fuck you."
Yeah.
You're like, "Yeah, and I'm not giving you $20."
Look, I got Apple Pay, bro.
Yeah.
I don't carry like cash or
just
change
go to
on
the
me.
ATM
Like, I try to keep,
cash.
Yeah.
If I do have cash on me, it's like $40, like $220s that I keep for an emergency.
He literally
how do
told
you know
me he's
I'm
like,
not just trying to make ends meet here. Like, back off.
Yeah.
He literally told me, he's like, "Well, I mean, there's literally an ATM right down there. You can just go get it." And I'm like, "I'm not gonna go get it."
Yeah, that's what every person has ever said to me. I'm like, "Here's some food," and they're like, "There's an ATM right over there," and I'm like, "I don't wanna."
I used to do that where like they'd be like, "Hey, can you spare something?" Like, man, I'm driving a 15-year-old car. Like, do you think I got money to spare? I'm in like a 15-year-old Ford. Like, what do you think I got going on?
I mean, yeah, I'm in what is it? It's a 2002. It's almost a 20-year-old car at this point.
That's what, like, mine. Well, not anymore because I've got something from 17. But being like an 04 car, like I'm in like an 04 Ford, man. It's 2020.
Yeah.
You think I got money to spare?
Was it an 02 Kia Rio for like ever? I was like, you know how much it costs to keep this thing running at this point? Just leave me alone.
I'm driving a Saturn. What the fuck you think I'm loaded?
There's one dude.
Thank goodness I bought the 10-year warranty on this thing.
There's a couple of them out near where I work, and I like going to that McDonald's for my morning breakfast and stuff.
The chicken McGriddle.
It's got to be the chicken McGriddle.
Dude, the chicken McGriddle is so good though. It's like
I just like the bacon, egg, and cheese.
Okay, but Aureolin, you gotta try the chicken McGriddle. It's life-changing. It's a life-changing event.
I've had too many with those big gristle pieces in it. I'm too afraid to eat their chicken anymore.
I don't know.
I think you're lying. You can't get gristle in McDonald's chicken. That's not even real chicken. It's like pre-processed chicken.
I've had it
There isn't even gristle. It's like chicken slurry.
Big, like, fat creases in it. It's just like, oh.
No, so
they're ruined.
I'm actually like just down the road from the mental hospital in town.
Sorry, I'm
all the better for you.
When Danger said he went to that McDonald's, like I know exactly where he's talking. So
the reason that Danger is down,
I've had my own run-ins in that area.
Well, the thing is I can actually verify the fact that a couple of these people are homeless because my wife works at that building and she knows that they're homeless. And there's this one dude that in front of the McDonald's there, and if it's cold enough, I'll get him a coffee, right?
Yeah.
I'm buying myself breakfast. I'll get an extra coffee and I'll hand it out the window to him. But no, I hate giving people money. Especially if I'm walking down the sidewalk downtown and some random me, it's like, dude, I'm just as liable to punch you in the face as I am anything else. Just back up.
So I'm gonna stand for this because this actually requires body reactions. So I was going out downtown one time when I was younger. Was I with? Yeah, I was with a few female friends. Oh yeah, because it was for Kayla's birthday party. Anyway.
You're one of those guys who has girlfriends.
Don't care about.
Well, no, it wasn't. She wasn't a girlfriend. She was someone I worked with. So we.
I mean, girlfriends.
Oh yeah. So I went with Kayla's birthday party. This guy, like, you can tell he's like not really homeless because he's wearing like decent clothes that don't look like they're super scuffed up. And so he's like, young man, have I got a proposition for you? And I'm like, okay.
That word.
Please,
and I'm like, what's your proposition? He's like,
but whatever.
That's seriously. He's like, you
got to Taco Bell for me.
No, he's like, you got all these honeys walking with you, and I can't help that think you got to be loaded, man. And I'm, where is he going with this? And he's like, and I've been on this street for 20 years and I need some food, man. And I'm like, okay, dude, I'll get you
materials.
Hell yeah. Material, like, women are just things, right?
I know, something like that.
And I'm like, I'd say if you've gone 20 years without food, you can go another hour.
It's a reflection of your materialistic standing.
Stereotype racism insert here. Your impression implies that his verbiage that this was a black homeless person.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that is probably
we might be canceled, but
probably
unfortunately, it was true. Yes, Thrill.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, that's probably.
I lived in the hood as growing up as a teenager, and there is a substantial cultural difference between white America and black America. There is a cultural difference, and that implies a language, body language, and interactions with people.
Yeah. So he literally is like, I've been on the street 20 years and I'm real hungry. need some cash for food. I'm like, I'll just buy you some food at the next bar we're gonna hit up. And he's like, nah, man, I need the cash. And I'm like, okay, well, man, sorry.
Then you're not hungry.
Then you're not hungry.
Yep.
Right.
I've had that
thing I tell my kids, I want a popsicle.
Precisely.
That's homeless people too. They're like, you get this. I'm like, here, I got to do that. No, I don't like pickles. What about this? Like, bitch, I ain't even that picky, and I'm buying food. Like, you can't tell me, like, no pickles, no onions, I want extra cheese. I'm like, no, man. Like, I don't even do that shit, and I'm the one paying for my own food. I'm just like, give me that. Like, I don't care. Whatever comes on it, put it on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's how I am if I just drive through the drive-thru. But I've found apps for a lot of the restaurants, and you can do
special order, son of a bitch. We hate you.
I don't care. I will special order the hell out of anything if I'm ordering on the app.
It's not good unless it's the way I want it.
Exactly.
That might be one of the biggest differences between me and women that I've dated. Is I'm like, yeah, number 2, the end, and they're like, I want. You know, like, or if I'm like, I'm going out to get dinner or something, like, what do you want? Like, well, I want this with quadruple cheese and no sauce and double pickles. I'm like, no, tell me the order.
You see some of those jokes where it's like ask your girlfriend where you want to eat. It's like, that's the biggest mistake you'll ever make.
Where do you want to eat? Like, well, I don't know. Does that sound
good?
I
don't care. Okay, well, let's go to McDonald's. Oh, no, let's not go to McDonald's. Okay, well, then how does Arby's sound? Oh, that's not very good either.
I mean,
I'm fine with anything. All right, well, I'm going to Taco Bell. No, I don't.
We get cravings, okay?
So secret.
I am learning in my older age that men do not get cravings like women do.
No.
I have like days where it's like, do not get me fast food.
I mean, so the closest thing I have to a craving is like if I have something salty, I kind of want something sweet, but that's just like that's natural. But like other than that, like,
oh my gosh, I have days where he's like, I'll just go pick up McDonald's today, and I'm just like, huh? Like at the thought of it, like, no, please don't.
So that's the major butterscotch shot reaction.
So fun story, and I hope this doesn't become a popular stream, because then if I ever try and date anyone and they have ever seen this, they
Why
know.
Why would you ever go back to any of those failed cases?
They know my strategy. All right, my strategy.
Right here.
You got a strategy? That's never worked.
No, it works. My strategy is first date is always Olive Garden if we're gonna like go to dinner.
Olive Garden? Isn't that like a mainly pasta place?
That might get you a handy, Jay. You need to go to a steakhouse if you want the full thing.
Boo!
Buy her some shrimp.
Pasta, boo.
No, you don't understand. All right.
Okay.
And I mean nothing offensive by this, but bitches love breadsticks. All right.
Boo!
I mean,
mass amount of carbohydrates. My stomach. Boo!
I'm just gonna say, if bitches love breadsticks, then I'm bitches.
I'm also bitches.
Then I am not.
Well over a decade since I've had to worry about the dating life, like concern myself with it in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, me too, technically.
I mean,
unless you count friends and counseling.
We go to like a local cafe kind of place, like, you know, like a diner, because, you know, it's like, it's a diner. It's got good food. It's reasonably priced.
There's options.
Yeah, there's lots of different options going on. You can get pasta, you can get catfish, you can get, you know, a steak, a cheeseburger, whatever.
See, here's on
Thrill's date.
So here's the thing, Thrill, right? Because I rationalized this in my head.
Tuesdays, all you can eat catfish.
What?
We're going on a date on Tuesday, honey.
So Thrill, here's the rationalization in my head, right? If she's already going on a date with me, she's already ran out of options. So why would I give her more?
See, now that's a mistake. If you think that lowly of yourself, they're never going to think that highly of you either.
Look, I'm in my late 30s at this point. So if I had to start the dating game, everybody I meet is either a single mama or there's a reason why they're still looking for a date.
It's true.
So,
I mean, Thrill.
When you're a male and that late in the game, it becomes a whole new challenge. That's true.
I mean, Thrill. I'm a man who's about to turn 30 this year in Colorado. All right,
you better
it's the
get
same
on
thing.
it.
Same thing.
It's the same thing.
Blink-a-dink, take notes.
There's a reason why if you're like anywhere from your late 20s onward and you're dating a girl, that there's a reason she's single.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's true.
That's true.
That may not be necessarily true. They might have had a shitty run-in with a shitty guy, but guess what? That baggage is carrying over, man.
Yeah, it's like there's a
so
reason
if they had a shitty
abusive
relationship, that's coming into your relationship. You got to deal with it.
I just kind of feel like Dragons is swinging for the fence with this Olive Garden on the first date thing. That's like second date for me.
Yeah, I've never been to an Olive Garden because
you get Panera Bread on the first date, and that's it.
Yeah, our first dates are like
bread.
Maybe just go to a
hanging
cafe.
out at the house watching Netflix and chilling type of shit. Cause
go get a coffee first date. Just have a conversation.
Well, that's what Panera Bread is. It's a cafe, and they've got like a small bakery and stuff.
Okay, yes, that's my ideal first date. Take me for coffee and we'll talk. Heck,
once you hit 30, you're like, I ain't spending money on no restaurants. We're gonna sit at home and have pizza and watch Netflix.
I don't even know what this is yet.
Danger. I preface this with saying that if the first date is dinner, it's Olive Garden. All right, I preface that.
I think technically Dragons is still a romantic and he wants to romance the woman.
I am not a romantic, all right?
I don't know. Okay, you're taking him to dinner on first date. You're like,
Olive Garden
probably shows up in a motherfucking blazer and shit. Like,
Olive Garden is not fancy whatsoever, but it's still
I got you flowers.
I'm sure Colorado's got Panera Bread, right?
Colorado has tons of Panera Bread.
I hate Panera Bread.
What? We can't be friends anymore.
Look, I went to
get a soup bowl. Change your mind.
Exactly.
Overpriced garbage. I'm like, what? How much you want for a sandwich?
I don't think you've had the French onion soup in the bread bowl.
You gotta have the bread bowl.
Your problem.
Look, Panera Bread, Panda Express, Chipotle, it all falls into the same category of overpriced for what it is.
You know what? If you can bake a loaf of bread that can hold some soup, you let me know.
I'll make potato soup and French onion soup at home for half this price.
And then you bake a bread that can hold it. Show it to me.
I got Wonder Bread I can dip in my Panera.
Wonder Bread not gonna hold no soup.
Get out of here.
Okay. Here's the thing, though. Like, Keen's Hawaiian bread. Oh, it's so good.
So wait, now you're talking about cooking the meal for them on the first date?
I mean, I did do a cooking date towards the beginning of COVID.
Romantic.
I'm not romantic.
Romantic.
That sounds kind of romantic.
I had a girl. We dated a few times. Here's how you know that I was in love. I made this bitch
this bitch.
Vegetarian.
I was in love with her.
Yeah.
Bitch.
I made this bitch a vegetarian lasagna.
Oh my god.
She was a vegetarian and you were dating her?
Yeah.
So you're not married
mistake
after all that?
First I found her. I'm okay with vegetarian stuff, but she wasn't you can't have a steak vegetarian. She was more of I prefer vegetarian myself. If you want to have a steak, fine. But as I went and looked up the directions and shit how to make a vegetarian lasagna.
So
I respect.
And then I bought
morals,
her a gift basket for her cat.
But no.
Oh, there's a hint of romanticism and thrill too.
I was like, here's some cat treats and some cat toys and shit for your cats.
Holy crap, that would have won me over.
All right.
I had to convince my cat to like my husband. She literally hated him. And then he brought over a bag of milk rings and she went insane.
My first date with my wife was at the pool hall and we had beers and we made out afterward and now we're married.
Then he fingered her in the car.
That was later. That wasn't that day.
No, was it the same day?
Wasn't the same day.
I want to explain mine.
They made out on my couch and.
Wait, we gotta default to the youngest. Let's see how romantic he is. What's his dating life like?
What?
Recently, what's your recent dating life?
Right now, other than parties, nothing. Just chilling.
Parties are not dating.
They ate McDonald's over a Zoom call together.
Depends on the party, but yeah.
Toxic. What's up?
So, is that toxic pigment?
Yes, it is. Cheers. All I have is water right now.
When was your last technical date?
I gotta be over a year by now.
Cheers.
Me too.
Yeah.
A year's not bad.
But I'm really young, so I'm just trying to wait. Like I don't want to. I'm trying to have fun. I don't want to be tied down with somebody.
No, that's understandable. That's understandable.
Yeah, I can respect that.
Just don't wait more than 4 years because then you're in trouble.
Yeah,
because then you're either dealing. You
gotta find a respectable woman before then, or you're gonna be in trouble.
You're gonna get a crazy one.
So I'll tell you what
you're crazy one.
Crazy, complicated, or a lot of baggage. One of the two.
All right. So I'll tell you the dating scene once you get past like 28. All right.
What?
If you try, dude, that's a tough scene. I don't want to be a part of.
No way, Flinkadink's not gonna make it past 25. Watch.
Yeah, come on.
So here's the dating scene.
I think I was married at 24. When did you get married, Danger?
You just asked the guy. He doesn't remember.
He doesn't. He's like, wait, wedding date. Hold on.
Watch it and be so disappointed.
So
I got this.
I'm cutting this section for your wife right now.
I got this.
Somebody clip this.
October 31st, 2011.
Wow, so you've been married less time than me.
I was in 7th grade.
So
I've been married a long time. I guess I'm on.
Yeah, we got married Halloween too.
All right, so
we got married Halloween the same year my son was born. So.
If Aureolin will
wait, does that mean it was shotgun?
Yes.
No.
So
yes, no.
Yeah, but her uncle had the shotgun, not her dad.
I don't think anybody even made a shotgun joke. He was already born, but like it was. He was planned before we were married. It wasn't. We got married because he was born.
Okay.
We planned to have the kid, and then later it's like, well, yeah, we might as well go ahead and get married because it was never like we were basically already married anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Common law.
Yeah, it was just a piece of paper at that point.
So. All right.
Okay.
All right.
So wait, how many years does that make it? I'm trying to do math in my drunken brain.
2011.
It was
9.5.
10 this year.
10. Wait, so that means I'm at. Crap. What year is it?
It's 2021.
I ask myself that every day.
21. So I'm at like 10.5, right? 2008. Frick. I don't know. 12.5?
You got married in 2008?
Yep.
Okay, so you've been married 3 years longer.
And then I waited 4 years before I had my first kid.
All right. So
we decided to have kids.
Wait,
and
then Flinkadink.
That was hilarious because I got married while I was still in college.
I'm just gonna talk over them because clearly I'm not gonna get to tell you one on one.
Wait, doesn't that
nobody cares anyway?
People were like, "Aren't you gonna have to quit college because you're gonna have a kid?"
What you have to look forward to
just because you get
if you
married
start
doesn't mean
dating
you have to have kids.
when you're 28
And
you're trying to date people that are relatively around your age. You either have
we were kind of the other way around. It's like
you either have people on the first
we don't
divorce,
have to be married,
single mothers,
but then
or the
later
chicks
on
who
it's
are way
like,
too crazy that no one ever wed them.
Well,
right. I was just shocked.
I already have single mothers around my age, which is crazy.
Yeah, I know it is.
I was just shocked how many people thought that I needed to be pregnant as soon as I got married.
Yeah.
I'd wait like 3 years, 3 or 4. That's good.
So
heck yes.
So
wait.
So my mom keeps,
make sure it's
my mom
for sure.
My mom.
I mean, I knew it was for sure, but just you never know.
No, we were together for like, I think,
Dragon having fun over there.
4 years before we got married.
He's a single child. He doesn't know how to have multi-conversations at one time.
I'm just going to talk about random stuff so we can have a third conversation.
He would have so much trouble in my house. You should be there at Thanksgiving. There's like 4 conversations going simultaneously, and everyone has no trouble keeping up with all of them.
I'm actually a single child too, but there was cousins around every day of my life.
My brain would explode.
Them.
I have 3 siblings, so there were 4 of us, and we would all just go for it. Like,
all right. So my mom, because I'm apartment searching, so I get stuff because I stayed here while I was going to college.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm apartment searching.
Danger's wedding.
Yep. That's me in the kilt.
Is that really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
In the middle or in the groomsmen?
I'm the one in white.
Yeah. Oh, really?
No.
I was gonna say, I was like, holy crap, you lost a ton of weight.
So.
Yeah, that's Danger right there. You see him?
Without a beard.
I can't see too well, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not that great trying to get it on the cam.
So my mom literally keeps saying to me, she's like, all right, well, once you get your apartment, you're going to find a woman and get married and start having grandbabies. And I said, okay, first of all, if you ever think that I have the misfortune of getting married at some point, what makes you think I will then also have the misfortune of having kids?
Says the romantic.
I'm not the romantic.
I think you secretly are.
No.
I think you deny it because you're afraid of like the commitment and the denial, but secretly you want to be very romantic to somebody you care about.
I'm married and I'm scared of that stuff.
I was in my mid-30s before
I tell
my
husband actively do not do anything romantic. Like Valentine's Day is coming and I'm like, don't do anything.
Yeah, we didn't do anything for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, we didn't either.
I think I brought home a box of wine because she was out of wine.
We literally skipped it this year. I was like, whatever.
We didn't do
anything.
I
go crazy on shit like that sometimes, but like this last time I was just like, here's $100. What do we do? Like happy Valentine's.
Well, I mean, like when you're dating, yeah, you do stuff.
Yeah.
But you've been married forever. It's just your daily life. It's just another day out of the year. Like
you gotta meet that mutual like understanding and just not expecting things. You shouldn't expect things from your significant other. Like if they do something, it should be like a wow, thanks so much, but you didn't need to do that.
I do shit like that randomly, but I'm also like, here's a potted plant, because what's the point in spending money on flowers? They're just gonna die.
I'll kill it.
Instead, here's a potted plant of flowers.
So it can die slowly? Why did you do this?
It's the funniest thing. My wife can't keep plants alive for nothing.
I can't either.
Except for orchids, which happen to be like the hardest flower to keep alive.
Holy cow! I can't even keep a freaking succulent alive. I've tried.
I have a succulent right now that's behind my PC desk that's like, I don't know, 2 foot tall.
She has several orchids.
Teach me your
she's
ways.
Great with them, but
you need a philodendra.
Thrill's already promised me to teach me the ways of makeup and of hair grooming, and now it's plant care. Like, come on.
We had an aloe plant die, but she can take care of orchids.
An aloe plant don't they just live on their own anyway?
Yes.
You need a philodendra. I literally
have some sort of succulent right up there, and it is dead as a doornail. I had bamboo that literally all you had to do was keep water in the pot. I killed it.
How do you kill bamboo?
I found
mold a rolled on it. Mold.
You killed a stick.
Took it. Mold grew on it. I have no idea how. Mold took it over.
You overwatered
and it died.
Overwatered.
It was in a pot this big. Like it was this big. I mean.
You needed to transplant it.
You had a moldy stick in your house.
And I kept watering it, hoping it would change. I mean,
here you go.
So
It was just a ruler stuck in some dirt he assumed was bamboo.
I don't know. I don't know. I can take care of animals like no tomorrow. I will give them
There was no drain in the pot.
best
and it
care
rotted.
in the world. I can take care of snakes, lizards, freaking turtles. I mean, most exotic sugar gliders, animals. Chinchillas, rabbits, dogs, cats, whatever you want to name. I can take care of those things to the best of the ability. But you give me a plant, and I guarantee it'll die within a week.
Brings me back to you talked about you had to have your husband, like your cat, convinced to like your husband.
Oh yeah.
A girlfriend
she
who I
hated him, would sit between us and glare at him. I mean, she hated him.
That's how my last girlfriend judged me, was by her cats. Which was amused when I came in and she didn't say anything, just sat down and like her cats wandered out and investigated and like petted. She was like, her judgment was, well, my cats like you, so you must be a good person. Because so she based her judgment on how her cats reacted. So she was like, well, I can't believe like my cat just was like, okay, and just hung out with you and was cool with you. So I was like, all right, well, the cat gets along with you, so cats are good judge of people.
I had to take
Yes, I've dated crazy cat ladies. But, I mean, 3 or 4 cats, and they have a level of cats. Like, well, that's the whore cat who is just friendly with everybody. Well, how does the neutral cat react? Well, how about the cat that doesn't like people? Like, well, that cat was like buddies with you, so you must be good because the cat was friendly with you.
I literally took it as a challenge to try and get him to have interest in the cat, because he was the type of person who was
like, oh, kitty, meow, 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 meow.
No, he was like a weird germaphobe. Like, if the cat came over interested, and I was like, you need to pet her, you need to let her know that you're okay and that you're not gonna be mean. I was like, you need to pet her. And so he pet her like once and immediately go to the bathroom to wash his hands. And I was like, you can't do that. See? Like, I'm going to have animals around me for the rest of my life. I promise you. You cannot do that. I'm on the farthest
end of that spectrum.
He's a dog guy, isn't
he?
No, he is a non-animal type person. But now I have 2 cats, and one of them, the one that keeps coming on my lap and getting the snuggles, he really loves him. And he'll come over and give the love eyes. And I'll see him, like, cave to it and be like, yeah, buddy. And I'm like, I made you a cat person.
I'm on the opposite spectrum of that, where I'm like, oh, the dog pooped in the floor. The cat, like, where's the scoop or the paper towels? Right. Like, the hell with it. I'll just bare hand pick it up and throw it in the toilet. Like, I don't care anymore. At least
one ply toilet paper. You gotta do something.
When it comes to animals, I don't really
I'm not going all the way to the bathroom for toilet paper. I was like, I just picked it up and threw it away. Like,
whatever's closest.
I'm on the opposite spectrum.
Oh, look, a piece of paper. Like,
I'll use anything but not my bathroom.
Yeah, so I'm not touching duty.
So
I don't know.
So back to the plant. Back to the plant thing.
As long as it's solid, it's like whatever.
So back to the plant
thing.
I
have a weakness to vomit now, though. Ever since I had kids.
So back to the plant thing.
Plant. Dragon has a plant story. I have to get more alcohol for this.
I don't have plant stories, but there was this funny thing going around that like all the married couples were sharing for a while on my Facebook friends list, and it's basically a husband and wife.
I hate married couples on Facebook.
I mean, me too.
I hate them too. What the hell?
Yeah, freaking
Tim.
So it basically was a husband and wife talking, and the husband's like, I don't know why I keep buying you plants. You end up killing them all the time. And the wife says, oh, that's just so you know that I have it in my capability to kill something.
Good boy. Come on.
Killer dependent.
I have when I was younger, I had a philodendron for years, but I'll never forget that the philodendron is almost unkillable.
I don't even know what that is. I'm going to look it up.
It's like a vine plant. It's a house plant that's like a vine.
Some people pronounce it philodendron.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that.
Sure. Those people are fucking crazy. Fuck those people. They don't know what they're talking about. They ain't from Illinois. Those are non-Midwest people. I don't care what they say.
I've just heard it said. I'm just helping figure it out.
My mom always called it philodendron.
So, I don't know.
It's a veiny, like a... You can have a white like green and white one or just green.
Is it one of those like air plants?
It's like a vining plant. Okay. Yeah, it sits in like a hanging potter normally, and it vines.
Even Google doesn't know what I tried to type.
You can take a clipping and like make a new one.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So they're almost unkillable. And I'll say how unkillable they are. My mom had one for years
I've killed
in our
some
house.
of those.
And when my parents divorced, and eventually my dad got evicted, and we went back to the house while they were tearing it down, we found the philodendron hanging in the kitchen in the window. It had lived for over a year, completely left alone. A central Midwest summers, winters, no care whatsoever, just hanging in the window of a condemned house. And we found it still alive and thriving. So we took it home, and my mom still to this day has this plant hanging in her kitchen. It's been like 30 years, but it just lived a year. No heat, no water, no human uptake, in a window in an abandoned house for a year.
Plants.
It's unkillable.
The zombie plant.
The zombie plant lived forever.
Hey.
Also,
make me sad. That makes me remember my zombie fish.
This might be not BPC. I don't know what the actual name of the plant is. It's what we always called a wandering Jew. But it's a garden plant. But if you plant
I know what that is, actually.
It will just explode everywhere. So if
I've seen those. Okay.
In your garden, it will just the next season it'll be all over your yard. It'll just be everywhere. I don't know what the name of it is, but it was always called a wandering Jew because, like the Jews fleeing Egypt, it survives across the desert, but it just lives everywhere.
So, my chat is going crazy for your kitty, Aureolin.
You want to see him? There he is. Other boy.
Oh,
other boy.
Keep that for your OnlyFans.
He's big. He's a big boy.
It looks like it's called a spider wart.
A what?
The vet always tells me how big he is, but I feel like he's just an average kitty. I've seen bigger, but every time I take him to the vet, they're like, "Wow, he's a big boy," and I'm like, okay. Just because he's like 3 times the size of a Chihuahua doesn't really make him big.
I feel like he's the normal size of what I would, like with that striping, I would just refer to him as like a alley cat.
Yeah, he's just a tabby
like a tomcat. He's just a tomcat,
He's
but
such a good boy, though. He's my buddy. My snuggle buddy. He's a good boy.
It's the Maine Coons that are the size of a walrus.
Yep.
I've wanted one of those for so long. Those in a savannah. Oh man.
I want a savannah. Those are cool.
That's so cool. I mean, if I can't have a bobcat, why not get a savannah? They're like $1,000 though.
Yeah.
I always wanted to have like a Maine Coon cat, and then I always also wanted like a giant ass like wolfhound or. So I wanted like the biggest cat I could possibly have and the biggest dog I could have.
Hey,
I
wanted a bull mastiff that I could just ride.
Apparently, the term coons, when someone's talking about Maine Coons, is you have to allow that.
What? Really?
Well, you've never heard that used derogatory? I know it.
I have.
Used derogatory.
I mean, the second half of Maine Coon I have heard.
But using it as the title of the cat, Maine Coon, is not derogatory.
I mean,
I've actually seen my stepdad call it.
But it has COON in it.
When referring to raccoons.
That's getting flagged.
Yeah, that too. We call
I guess so.
We're like, oh, the coons are in the backyard. Raccoons
I had to go out coon hunting.
Yeah,
and got called out once, like, what?
Absolutely.
He's like, raccoons, because he was a trapper.
Whatever. You have no idea. You're not Southern. You don't go down by that creek and crock them crayfish and catch them copperheads.
Crayfish.
See, I feel like
crayfish, they're crawdads.
They are crawdads. You are correct.
I feel like if we're talking about
crayfish,
if we're talking about coons here, just up here, like regular coons,
my buddy.
we call it. We think it's just like a shortened term for raccoons.
Right.
Yeah.
But my grandpa calls them.
Aureolin's gonna go out there and do some coon hunting.
No,
Coon hunting.
I don't like hurting animals, honestly.
Maybe get a yoke.
Except for cowbirds, I'll shoot them all day.
Nope.
I do shoot quite a few cowbirds, but other than that,
gonna make a possum pie.
So
no. Those
I don't
things
think you can
are
hunt raccoon,
disgusting.
can you?
She's basically in
what
Kentucky.
you can here. You
Yeah,
can.
I am 30 minutes. So
I thought they only had a trapping season. I didn't realize they had a hunting season.
No, so
Yeah.
it's not. So
I don't know. There's quite a few people
They're
around here
overrun
who
over
just
here.
shoot
So-
them.
for Colorado, if it is technically considered a rodent, you don't have to have a permit to hunt it. You can just shoot it right away.
Raccoons are not rodents.
Is that squirrel? Squirrels
They're
are
not.
rodents.
They're
but
canines.
considered pests. They're considered pests. So sorry, rodents are pests. If it's a rodent or a
Nuisance
pest,
animal.
yeah, if it's a nuisance animal, you don't have to. You don't have to
Okay.
like get prior permission. You
I was
can
like,
just.
don't get into scientific definition. Zoology.
Is that
major.
human? I consider humans a nuisance animal. Is that
Yeah.
Raccoons are more
Human-
closely
I-
related to a frickin' Ursa than they are to a canine. So don't start with me.
next time
So-
the Jehovah Witnesses come around? I'm like, Illinois says nuisance animals, no bag limit.
I mean, so the reason that we have a lot of farmland, and so you know,
think
if a
Illinois
coyote.
doesn't? What do you think we
That's
are?
all we are.
So if a coyote comes onto your property and you have to
Yeah.
defend your cattle, you can just shoot the coyote and there's no ramifications.
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah, ag limit here, and
Unfortunately.
it's a year-round season.
It
But I
doesn't
live in
even
a
have to
city, so I
be-
can't just shoot them.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to
Pretty
be. You're defending your cattle. If you see a coyote, you can shoot it as long as you're not within city limits.
That's why we attract them to our property. We don't shoot them. We attract
So
them.
That's why I
So-
bought a Mosin Nagant, because it was $80 and I thought I could shoot coyotes with it. Yes, I bought what was the equivalent of a 308 to shoot coyotes because it was cheap.
And then we never
So-
went coyote hunting.
All
Yeah.
I got is my AR.
So
But I don't shoot
because
coyotes. I shoot cowbirds. All of you
Cowbirds
should be too.
because of the nuisance animal thing, right? We would take out prairie dogs too
Cowbirds.
because
Who
prairie
shoots
dogs.
prairie dogs for?
Who shoots
Because-
prairie dogs? What a monster.
They're like
Okay,
moles,
so-
I think.
Well, so yeah, the holes.
That's the
if a cat-
thing that gets you shooting prairie dogs, dragons.
Digging holes, huh?
That's the thing that they judge you on.
I guess I know, right? So the reason we would shoot prairie dogs is because they would leave holes, and then if like your horse or your
Yeah.
cow ends up
Okay.
stepping in that hole
They
and
break
breaking
their
the leg,
leg.
you have to put them down right then and there. And so we would go shoot a bunch of prairie dogs just for fun because you know we're taking care of some farmers.
Mhm.
So
my
you,
grandpa used to do that for
We used to
turtles.
get these
We got a
mole
lot of
traps.
groundhogs.
You stick them in like a known mole trail, cave, whatever.
We just collapsed them. Suffocate you!
It's not a bad idea.
That's why they made dynamite.
The traps never really worked all that well. Like they just run past them and it didn't do anything.
Mhm.
But my mom bought this German Shepherd that would listen for them in the ground and then run up and grab the moles out of the ground.
Our Doberman did that. He got more moles than anything else ever did. If they
Mhm.
so much as peeked up, he was there and just like shaking them like a friggin' T-Rex in Jurassic Park.
So
They didn't even have to peek up. She would listen to the ground,
Yeah,
hear where they were at, and then
get them.
shove her face in the dirt and get them.
Yep.
So you've seen how small my dogs are on Instagram, right, Danger?
Yeah.
So obviously
I've
the
made
one so the one that you made the emotes of hates squirrels for whatever reason.
Oh,
Rodent
like-
hunter.
Literally, it hates squirrels. So literally, actually, it should be happening soon because it's starting to get spring-like weather here. So the squirrels will start being active again.
Hey, stop.
She will literally like go to the patio door and like we taught her to ring bells when she needs to go outside. Well, the thing is that she realizes that if she rings the bell, she goes outside. Well, there's squirrels in the yard,
Leave.
so she must go outside to go get them, right? So she literally goes psycho ringing the bell, and we let her outside, and she starts like chasing squirrels up and down, and they're like on the fence, like taunting her, and she's like losing her shit. And I'm like, I don't know why we go through this every year.
Squirrels will taunt dogs. I used to taunt my dogs all the time. They just literally sit within range that you can't kill them.
That's what squirrels do for mine too. We had a friend of mine had a cat. It was just a typical, like 20-pound tuxedo, a black and white cat that would kill squirrels, and it would drag them home. So like you'd open the door, and there'd be a dead squirrel on the porch. So like his tuxedo cat was like a squirrel assassin. It's like, how does a cat like that's like a 20-pound cat manage to kill squirrels?
But he would do it.
He would just kill squirrels. Like he was like, "Fuck you, squirrels! You're talking shit to me." When he teasing me in the pit bull, it's like, "I'll kill you."
I had a cat growing up who would catch our hummingbirds. I mean, you see how fast those things are, and she would snatch them right out of the air. But right now, my parents are having trouble with the neighbor's cat who comes over to our property to hunt mice, and she snatches squirrels off the property and just...
Yeah, I'm like...
You'll just see, like, the cat race across the yard and then just pounce on the thing. And it's like, huh. She got it.
I had a cat that used to catch rabbits and then drag them inside.
Yeah, that was always so sad because they were never fully dead, and it was just like, oh no.
Oh no, they
never
weren't
had
even
a cat that wasn't.
They weren't
they're
even
in
almost
shock.
Dead. It would drag it inside, and then the rabbit would go running down into the basement, and I'd have to find a way to get it out of the basement. And it's a wild rabbit; it doesn't want anything to do with me. It's not going to let me catch it.
Ours were always so far in shock that like you knew they were gonna die even if you got them away, but it was like your cat's not gonna eat it.
I always got it away and I got it back outside, but I don't know what happened to it after that.
We just put it down at the garbage pit for the coyotes. It went to either the coons, the possums, or the coyotes, one of them, unless the deer needed calcium that year and then they'd eat them.
Like, here, friend to the coyotes now. Stay out of my trash.
Yeah, pretty much. It's one way to keep the coyotes off of like hunting what you want them to. You don't want them to hunt. It's like put stuff out that they'll just freely get.
So I have this friend who has a cat, and for whatever reason, his cat is obsessed with moss. Like just moss. Nothing else that a cat should normally be obsessed with.
It's probably
but
the
a moth
sound of their wings.
Maybe. So I literally watched his cat Miles hop like 3 feet in the air, catch a moth and smack it and brain it down, and the moth was dead. And I'm like, well, you got him, Miles.
Good job, killer kitty.
My dog. Aw, you can't see it.
No.
My dog ran down a rabbit in my backyard. You can't see it. She's like, "Yay! I got a rabbit."
Oh no!
I had a dog. I had a dog that would eat.
Oh.
I had a dog that would eat butterflies.
Yeah.
My uncle had a dog that would eat bumblebees and yellow, bumblebees.
Yeah.
I've definitely learned that my cat is a birder. He only likes to attack the toy if I jump it up in the air, and then he's just like, yes! But he does kill mice if we ever get them, too, so... He's a good kitty. He's a good killer, aren't you, buddy? You're a killer kitty. Good boy.
So the cat we've got now, she drags in mice, pieces, and birds.
So my grandmother... My grandmother, for the longest time, had cats, right? And she never had mice. There was like 1 year that she didn't have cats, and she saw a mouse, and she said, well, that's it. We're going to the pet store and getting a cat.
I've never had a cat that wasn't a stray. Like, that didn't come from either being like a stray at one point in its life and kind of just wandered up and became your cat. Or that wasn't like from the mom... Yeah, the mom had kittens, and so one of them ended up being adopted from a stray. So never had litter boxes for cats either, because they always just kind of came and went as they pleased.
So for a while, we had stray cats every summer out here, and we used to we actually bought a porch cat house so they could stay in it. And like every winter, when the cats would like either I like to assume that they got found and adopted, but I know that's probably not the reality of what happened.
They went feral. They became barn cats.
Something like
Probably.
that. So then, obviously the house wasn't used, so we would clean it out in case there was going to be a new cat that ended up coming by and using the house, because obviously, they would if they smelled another cat scent and do all that. And then
why do you have random syrup? What are you doing?
Oh, I'm remodeling the kitchen, so they put
He's in the pantry.
I'm surrounded by food right now. I'm just chilling.
So
he's hiding in the closet under the stairs to do
He's
his
a pantry streamer.
We used to have stray cats and we'd leave out food for them, right? So they could eat it. And we couldn't do that anymore because it turns out one time when the Aurora PD was here, they said, "Is that your cat?" And we're like, "No, we don't have cats. Like, it's just strays." And they're like, "Well, then it's your cat, and so you need to be responsible for it." And then we're like, "Okay, well, I guess we're no longer putting food out."
Yeah.
We used to do that all the time at my grandma's farmhouse. Like, she had a pasture, and we kept horses and everything. So, like, random cats would come up, and we just had bowls of food out all the time, and they'd come eat, and then they'd wander away, and they'd come back, and
yeah, I mean, it's the same. We thought we were being nice to the cats, but apparently the Rory PD is like, "Oh, well, if you're feeding the cat, it's your cat, so you're gonna have to be responsible for it." And it's like, well, shit, we were just trying to be nice people, but
Yeah.
We were too far out for anybody to come checking on us, so if random cats came wandering up, we were like, we would either make some sort of makeshift shelter for it or take it in, or we would just take it into a no-kill shelter and they would usually get a home. But
it's probably a dump cat. People who are like, well, I have a cat, I don't want to take care of it anymore, just throw it out in the country.
They definitely dumped a lot of animals out there. Typically cats. I don't think we had too many random dogs wander up, thankfully. Usually when a dog came wandering up, it was some lost hiker who would come following right afterwards, and then we'd be like, "Dad, out there, you need to head out to the road. It's over there. Like, I don't know why you're up on our property."
So I had
your dad might have been my stepdad.
This is just my dad.
I had an older coworker, and we called her Granny because, well, she was, granny age. and so one of the
which for NDP meant 42.
I know. I was like, what are you calling granny age?
she was in her high 60s and still working because of the health insurance.
Sure, it wasn't.
I'm pretty sure. So
my grandma is almost 80. I didn't working at a restaurant.
We're still listening. You can continue.
Okay. So I guess another one of my coworkers said she had to dump her cat at the side of the road, and so Granny,
had to.
Yeah, had to. I hate people that do that, but anyway, so Granny literally goes up to her and says, "Lisa, why didn't you just get a handgun and shoot the fucking cat there? Because you basically just killed it." And oh my gosh, she was like in shock. She's like, "No, I let it be free." And Granny, like, she didn't mince words. She was not one that minced words. She basically said what was on her mind.
My stepdad, going back here, he was first, Aureolin, to follow up on your story, he did that once. It was like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. He answered the door with
only once?
Just once. Well, they lived in rural Pennsylvania.
This was multiple occasions.
So he answered the door because somebody came knocking at the door with, a gun in his hand at like 10:30 at night. Like, what are you doing here? And the guy just was like, I just turned around and walked off. But another time I heard this story through my mom because it was from his first marriage. Basically, they had a fight over the dog, and the way it went was back and forth arguments with his wife at the time about the dog they got for the kids that they kept outside, and the dog's always making noise. It's such an annoyance, and he just got up. He went and picked up his rifle, went outside, and shot the dog in the front yard.
Oh no!
Because he saw dogs as working animals. He also was a hunter and a trapper, so he used dogs as working dogs. They weren't pets. Dogs were for hunting, trapping, etc. So when they had after like the half dozen time they fought over the dog being too loud, it's like, well, what do you want me to do? Just shoot it? Yeah, just shoot the dog. So he literally just went out and shot the dog in the front yard.
Well, I can't deny that my dad
He's just like, I'm done. Just boom.
He did do that with our our dog that like we grew up with, but to make it worse, he made my brother shoot it.
I almost did that. I took mine to the vet to have it put down because she was a 16-year-old lab who couldn't walk on her own. I had to carry her in and out of the house.
Yeah.
And then when we got to a point where she just stopped eating and drinking, so for after like a day where she was like done. She wouldn't get up, she just laid there, so she would just mess in the house. She just laid there.
Right.
After like the first day of her, when she refused to eat like table scraps, you try to give her like a piece of bologna or a piece of ham or a piece of a steak, and she just didn't want to eat or drink. She was done. I thought about that. I was like, if I lived in the country, I probably would have just put her down and buried her. But because I live in the city, I had to take her somewhere to have her humanely put down because she wasn't eating or drinking anymore, and she couldn't move on her own. So it was to a point to where the humane thing to do was to have her put down. 16-year-old lab. It's not like she was, but
it was an old Doberman, and we had him, for our whole childhood.
Yeah,
and we were all grown up, and I mean, we lived in the country, and it was kind of a time where like we didn't really take our pets to the vet, and it just constantly whined in the basement, which, I felt horrible. I went down there and would sit with him all the time, but when we were kids, he wasn't exactly a kid-friendly dog because my dad never spent the time to acclimate him or train him properly.
Working dog.
He never trained him properly. He never gave him that dog pack training, and so he just wasn't good with us. And it wasn't until we all got much bigger that we were able to socialize with him well. And so when he got older, it was just like he's just being neglected at this point. So yeah, he did that.
My stepdad was like, he had coonhounds, didn't live in the house. They had a dog house full of hay, and they lived outside. Mm-hmm. And sometimes when it got like, when it was, for example, like super cold over an extended period of time, he would take it down and put hay down for it to live in the basement. But it was he had a dog is a work animal.
Yeah.
You have a dog for a purpose. Whether that be home defense or whether that be a hunting dog, the dog has a purpose. It's not a pet.
Right.
He thought of it like he did growing up as horses. Horses are work animals. Dogs are work animals. They're not pets.
I think for my dad, it was more of us like the dog we had was papered, like he was of show breed level kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it was like a status thing. We did have a dog room. So there was like a ramp he could come down, and there was a room he could go into at night and everything. But
meanwhile, Aureolin had to share a room with her sister, but the dog had its own room.
I did actually, but but I've always had such a sensitivity for animals, and so like listening to him cry and stuff, I just felt horrible having to shut him in that room and keep him outside and stuff. It felt horrible, but he had never been trained properly to be in the house, so there just really wasn't another option.
No, I get it. My aunt was.
I mean, he literally, when we had him as kids, we were little kids. He literally attacked us, grabbed us by the legs, and would drag us down the hill. I mean, it was bad. He drew blood on more than one occasion. My dad just didn't understand how to properly train a dog like that. So it wasn't
the dog didn't know any better.
Right. And it wasn't until we became teenagers and were bigger that we were able to safely interact with him. And by then, it was the end of his life. So
the funniest thing and this happens with every single dog that my mom and stepdad get. My stepdad will sit there and he says, all right, so you're not going to be, well, so our youngest one is Theo. So he turned to Theo. He's like, you're not going to be like your sister. You're not going to be spoiled. You're not sleeping on the bed with us. You're going to sleep on the dog bed. Yeah, that lasted a whole, like, night. The dog was on the bed. The dog was on the bed, like within the end of the day. And I just look up there and I'm like, yeah, he's not going to be spoiled like his sister, and he's going to sleep on. Well, so okay, to his credit, he did sleep in the crate for a while, right? So it was, you know, they knew that when they went in the crate, it was bedtime.
Mm-hmm.
When they come out of the crate, they run downstairs, go to the bathroom, like, you know, go outside and go to the bathroom. But then one time, my stepdad fell asleep, and Theo jumped on the bed, and yeah, he has not ever been off the bed during the night now.
Yeah, we had a puppy once, and I was old enough then that I like had done more research into like animal behavior and training and that sort of thing. I was like middle school. I think I was taking care of chinchillas at that point, and I was really into it, you know. But it's a puppy, so of course, you know, they cry in the middle of the night and that sort of thing. And so we would take turns like sharing them in our rooms with my siblings. But I really enjoyed that, like that process of training the puppy. And by the time we gave it to another family, it already knew sit, it knew shake, it knew down. I mean, I spent a lot of time with it.
See, I could never be like a foster parent who then, you know, transitions the pet to somewhere else.
You own them.
I feel like
I
would
want
do
to keep
that.
it forever. Yeah.
I mean, that would be the problem. It would be like, okay, I'm bringing you in as a foster, all right? I'm going to get you taken care of. I'm going to get your shots and everything, and then you're going to go to another family. And then you know what, Bruno? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's like I'm really happy that I can find a good family for that pet. Like, yay, there actually is more people who are willing to do what I'm willing to do, and then I could take on a new animal that needs that training, needs that conditioning, you know, and I can start all over from square one and train them and condition them so that they're ready to go. And, you know, they're not starting off as this chaotic thing that they might want to abandon again.
You know, I've actually never even, I've had like a cat that was a terror, and a dog that was really hard to train, but I've never been like, okay, well, I'm going to abandon this thing because it's not conforming to how I want. Like, the dog took 5 years to finally get trained, but the dog finally got trained. Yeah. Just was being a little shit, but.
But there's a lot of people out there who like they'll adopt a dog being like, oh, it's cute, and then it grows up to be 100 pounds, you know, or whatever, and they're just, I can't handle this. Okay, time to bail.
Yeah.
I like big dogs. They're cute.
I mean, for me, no matter which pet you adopt, you adopted it and you made that dedication. You need to own up to that.
I mean, so you have to have a very special tank for hermit crabs in Colorado because it has to constantly be pumping humidity. Mm-hmm. And you have to make sure they have enough shells so that if they start growing, they can go into a different shell. Well, I didn't know about the humidity thing, because I was like, well, I mean, if I put water in the specific thing and it can go in the water and like I kind of like drip a little water on it every day, it should be fine. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. So I would get so sad because I wanted a hermit crab as a pet because I thought they were cute. I thought they were cute. And so I was like, a hermit crab as a pet would be really kind of cool. So I tried with like 2 hermit crabs, and then like both of them, same thing. They like dried out, fell out of the shell. Oh. Even though I was like trying to make sure they had like puddles of water to be in, and like trying to spray them with a mist and stuff, it didn't work. And so I was like, and then years later I looked it up, and I'm like, okay, so I should have had a tank that was like actually putting humidity into the tank and not just how I was trying to do it. But now I don't want a hermit crab anymore because I'm going to get even more upset if that hermit crab dies and I have the tank.
Right, after all your research and this is still alive.
Yeah.
I remember hermit crabs were like a big thing like
kind of
what,
weird, right?
20 years ago.
I thought they were cool. Yeah. I always wanted to like they customize their shells.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it was. Is like any pet store you went to, there was just like a tank different painted shells, and
I wanted to do my own though. Like I wanted to make.
Yeah, we had hermit
shells.
crabs as a kid,
So
and
did
then like my niece and nephew had hermit crabs, and they ended up. My mom ended up with the hermit crabs because of the whatever the issue was. But like my niece and nephew would get them, and then my mom's a lollipop. You know, it's like, oh, you know, anybody in the family who has like a cat or a dog or a hermit crab
then
or a
she wants
hamster.
one.
And they're like, well, we can't, we're moving, or we can't, or the kids can't. And then, you know, my mom will take care of it. So she'll end up with like, my niece wanted a cat. They got her a cat. Well, the cat doesn't get along. The dog doesn't like the cat. So then my mom's like, well, I'll take the cat.
So that is another thing. That's another thing I don't understand is people who get pets and then they're like, well, I'm moving, so I can't take the pet. Never move anywhere where I couldn't take a pet with me.
Yeah.
Like, if I buy the pet and I have to move, you best believe I'm moving to someplace my pet is also moving to.
Yeah, like
that's your responsibility.
Your family member, you take it with you.
Yeah, I get that to an extent. Like I had a cousin, like my mom ended up with a dog because my stepdad's kids were buying a house, so they had to move, and they couldn't find an apartment in their price range. So they're like, well, we can't have the dog. So the mom was like, so they ended up with the dog because it was either that or it was going to a shelter or to the pound. But it was like, you know, they got the dog, had it for 4 or 5 years, and then he lost his job at the mine that shut down, had to sell the house. So it was like, okay, I get that scenario, but yeah, I agree. I know people who, I mean, I've got a dog and I love my dog, but if something happened where I had to move to a place where I couldn't have a dog, I would just be like, you know, hopefully my mom would take it or my sister or somebody. Right. But if, like, for example, I was like, well, I'm moving and we're moving to another, you know, city and I got to rent an apartment, then it's like, well, the dog's going. But I love my dog. I love animals, but I'm also kind of a realist when it comes to animals. So they're great, but I also like, well, all right, bye, dog. I miss you.
See ya.
But it's either that or me being homeless and the dog's going.
Oh, yeah. I'll take her.
Yeah.
I guess I just despise the people who don't even try. You know, they just see them as an object, and they're like, "Well, you're not convenient to take, so I'm gonna leave you."
I mean,
and that's just
my biggest
rotten
regret is I have a dog, and I'm like, God damn, I have this dog.
That's why I don't have a dog. I got cats; they take care of themselves.
Then they eat you and you die.
I don't care.
See, that was the thing when we went to Michigan last year for a week. We brought the dog with us. Of course, we weren't taking a cat, but we just made sure there was extra food in the bowl, and she was fine until we got home.
Right.
The dog still brags about that.
Maybe
like,
have someone to go to Michigan, and check in
you
on
got
them.
Stuck at the house.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have like a friend who will stop by maybe once a week to make sure they're okay, spend a little time with them, and then go.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all they need. I mean, it's not a big deal.
She doesn't like anybody that doesn't live here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if anybody came in the house, she'd just go out the back door and. You know,
I mean, our
she wouldn't come back until they left.
They definitely would. They like freak out for like some social interaction when we get back, but it's not like they're gonna be dying, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Every time I ever wanted a pet or got a pet, I always did like thorough research and investigation on it before I got them. Like when I was in middle school, I bred chinchillas and sold them to the local pet store, all conditioned and stuff so that they were really good pets, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And they sold really good, and that was kind of how I made my allowance because I didn't really have an allowance or a job. So it was like I sold chinchillas, And then
I mowed lawns. I was like, hey, I gotta mow grass.
Yeah.
I mean, same.
Well, I mean, I mowed grass, but like we had acres at our house, so I kind of had to do that anyway.
I mean, when I went to mow my
lawns
grandmother's house, it felt like acres.
We had like 4 neighbors within 5 miles, so all of them had their own mowers. Like
they all had tractors.
Yeah.
So
we all had rider mowers. I mean, I just did it. It was like a normal chore for me. But that and working the garden, holy frick. Like, let's not even get started on the garden. But yeah, I mean, like I was very interested in animals from a very young age, and like exotic animals specifically. I got into chinchillas when they were brand new to pet stores kind of thing, and then I got into sugar gliders when they were pretty new too. But I did the proper research, and I made sure I knew what I was getting into before I got into it. And I don't know. I really like animals.
So fun fact, I used to have hamsters when I was younger, right?
I always wanted one. I never got one.
So actually this is 2 fun facts. So when I was younger, one of my hamsters got out of the cage somehow. And so my mom thought it died because we hadn't seen the hamster in a couple days. So she tried to buy me a hamster that looked identical, so I wouldn't be sad that Sassy had died. Oh, by the way, I loved Homeward Bound when I was a kid, so I tried to name my hamster.
Everybody loves Homeward Bound.
Homeward Bound was amazing.
I tried to name my hamster Sassy, but I couldn't really say my S's. I actually had to go through speech therapy. And so it was Sappy.
Okay.
And so Sappy somehow got out and hid. And my mom thought Sappy had died, but she thought, oh, well, I can just go to the pet store and get him a new Sappy, and hopefully he doesn't notice that Sappy was missing. And so she did that. Well, we found the original Sappy, or I found the original Sappy in the closet. And I said, look, Sappy's in the closet. So then my mom put them together and they ate each other.
Oh.
She didn't tell me.
I was going to say, I was like, was the one in the closet still alive?
Yeah, no. It was still alive. Oh. So my mom's like, okay, well, he has 2 hamsters now. Well, then she woke up one morning, and I didn't find this out until like last year, by the way.
Wow.
I just thought the hamsters like died of of old age, because hamsters don't live long.
Yeah.
And so I guess apparently they tried to eat each other.
Oh, no.
And so they both died.
With most mammal animals of any sort, you can't really just force them together. You gotta condition them.
Hamsters they're ornery anyway.
Even with chinchillas, it was like we had to kind of let them be close through a cage and then slowly introduce them.
So we tried to get the kids a couple of hamsters, and anytime I tried to clean the cage, like they're just mean. They bit me all the time.
I
don't like them.
We had this gerbil at the same time that we had a chinchilla. Do any of you know what a chinchilla actually is?
Yeah.
Has one,
okay, so they're like a rabbit-sized animal with like a squirrel tail, basically.
Yeah.
And the gerbil, being about the size of a mouse, when we would try to clean their cages simultaneously, like we would just let the room because they were like a rabbit, so that we would just let them play. And the gerbil, we kind of had time when we let him out, and we would put him on the bed sometimes when we were cleaning the cage out. He would viciously just launch himself onto the back of the chinchillas and bite them. And the chinchillas, as a defense mechanism, they can release their fur. And so when he would bite them, they would just puff their fur out. And he would the chinchilla would take off, and he'd have this mouthful of fur, and he'd just be like, nom, 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 like eat the fur down. And I was like, oh my gosh! Like, what the frick is wrong with this?
So I adopted hamsters off of the Nextdoor app. Do you guys have the Nextdoor app over there? I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
So it's like a neighborhood app. So
yeah.
Like
someone
Craigslist?
kind of, yeah. But you actually have to be in the neighborhood, and they verify they verify your residency with like when you sign up and all that. Okay. So that they could make sure like random people aren't signing up to like scout the neighborhood and do all that.
I signed up for it so I could like try to do like a crime alert
with his water.
Water.
So
hydrate.
A family was moving and they had to get rid of like their hamsters that because you know they didn't want to take them along and the kids had outgrown the hamsters. So, you know, me being like, oh, I loved when I had hamsters as a kid, right? And I didn't have to deal with any of the, you know, maintenance part or like the overnight part. And so I adopted the 2 Russian dwarfs. And so I didn't know Russian dwarfs were very active at night.
I thought all hamsters were nocturnal.
Yeah, they're all nocturnal.
So Russian dwarfs are a little more active than other hamster breeds, apparently. And so,
maintenance on your hamsters when you were a kid?
No, my mom. I mean, I was like 2 when I had a hamster.
Holy crap!
I was 2. All right.
I had to clean a cat litter when I was 5.
That was your mom's hamster.
It was basically my mom's hamster.
When you're a kid, it's all your parents.
Yeah, my daughter has a rabbit. It's basically mine.
I mean, it's like when we bought my kids hamsters. Like, they were too young to do any of it. Those were my hamsters.
Yeah. So you know. So I mean, I was happy to do the maintenance, right? And it was fun putting them in their balls so they could like roam about like the house a little bit while I'm cleaning out their cages and everything. Mm-hmm. Well, Theo. So actually, I guess this brings another funny story. Theo discovered the hamsters one time, rolling in the ball because like I would cage down the upstairs, but somehow Theo got past the cage. I'm not sure how. And so he discovered the hamsters, so he would like boop them and send the hamsters flying. So back to my original and it was kind of funny to watch. Injured? No, they were fine in their balls. Wow. They just like they were like dizzy, like that. You could tell the hamster was like a little stunned, like what happened. And so I'm like, Theo, you can't be up here while I'm cleaning the cages anymore. You just boop the hamster across the entire floor. Wow. All right.
That's lucky. That's how our turtle died. He was in his ball and he got knocked and he broke his back.
Yeah, they were fine and I can tell they were fine because this brings back to the original story of Russian dwarfs are very super nocturnal at night, and I was like a good owner and got a wheel and everything and da. So, you know, I'm getting ready to I stay up late at night usually. Or used to. I don't really do it anymore on the weekdays because I have to go do, you know, adult working life things.
What?
Like, that's right. It's really late right now.
It's not 3:20.
Yeah, this is normal time.
Adult. So I have to do like in the weekdays. I have to do adult working life stuff. Well, so this was when I was, you know, still in college. Only had a part-time job, and yeah, let's just say more often than not, I would barely lay down, and the hamsters would like start being active, and I'd hear the wheel, and I'd be like, I'm gonna kill these things, and I'm like, but I love hamsters, and I already took on the responsibility, so I can't kill these things, but I hate this. But then I just got used to the wheel, like going at night when I would sleep. But like for the first couple nights, I'm literally like, I'm going to murder both of you.
Yeah,
get up at night and slap the cage like, shut up, you stupid hamster.
All rodent pets are nocturnal.
Yeah.
It's like cats.
I think mine just finished. They both settled down for their naps.
So, my friend's cat Miles, I guess, for whatever reason, so he'll get the zoomies, and so Louie's like, okay, there goes Miles with the zoomies. But lately, what he told me is Miles will then, after he has the zoomies, come and sit his butt on his face while he's sleeping. And Louie's like, Miles, buddy, I'm trying to sleep. And Miles is like, I don't care, my butt is on your face now.
You are welcome.
That drove me crazy at my mom's house around Christmas time when I was up there because she has multiple cats. I'm not used to sleeping in a house full of nocturnal cats. So, like, I'd be sleeping, and all of a sudden I hear like as the cats run around the house and upstairs and downstairs, and then they play with their toys, which they've got those golf balls on a ring toy. So you're sitting here as they're slapping like a ball around a loop. Every like 20 minutes, I'd start to fall asleep and I'd hear some noise that would wake me up. And it's the cat running around, or the cat playing with one of the toys, or jumping on this, or knocking this over. I'm like, I was like, I got no sleep because I'm not accustomed to that. I'm like, my dog comes in bed and sleeps. The end.
Right.
That just makes me know it's safe. Like when it gets really quiet, that's when all of a sudden my body's like, "What?
Really?
What's happening?"
And she's like,
okay, so
yeah, I've already got the gun out of the closet. Like, time to sweep the house.
Speaking of bodies and getting ready to fall asleep, right? Have you ever had that sensation where like it feels like you're just like falling, like free falling?
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
I did that one time when I had a bunk bed till I was like freaking, I don't know, 16, because my mom's like, well, why would I buy you a new bed? Bunk bed's fine. First of all, I don't even know why.
Too.
I was an only child. Why did she buy me a bunk bed?
Okay, now that does present questions, because I had to share a room with my younger sister, so.
Right, I had a bunk bed.
I mean, my son had a loft bed, but it wasn't a bunk bed.
I slept in the top bunk, but
like it was
for a reason.
Now that now that I'm an adult and thought about it, I was like, why did I have a bunk bed actually?
Did you have a twin?
Yeah, that's really suspicious.
I guess because it was cool.
I guess it was cool, and like she had intended to have more than just me as a kid eventually, but she didn't meet my stepdad until she was older, and he already had like his kids were basically grown at that point.
Maybe it was just so you had sleeping options. If you wanted the bottom bunk, you had the bottom bunk. If you wanted the top bunk, you had the top.
Who knows? Maybe when you were a kid, you asked for it, and you don't even remember.
I mean, possibly. Who knows?
Beds are cool.
You're like, I want a bunk bed. Okay, sweetie.
So,
why did I have a bunk
bed? so one of the times when I had like and this was the first time I actually ever had like that, I feel like I'm falling while I'm about to head to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a bunk bed, and I wanted to sleep on the bottom bunk because the top, and it was summer, so that attributed to wanting to sleep on the bottom bunk because the top bunk was like, oh my god, I'm dying up here.
But the window open in summer.
Coyotes
are howling! Yay!
I did too, but trust me, Colorado nights at like it's still for whatever reason 72 degrees, and it's been hot all day. Yeah, no, it still sucks.
72 degrees is not hot.
It is when it's Colorado and there's no humidity to cool down when it cools down, all right?
That's fair.
I don't know. I'm used to 100 degrees with humidity. I'll just open the window.
I bet I can hear coyotes if I walked outside right now.
Probably.
So I'm sure I probably could too. So I had this episode and I kicked my feet up. Well, I'm on the bottom bunk. So guess where my feet hit? The bottom of the top bunk, and it hurt so bad.
You're probably so confused. You're like, what's that?
What happened?
Like,
I shared a bunk bed with my younger sister, and I had this Siamese cat who was super bonded to me. So she always jumped up on the first bed because we had one of those bunk beds that wasn't like under the top one. It was like it stuck out. And then the top one went this way. So she would jump up on that bed and then jump up to join me on the top bunk. And she would curl up with me and fall asleep with me. But she wouldn't stay there all night. So in the middle of the night, she would jump down to the bottom bed where my little sister was sleeping. And like 9 times out of 10, land right on her.
We had bunk beds. I shared a room with my 2 brothers. But I can't remember using bunk beds because I imagine we had them when I was like me and my younger brother. but then I had my own bed.
Mm.
So it was like I had one bed, and then my brothers had bunk bed. That I am quite sure the bunk bed started up as me and my younger brother. And then when the third sibling was born, and eventually it rotated to like, well, now we need to do something with him. So he gets the bunk bed. He just bought me my own bed. But, once you hit like 5 and you start remembering stuff, it's like, well, I just had my own bed.
Yeah. Did any of you ever had water beds?
My
grandmother
had a water bed.
Well, that just dates my town because I had a water bed as a kid.
I remember being
my cousin
we were
the
always
same age as me. She had a water bed, but
I had one for most of my childhood until my youngest sister, who's like 4.5 years younger than me, got old enough to be out of a crib. And then they got the bunk bed. But I had a water bed up until then. So I remember it just being like, woohoo!
So I have this really like vague memory. Because my grandmother had a water bed. But like sometimes when we would come up to the city and for like her classes and stuff, for her RN classes, we would stay at a hotel, and the hotels had water beds.
Oh, that's cool.
That's weird.
They were such a big thing,
They really were.
Because like my grandparents had water bed, so like I remember playing on it as a kid, like water bed. But,
I don't know why they were so popular, because even as a kid, I remember them not being that comfortable.
Right.
Yeah,
you're just like constantly, oh gosh, when is it gonna stop? Oh, it's slowing down now.
So like both of my grandparents had water beds. It was a big hip thing.
It was. Yeah. I think there was like a big stigma about it being better on the lumbar or something. Yeah. But honestly, that's the worst bed I've ever slept in.
I mean, I thought the water beds were comfortable, but like I don't know. Definitely the Eurotop.
Not if you slept in them for years at a time.
Myself
I didn't sleep and my brother had one, and I slept in them for at least 2 years, and I just remember by the end of it, I was glad when it got replaced. I was not sad. And I was a kid who did not like change, so yeah.
I don't think I've ever actually slept in one.
I don't think so. I don't know.
It's like, I'll pretend to be a part of this. Waterbeds was like 20 years before my time.
Waterbeds.
I don't think I've ever seen one. I don't think I've ever seen one before, which is...
Yeah.
I remember. I know my mom had one at one point, but that was before I was born, so it don't matter.
They were technically just a giant water balloon. I mean...
Pretty much.
Yeah.
They always moved.
I mean, it was thicker.
It
wasn't going to pop like a balloon.
No, it was a very thick rubber. But yeah, I definitely had one growing up as a kid, and I do not remember it being the most comfortable thing in the world.
I think I'd probably rather sleep in a beanbag chair than I would a waterbed.
Heck yes, beanbags were the best.
Have you ever fallen asleep in a recliner?
All the time.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. So there was one time, we used to have a recliner, and then it got old and broke. I always used to make fun of like old people that fall asleep in recliners. Ha 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 ha. Well, I was watching something Netflix, leaned back and like fell asleep in a recliner, and I'm like, I'm the only one home, right? No one else witnessed this.
Yeah, I died a few times. I think the last time I did it was after our podcast last month.
He fell asleep in the recliner.
I don't know. Right. I don't know if I've technically fallen asleep. You know what? Actually, I pushed myself to sleep in a tent outside with the kids last summer. And even though my back is still shot, I did it. And they woke up at like 5 a.m. when my dad is still walking outside with his head flashlight filling bird feeders. And I was just like, you're not going to go back to sleep, are you? And they're like, we're awake. It's morning. And I went inside and like went back in my mom's recliner and just passed out. I think that's the only time it's ever happened.
So I'm not gonna lie, sleeping on the couch is not the most uncomfortable thing in the world. But maybe it's just because I have really nice couches.
Maybe.
That a few times too.
There's literally times I'm like, okay, I'm only gonna watch this one episode, and I start feeling sleepy, and I'm like, I should start going to bed, and then like I try and get up, and I'm like, I'm not going upstairs. I'm just falling asleep here.
I've slept in some odd places when I was a teenager. I used to be able to fall asleep like anywhere. I was one of those kids. Like if I was tired, goodbye.
No, I still can.
I can't anymore. I can't sleep for crap. But like I was the one.
That was my college days.
Like in deployment, you know, the hurry up and wait, and you're like waiting for all the doctor's things, and you're sitting in those chairs. I was the kid doing this number in the chairs, like.
I fell asleep at the dentist.
I'm just like, I'm straight up asleep, but I was just up and downing it the whole time, and I was asleep.
I was getting fillings. And it was amazing. I just fell asleep while they were putting in fillings in my teeth. Like,
yeah.
Well, this didn't happen to me, but it happened to another kid at the church. So the rule was like, okay, you can go to prom and you can go to the after party, but you best believe you're going to church tomorrow. Right? So like, I don't care if you're out super late at the town hosted after party, you're going to church tomorrow.
Town hosted.
Well, it was a small town, so of course the town hosted the after party so that kids wouldn't be tempted to go drink. I mean, you know.
We had a small town, but there were a lot of kids ready to throw their own party.
I mean, it was the same thing at my town too, but I mean the idea.
The school just threw the after party at ours.
So the school and the town both got involved in the after parties.
Probably not a bad idea, honestly.
No, it probably wasn't. But it's not like it prevented. It's not like it prevented people from going to that personal
like broke up with me. Like prom was on like a Saturday or something, and my girlfriend broke up with me the Friday before.
Oh, that's lame. At least you did the prom. Jeez.
I actually have a story about that too. Not girlfriend related, but a story. Anyway, so we're both sitting, and you can see him starting to like. Trying to pay attention, so he puts his arms on the pew, thinking that like if he falls asleep, at least like this will hold him. He falls asleep, his arms slide off, and his head goes boom. So like in the middle of a prayer, like we're all praying, and then you just hear this boom, and his head like went straight into the pew.
Yeah,
I was whenever we went to church, I went to Baptist services now and then, but I also went to Catholic services, so all I could think of. You couldn't fall asleep because you had to kneel and stand and kneel and stand and sit and stand and kneel too much to actually fall asleep. Like every 20 minutes, you had to kneel or sit back up. So it's like there's no way to fall asleep. You get interrupted every 15 minutes.
So I
was one of those kids who was such a hard sleeper. Like someone recorded me at one of the like sit and wait for your vaccines. Oh crap.
Memory full.
At one of the like post deployment processing type things, they gosh dang it. I can't see it on my screen, so I'm using the screen as reference. Hold on! Whatcha?
Alright, so I'll do my story, and then Aureolin can tell hers when she comes back.
She's just a blank screen.
So my junior year of prom, similar to Thrill, except it wasn't with a girlfriend. So I had invited a friend to come to prom. Well, literally a day before prom, she got a boyfriend, still went to prom with me, but decided to ditch me to spend time with her boyfriend, who had his own date that he had brought to prom. And so like his date got ditched. So his date got ditched, and then like she just left because she's basically like, well, F this. And so I'm just sitting there like, I ain't got nobody to like dance with. I ain't got nothing. And then like all my classmates ended up ditching all of their dates to come make me feel better. It was like the only time that my class was cool.
We skipped, I don't know if you guys have it or not, junior prom. Instead of senior year, but junior year, because a friend of mine, his girlfriend gave him money to, to buy stuff for prom.
Right.
So he went ahead and bought a bunch of booze, and then we just skipped the prom and just sat around and got drunk. So we all just skipped prom because he had a shit ton of, of booze. So we just all went to his house and had a party. Instead of going to prom and an after party, we just partied the whole way.
Nice.
I got kicked out of my homecoming one year too because we were drinking.
So Aureolin has to go back with her story.
Was the troublemaker.
Never got in trouble. My friends were the troublemakers. I was the voice of reason that kept us from going to jail. He was
the innocent bystander.
I was the reasonable one who was like, no, maybe we shouldn't go steal that car because we're drunk. Because we don't want to go to jail. So, let's just keep drinking.
These stories are probably most closely related to Flink.
I've done a lot of dumb stuff, but I was never drunk. I never had an excuse. I just did it because I wanted to do it. So I never had the excuse of being drunk to do something.
Well, that's good.
Maybe we shouldn't get into this fist fight. Like, you shouldn't go beat up that girl's dad because we're drunk. Like, come on.
It's better than being like, I was totally trashed. I don't even remember. Like,
but at least there's an excuse on why you did dumb stuff. I just did dumb stuff because I'm a dumb kid.
I feel like a lot of dumb kids, though, use that as an excuse. I was drunk. Like, no, you did it because you chose to.
Regardless. Yeah.
At least you own up to it. It's like, I just wanted to.
Right. Yeah. Like, you don't use it as an excuse. You're just like, I just chose to do dumb stuff. Like, well, okay, thanks for owning up to it.
I was drunk. We got, like, a friend of mine, we go party at his house. He lived in a low-income neighborhood, which equates to, he was, like, the only white guy on the block. So I got drunk at his house. We were drinking, and I forgot where I was. So, like, I walked out for something, probably to pee, because I'm a guy, and that's what we do. We get drunk, and we go pee in the front yard.
Hey, what's wrong with the woods?
I got lost in his, I wandered off. I was like, where am I? I was looking around. I was like, scary. And then I ran into a group of the neighborhood folks, and I was like, where am I? I was just randomly lost, and I was like, I'm here. I'm the only white guy in the neighborhood. So it's like, well, obviously you're partying at the white guy's party. So, and I got into, an argument. He had to come out and, come get me because I was about to throw down into a big fight with the white dude in a black neighborhood. Like, I was going to get into a fight with a group of black people because, hey, I was
because you were lost.
And I was like, where am I? I'm like, what? I remember I accused him of stealing his house. Apparently that was something. I was like, where am I? I was like, no, that's not his house. I can't be partying at his house because that's not his house. Where's his house? What happened to his house? You stole his house. I was just totally drunk and rambling, but he's like, you almost started a race riot in my neighborhood. Because you you guys got into an argument that, about no, you're lying to me. I'm not here.
Good grief. The projects, if you had done that there, you probably would have got shot. I mean, I remember being on deployment, and the town newspaper would send me newspapers, and one of them, there was an article in there about a drive-by shooting, and one of the guys that I graduated with got shot in one of those shootings, and I was just like, that's why I stopped driving through that area.
Well, they knew who my buddy was. In the neighborhood, he was known as the crazy white boy. That was what they called him. Oh, that's the crazy white boy's friends, or that's the crazy white boy's house. Because
I wouldn't even go over there anymore.
Look, man,
it got too sketchy.
Poverty is poverty. So I realized something early, which is poor white folk have a lot more in common with poor black folk than we do with middle class white folk. So
yeah, I mean,
he was. Same dude went into a guy's house and got into a fight with him over some weed that he got sold, and that's how he got the name Crazy White Boy, because he went over there and beat up the 2 cousins who were in the front yard, and then kicked in the front door and got into a fight with like everybody in the house over like a bad drug deal. So he didn't even care.
Thanks for the follow, Res Me Down.
Yeah. I never had any sort of discrimination until like the shooting started to happen, and then it was like, you know, my route from my house in the country would normally take me through the projects, and I started taking a different route because it was that bad.
Look,
like,
so racist ideologies exist on both sides. So if you're like just a random white girl rolling through the hood, it's the same as being like a black dude rolling through white suburbia. Like you get the same identifiers attached to you.
I don't really care though. Like if I see some black guy rolling through a rich neighborhood, I'm just like, hey, how's it going? You know, like I live out in an area where you literally wave to every car you drive past because you know everyone out there. So if you don't wave, it's like rude. So sometimes I wave to people who are literally just coming back there for the hiking trail, and they're just like, oh, and then you're like, oh yeah, they're not a neighbor. But a neighbor is like anyone within a 10-mile radius.
So that's that was a habit I had to break when I came to Denver, because I grew up in a small town. You wave to everyone.
Yeah, I still do that.
I don't do it in town. I get super paranoid about everybody in town. I'm just like, you're carrying. What do you want? Stop looking at me. What are you doing? Stop looking at me. Why are you looking at me?
I still do that in small towns where I'm driving, and I'll just like nod or like wave at people when I'm driving through, and it's like I don't live there. I have no idea where I'm at, but like, people are just friendly with each other. Like, yep, I'm one of you.
Yeah. If we ever visit family in a small town in like Indiana, because some of our family lives in a town in Indiana who has like Amish, kind of like we do here, small town. So when we drive past them, I'm just like, hey, because like it's like, yeah, I totally get it.
I also drive a truck. And if you don't drive a pickup truck, people wave at each other and nod at each other. Like, yep, I'm in a truck too.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, truck.
Yeah.
Truck people. Hi.
Just kind of get it. Hey, you're down this back dead-end road. You must know everyone down here. Unless you're coming for the hiking trail, and then you better wave anyway.
And then you don't want to be that person who it's like, if you are visiting family in a small town and somebody waved at you, it gets around like, that guy didn't wave at me. He must be an asshole.
Yeah,
who the heck was that? Did you see them?
So I will say that I've done stupid stuff, and I wish I could say like all of it was drunk.
I woke up without pants in the shed once.
Ooh, confession hour.
So I will say I have probably done more stupid stuff when I've had a couple drinks than I would normally do. Like, AKA start a huge all-out brawl at the gin mill.
I have.
I mean, the mistake there was that I was going to a place called the Gin Mill, but
anything related to gin's just a bad idea.
Yeah,
I've done stuff drunk that would probably have landed me as a Twitter nightmare. You know,
Twitter.
I'm probably
like,
more
oops.
innocent than you'd predict. But, you know, if anyone ever got confrontational with me, I'm ready.
So
here's
a question, because I want to bring it back to the Twitter thing, because of Twitter wanted to charge people to see tweets. What happens when people start doing drunk Twitter posting and they're supposed to be charging people for the tweets?
Refund for my tweet.
Refund for my tweet.
Yeah, geez.
Roseanne was on sleeping pills and went crazy. I want a refund.
I don't know how Twitter plans to do that.
I don't know about Twitter.
I don't think it'll work.
I wonder how they cope with real life. Like, I feel like Twitter and just a lot of stuff you see on Facebook too, but Twitter is the big one.
They've just let it go for too long. They can't change it now.
Like, disconnected from the real world of, this isn't, like not just a echo chamber.
Yeah.
So you're like, real life has different opinions and different cultures, different people.
I mean, even the people who are posting their comments probably wouldn't say the same thing in real life.
Danger knows like 90% of my tweets lately is just, it's time to scream.
Yeah.
Then he actually posted a video of him screaming, and I'm like, was he trying to be metal or something? Like, this is a metal scream.
About crazy shit.
It worked.
Drunk. I think I was 15. I was drunk, house party, and I fell asleep on the couch. And this is the first time I think somebody threatened me with a knife. But I woke up angry because somebody was pulling that. You ever pass out at a party and people fuck with you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So like I
refuse to pass out at parties.
Yeah, like somebody was, I don't know what it was, but they were fucking with me, and I got up and I'm an angry wake up, if that makes sense to anybody. Like if you wake me up, I have angry face, angry eyes, and
punch first, ask questions later.
Wake up temper. So like you wake me up, I wake up swinging.
Yes.
And this resulted in somebody was fucking with me, and I remember waking up like it was chocolate chips. They had a bag of chocolate chips, so like they were putting chocolate chips on my face.
Oh.
I woke up like, man, yeah, and then like they were stuffing chocolate chips like in my nose and my ears, and I got up just swinging, like shoving and screaming and just being a crazy drunk. Like, I'll fucking kill you, you do that shit to me, and just ready to fight. And I was shoving people around, and I buddy down, like they went back and tripped over like a lamp cord or something and fell, and they came up with a knife. Like just hopped up with a knife, waving it around, and I was so drunk I didn't care. I was like, if you're ready to fight with a knife, like fuck you, I'll put that knife away, wake me up when you're done. And I just turned around and walked off. But like I realized it later, like this dude was crazy. Like he had been locked up and shit. Like we were juveniles, so he'd been locked up for shit, and he went to prison later. Same guy, a few years later, went to prison for assault in a hospital. He was dating a girl, knocked her up. She went to the hospital, have a kid. He beat up her dad in the hospital because they didn't want him to have anything to do with her underage daughter. He beat up the dad, beat up the security guard who was called to restrain him, then beat up the female police officer who showed up to restrain him, took her gun, and had an armed standoff with police officers in the hospital. The same guy who a year earlier I just waved off because I was drunk after he pulled a knife out on me during a fight.
So
that's why I decided in high school that I didn't want anything to do with any of those people.
So
those are the people I grew up with.
I just blew them all off and played the shy, antisocial sociopath.
And had you gone to one of our parties,
freaking all.
Had you gone to one of our parties, you probably would have been what today would have been a weird, like, oh, just guys are drunk, and the next thing you know, a dick's out flapping around, slapping people in the face. Like, wait a minute.
And that's exactly what I didn't want to be a part of. I was like, I do not. I just don't even care. Just give me my freaking degree so I can get the frick out of here.
So what I'm hearing is Thrill had the chance to knock this guy out and really set him straight on his ways, and Thrill just waved him off.
Oh, you're kidding yourself though. That would have just made the dude have more anger issues, and just would have been.
No matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the dude. He was a friend of mine's cousin, and I dated his sister for a while. And yeah, well, his sister was like the neighborhood's bike. Everybody had a turn, It wasn't like,
why would you want on that thing?
But I just got up pissy, and we got into an argument. Also, this guy had been suspected of arson for burning down his parents' house.
Oh.
But at the time, we just all ran around together. We were all crazy friends. So I knew the dude from like he was like my friend's friend type of an association. So we got into this argument, and I remember knocking him down and him coming back up, waving a knife around. and me just talking shit to him about it, and then turning around and walking off to go back to bed.
So Zeb on my chat did like a whelp, like, you know, one of those whelp face emojis, and is like, he dated Crazy Sister.
I did. A lot of people did. Crazy Sister also had to go to the hospital because she was the first person I knew that had alcohol poisoning.
Ah, no. Fun. So
she had to have her
guys, I think I might call it a night.
Yeah. It's in that time.
I mean, y'all can keep streaming if you want, but I'm tired.
I mean, I'm also tired. I want to do one more story, and then we'll call.
So
hey, thanks for that, Nellis.
So one time when I was in downtown, and this was one of the times that I had gotten off work, and I had missed the bus at one location, so I had to basically.
I drank them all, Jack.
I had to basically power walk to the freaking Greyhound because the bus stopped there too to pick people up. I don't know why, because it was a local bus and not Greyhound, but whatever. And so I want to say they were like basically teenagers were following me. And like one was like, you know, following, and there was one at the corner, and one at the corner pulled out a knife, and like without like a knee-jerk reaction, I just fucking punched the dude with a knife. Hey, thanks for
What's up, Jack?
Thanks Neil is here for following. Yeah, so in a knee-jerk.
What?
Hey,
sorry, I'm reading. Yeah. Oh, he's telling us to have a wonderful day or night. It is nighttime. So
technically it's morning.
Morning, yeah.
Well, okay, fine. Technically it's morning
There's
time.
no point in sleeping.
So in a
there's plenty point in sleeping.
Nah.
So in a knee-jerk reaction, I literally punched the dude with a knife. I punched the dude with a knife, and the guy behind me started running at me. So I just I dodged him and then like threw him on the ground. And the cops saw this happening and came by, and they're like, "What's going on here?" I'm like, "I don't know. These guys tried to mug me." And so the kids started running off, and the cops started chasing them. And I was like, "Huh." And then I had to decompress. I'm like, "Oh, one guy had a knife. I was almost stabbed."
Knives are almost more scary than guns in certain, especially in close quarters.
Yeah,
I'd rather be at gunpoint in a bathroom than at a knife point. That's not hard to predict.
I don't know. Mm-hmm. For me, if someone's pointing a gun at me, that just triggers me. I'm like, if you're pointing a gun at me, you mean to use it. I know a lot of people use it as a threatening manner, but for me, in my mind, it's if you're pointing that at me, you mean to use it. And that's just a huge trigger for me. And I feel like if I ever had to use my weapon in a home defense situation, they may not take me seriously. Because for me, if I'm pointing at you, I have every intention of shooting you.
I mean, so I've gone through if my home was ever invaded by someone, I know exactly how I would incapacitate them, and then I'd call the cops. And then if they,
I know how I'd do it with my concealed carry and my freaking weapon in my closet.
Oh no, we have a whole bunch of bats in this house.
I don't know. That's not gonna cut it for me.
I'm paranoid enough that I got a pistol in my pocket right now.
Well, I mean, but you don't have a concealed carry. I mean, technically, I could have it strapped to me right this second, and that's totally legal. And if someone busts in through my front door, I could gun them down because that's totally legal because I've got the right paperwork. That's why you guys need to get your concealed carry.
I know.
Do that in your house.
As long as I'm on my own property, the concealed carry doesn't apply. You can carry anywhere on your own property or on the approved property of friends and family.
I thought you technically still had to have a concealed carry to take it outside your door, though.
Yeah,
maybe outside your door, but I don't
know about the door.
I don't think outside of your property, if I remember right. As long as you're within your own abode or adjacent property to your abode, you're fine.
I mean,
well,
you guys,
maybe it differs up there, but down here, I'm pretty sure you have to have at least a concealed carry to take it so much as outside your house. But if you guys get it, you could come out and range practice out on our property because we're that far out.
You can do that.
So I mean, you guys have Make My Day law, right?
That's what we do.
No, I believe that in this state the rule is kind of a neutral. It's a neutral rule, and I know it varies by location, but like if you are in fear for your life, you're okay. But if you can retreat, you should retreat and call police.
Yeah,
but if you can't, then you can.
If they force entry into your house, you can shoot them. Like, because you're fearing for your life if you're protecting your family.
Yeah, the key here statute is you need to show that you feared for your life.
If they enter your house and then you warn them with your gun and then they turn and run out, you can't shoot them in the back. Otherwise, it's gonna come back on you.
Well,
that's why you just shoot them.
You can't shoot
if the cops only get one side of the story, one side of the story.
If anyone breaks into my house, I'm shooting first. I mean,
it's on. The moment in the house, it's on. I don't care.
The thing is here is how Make My Day law reads is in fear of life or property.
Yeah. Ours doesn't
if you break into my house, my kids and my family are in here, and you better believe I'm taking you down.
But so property only means your land, though. It doesn't mean your car. If someone were to try and mug you at your car, you can't just turn out and go boom.
If you have concealed carry, though, you can technically carry in your car. And if someone is literally attacking you and your vehicle and you feel like you're at risk, that's not completely in the wrong.
No. So for Colorado, you have to use equal. It's stupid. So if you're being attacked, you have to. If you're being attacked, you have to use equal force and equal weapons if you're not in your property. In your property, if someone's attacking you in your property, and this is mostly because, one, we used to be the Wild West, and two, because, a lot of farmland. Also a lot of farm...
Toothpick. You gotta say, hang on a second, let me go get a toothpick and we'll duke this thing out.
That's literally what Colorado says, because if you use more...
Chews on a cigar.
If you use more force than your attacker, even if it's to defend yourself, they hold winning. I know, but they could hold a court. They would have a case in court if you use more force than your attacker.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have your FOID or your concealed carry, definitely know all the laws and all the rules and stuff. But I mean, once you know them,
FOID card.
Use them appropriately. I don't know.
I'll use equivalent force.
If
you break in my house, it's fair game. Right?
Once I get my house out in the country, I will probably be carrying 24/7. In town, it's a lot more complicated, but once I'm out in the sticks, that will probably be part of my daily apparel.
Aureolin's gonna be the Aureolin's gonna be the crazy lady that all the kids are like, yeah, don't go down the street over there. She'll shoot you.
I don't give a friggin' care.
I remember going to the country, and that was a thing here.
I'll be owning capybaras out there, and if they want to come over and harass my capybaras, they better expect a cap in their butt.
Rabbit.
You got hit with rock salt. I remember that as a kid. Neighboring areas old Farmer Joe will come out with a shotgun full of rock salt and shoot at your ass if you're harassing his cows.
Yeah, my dad always had those pointed tip pellets, so it was technically a pellet gun, but dang would it sting.
We've been awake so long that the Brits are coming into your stream.
Yeah,
you're being invaded.
Welcome.
I quit once already. I'm still here.
What's up, Rabbit?
All running around.
I know. I have to check I have to literally look at. I have to look at Danger's.
Rabbit's up right now making new shoes for you.
I have to look at Danger's stream because Rabbit's not talking in mine. It's okay.
All right, I'm actually going this time, guys.
Right now?
I probably should
all
too.
I think all of us should probably go to bed too. So. All right.
My dog needs out. That's my excuse. The dog needs out.
All right.
Oh.
He just woke up.
I feel like Aureolin's gonna like fall asleep faster than any of us. The rest of us will still be awake. Aureolin will be like,
she's not leaving my couch. She's not leaving.
Play hot or something.
Yeah, I know.
Probably.
It's like, you have no idea how hard it is for me to actually fall asleep. Maybe I have enough alcohol in me. I can go lay down and try.
You need to see sleep like I do.
In 10 minutes.
What?
Sleep is the only time I can get a rest and just not worry about anything else. Like, I'm just gonna sleep.
That's true.
Just not worry about stuff.
Sleep is like the extra stress now. Sleep was like my ultimate escape before, and now it's like, am I gonna wake up in a cold sweat? Am I gonna wake up with a stomach ache? Am I gonna be like terrified with my heart beating out of my chest when I wake up now? Like, I just don't even know.
That's my thoughts for an hour while I'm laying in bed to go to sleep, and then once I'm out, I'm like, I'm done. It might be 2 o'clock in the afternoon before I wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it probably will be, honestly. I mean,
it won't be for me.
It's been a stressful week.
I can't sleep 3 hours. I can't sleep past like 9 a.m. and if I go back to sleep, I actually literally have to force myself to go back to sleep.
Yeah, I woke up late today, but I woke up with my heart. But it's been a very stressful week, so I'm just like, crap, sleeping is gonna suck.
I'll wake up and be like, I don't want to get up yet because I have to face reality. I'm like, I'm just gonna lay here and like try to relax for a minute because as long as I'm in bed, and asleep, that's like my excuse. Like, I need sleep
until I have nightmares, and then it's like, frick.
All right. I mean, Jacker's calling us out. Right. Yep. All right. Bye, everybody.
Peace, everybody. Have a good night.
I refuse.
Well,
just wait till 6 a.m.
I don't want to wait 3 hours. I don't want to wait 3 hours. I want to go to bed.
3 hours? That's 2 hours.
It's 3 hours.
Oh, no.
Stream is ended.
The kids are going to have me up at 7 a.m. I need my 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I want
to
get out of here.
At this point, I'm debating whether it's even worth it.
See, I try to do that, but I have to go to work Monday, so I have to go to sleep.
Oh.
Same.
Because I can't stay up all day Sunday.
Yeah,
I gotta file for complete and total.
All right, night, everybody.
All right, night.
I'm out.
All
right. I get back to Discord. Where's Discord? Help!
I gotta open it up. There it is.
Where'd it go? How do I get out of pop-up?
Good luck, you guys. I'm out.
Phase.
Disconnect this.